It's a good morning, because you're here. I've been having lighting problems. Had a hard time reading a particular page. So we're going to get started here, going over some blessings in ancient languages, from Sumerian to Egyptian, Japanese, Chinese, Hindu, Indian, and it's all mostly in another tongue from an ancient language. A lot of them are very, very, very old, 3,000 years plus old or more. And if you'd like the most out of this experience, all you gotta do is just close your eyes. That's it. You just close your eyes, and it's your heart makes, your heart is the magic. Your heart is what plugs you in. I'd like to share how I sit. I started doing it recently. It's a good, it's actually good for posture of the spine more than anything, personally, but in a comfortable format with a little bit of proper cushion. So the ball of my right heel is underneath my buttocks, and then my left leg can come up onto the right knee or down on the ground, as sometimes the leg goes a little numb, and by bringing that left leg down, the right leg can be tucked under. Anyways, if you wanted to know, just felt like sharing that. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained within thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee, loving, bleeding, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warriors, spirits breath of life into their paws and cause, having thrones. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do his battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of wind by hell, fight the blight, this be dark night in our right. Zikia compasiana compasiting verkia compasiting verana compa. Hear me, all that I summoned forth by name. Come to me by your head, go and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. Renewal, Sisikio, was some Putu, right ahead, Herusha, as you said, okay, God, Cotition, was Mahat, Ratsuki was set the tolls, I paid the two, deep sharpness in a salaman. Un Bashiramataya Suwa, un Bashamanaki is bar, Nunan, no Runan, Doom Vamon Junction Showing Shanai, Terryasua, Gomshanai, and Treyasva, we will, Ingon Junction Show, Unishanaki, and Sua, Gomshanai, and Treyasva, we Ingon Brambum, won't you touch you, but no Suwa, Gomshatrashi, Yavari, Shivara, Nasvaha, Ruda did a Ruda, King on the Shong Kong Hong Chong Shin Chong Hayabashira Mateus Wagong Hayabashamanati Asva Za King Kong Kong Namakusama Namanam Namahasmata Vashanam Ham who had a Rodrigo King Kong Kong Nanamias Wagomangaya Mayasva E you are we string on Kong on here no Kashi no Kaja Parais Wagom Jorki Hitchin Dogi Badespa Nunanana King on Pong on Gigi Short Parias Wagom Shijai Vaya Tayas Baha logo Umong Granging Grumon Apashano Suwakum Manama Karibu Babibu Boyer Bar Ongamin. Rennosi secure Putura had Herusha and Zuserica Gori Cotijan was Mahatra to give us a pitos, I bid the two destructions and a settlement, Parashukushu Baru, Gilma, Kabama, Mua, Labo, Pogogena, Robo, Anabati, Kosharu, Bakstanaba, the Saruba Prick, the Lulu Mashana, Bruni, you can accompany the Lulu Gola, Kai, Gorbeti, Gila, Gabo, Tomamash, Goris, Luma, Babo. Arukara Gazibuki Makampa Nambupa Ramuzu Kinipilan Sajumashana Sarolim Permata Juzi Machinana Arnuna Mangi to Mudukurati Gilugulu Sidor Kinmangai Goresiko Nanegeko Neberu Derike Garinam Talaku Banutu Kutuku Kakumas Perzan Sagari Mashisharu Malaba Kadaglugador Marata Kapabo Arutuku Arukori uses cellular Banmaskin to do the green Lugadamakian Panotuku Nada Lugadamakin Pano Pishu Salimuna Maratu Sarimashigaranu Zulomar and the ball, Yobir Baling Netarmadu, Dagatuku Mashamashi, Sore Mashino Kosu, Kori Mashiro, Sisera Perico, Papazuka, and Palu Golap, the Bora, Nibo, Kingu Barari Maru, Kakuramu, Ninuan, Yashti, Asuri Samakara, Sar, Kapta Karpui, Nobo, and Ari Tsotsobo, Perukuna, Temku, Captain, and never Tashar. Karguin so Hosharam Shijet, Winish Latinetic Munetari, Tampu, to Armature, Mahaya Barni to a Barni to Kim Linus, Kiri, Staxa, Repatu, Marki, Kuliti, Nigish, Livi, Alu, and that mesh, Mesh, Sharilu, Sayan, Siamia, or Rumbujerisha, Isaya, Gari, Agabiasha, Biasha, Jerika, Dupia, like Isaya, Uri, Galimutu. Kimakufili dilisham yena zumria isaya yena zumria yena zumria biesha yena zumria silika yena zumria dupera yena zumria laka yena zumria tatara yena zumria taxi yena zumria takaruba yena zumria tasamika nisha mashkapulu tamtunu nish and kibari kimali lu tamtunu nish madu mashmashalani lu tamtunu nish kishbar kamkunu tamtunu ni zumria lu tapsamha unda bar nani ba perik ba agabaes ba perik ba nani ba adunani korbor erin ba ega Ring ba egora ki sakaka ki sakuri ki soru ki ketulu Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkane Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkane Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Shrim Hrim 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 Vajravarkane Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajravarkane Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarkane Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Hrim Shrim Hrim Vajravarkane Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Vajravarkane Hrim Hrim Vatsvaha Anushubangi Gapsuki Shargiga Kashades Saramara Yading Guru Klamasin Guding Gari Nam Guru Yunakin Kukariash Murkutu Ziana Kampaziki Kamba Kalubara and Tabara Shakbara Gimbara Lobara Talobara Masimbara Rupara Tabara Latubara Lala Subara Agarobara Rukubara Kekolobara Litu Bara Uru Soletin Nazu Ala Soletin Nazu Kijin Soletin Nazu Mula Soletin Nazu Linga Soletin Nazu Maskin Soletin Nazu Bara Nazu Ziana Kapaziki Musika Barai Nagisha Jorkishin or Masha Zigat Barai Zigat Shunai Sa Shar Maziga Namsa Yeni Dare Sharki Ukuag Button the Goob Dianum Dea Sarasavito Mandala Mandia Partina Riana Saji Sana Sani Vista Kior Varmakolo Puno One Gareti Hari Heran Maya Vabuzor San Kakara Namasaran Mankaran Mantra Ram Mitra Yat Nam Home Hrim Ravar Yat Nam Home Home Sia Yat Nam Ha Hrim Mana Parne Ver Nam Home Kukar Yat Nam Home Pushne Nam Home Kukar Kambar Yat Nam Ha Hrim Mari Karya Nam Home Mari Yat Nam Hrim Savitra Nam Home Orkar Yat Nam Havaskar Nam Hrim Cross Professor Yana Yanam Hapalasiga, yes, some Scarenia Corvana Dini, I oppression by Lamberam Tasha, the Hong Kong Crew, or Ram Krim Bon, Shamashakashapia, Kashapia, Epish, Tiaki Matino, Kurushura, Limri Shuru, Lisubu, that to Epita Shuno Kimamera, doing Antikiri to Shunuli Mutumonakulu, Shunuli, Shunamarakulu, Dini, Shunuli, Shumanakulu, Tari, Paramishaluti, Shakashapi, Sharushi, Arbushi, Piar, Kishur, Puyush, Senior Kokoshabang, if you get about the Bilkashu, Mana and Dudu, Sheshala, Ani, or Manaki, Pariazi, Ayasi, Tinker, Compam, Game out of course, the middle, Shabana, some sort of nine, Shipar Bagya Bill, Bagya, Babazia, Kampa, Kamaru. Shariulim Kunushi Shariulim Shukai Kunushi Shariulim Kunini Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Sharu Yulini Kunushi Shariuli Net Kunushi Shariuli Katin Kunushi Shariuli Danula Kumulin Kutina Zumri Yudapta Sama Agama Saratu is Masarati Sharmoshili Chururi Chisheli Nutu Mani Elani Rabuti Shimayarabalti Tinadina Lakini Nasi Kunushi Alani Moshi Masarati Masarati It's Masaratu, Agama Saratu, Yamasaratu, Yaravaroni, Shumashkari, Egamara Soratu, Yamasaratu, Zikia, Kumpaka, Golomone, Yashatabara, Masaratu, Bara, Vishnum Knimbisar, Vietnam Home, some Kumberari, Atnam Hadu, Mutav Kubera, Debakar, Hoda, Vidati, Bumitevia, Metan, Dumutav, Nuxekaru, Maria, Kina, Netev, Saramtari, Nekev Tasu, Korea, Teptasaner, Seri, Utuxu, Torata, Hami, Sanari, Adnamha. Om Yam Dry Yatlam Hawkopsum Ram Tesho Saturna Yamadan Kopsum Seki Satana Om Sexen Keswexaka Tekarane Kapane Sari Serte Suruna Pek Markla Kuturu Tata Raka Agnium Ramanari Yadnamha Omam Yamari Yandamha Happy Yadam Om Saratu Tadaya Matan Happy no Capi Seki Satana Nam Sexat Tesek Art Ek Huinek Air the Ekotata Nek Perte Barmatuianu Ayan Ginari Access on some exercise Namha Bambarunari Namha Inset Poruna Ratu Salamali Yamatan Inset Nukim Set Seki Sari and Anam Sexuta Pikemen Subsum doing Picupetera Outun Rates of sitting and Anakambazing at the Akambazin Peo by Yomium Voyo of Vietnam Hamar City Morka Molulu Mormatu sitting and Anakambazing at the Kamutus Torata Takuru Tatakra Zakudi Kalahayanu Yan Isabel Pim Brahman Bramuna Mahat Maksara to have a look to say nothing but an Cabruna and take the Brashek Brambra Ulu as I do Tikala and Stratin and Bumahat shot at you so much of us mutative say is certain to never out of death so per net on prim from Sia Yatnam home prim stream Shanzari Yatnam home stream Mangali Yatnam home prim stream Mangalia on Bumbara home stream Bambor Spati Yatnam home prim stream Shukran Nam home prim stream Shumshan Chari Yatnam home prim Robert Namha om him to Vietnam had a presume some Kasham Kajam Hamaha Yutim Tamarim Sabapartanam Pranotismin Divakaram Dari Shankata Sharabam Kishur Ordana Wasambam Namami Shishatam Sumam Chamor Mugur Kabushatam Darani Garbasam Putam Vetu Karti Samapraham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamakalam Pranamiam Prianguka Sharma Payasna Pratima Burham Somyam Kuram Petam Tamburam Pranamiam Devarantari Chainam Kachurum Kachana Sani Bamburi Butam Sril Kishum Tamnamami Priaspati Him Marina, the Bandi Yatam Paramakorum Servas Tasal Paramataram, Pargapam Pranamiam Neon Janasam Pasam Ravi Putrami Magra, Jamchari Matan, Tasambutam Tamnamami Sanesoram, Artakaya Mahavia, Yamson Radi, Gabi Martaram, Zimiga Garbasam Butam Tamram Pranamamiam Palasa Pushum Kasham Taraka Graha, Masakam Roram Ratam Koram Tam Ketum Pranamiam Pramamora, Kari, Pamusha Shibuni, Surhabura Shagura, Sushukra, Reruketu Sarva Graha, Mampukusuba. Korikatem Shanti on board force for on Tatsavetor, Baniam Porcotobasia, Tedemahi, no Pratchudaya, on Tatswaha, Hariam Tatswaha, Nancy, Yana Pasaman Ganasria, Kapamagapati, Nanakama, Masrita Nanaisia, Kapamaya Magia, Kamagia, Sakastan, Kiasta, Kalush, Nabuguru, Nabukurios, Mercurios, Astro, Yankaku, Yazena, Bumasa, for this compa, Sakashi, Talas, Kampa, Nabusa, Tantos, Kampa, Yakashi, Yasas, Yas, Trakuloman, Yas Yamakali, Yes, started body, Yagushi, Yadani, Ya, Astapa, Pachacha, Karani, Yaramilo, Yaki, started Kampayan, has Yarima Kampa, Bizar, Makampa, Yaya, Baby, Shadu, Shimashukudu, Ria, Resolu, Sataparani, Yaya, Azarech, you Bartala, Kamania, Kampa, Ziringaruya, Kampa, Ziringarushtuya, Kampa, Zishazera, Kuzi, Verdo, Kampa, Yash, Hayar, Kampa, Nagamas Baruna, Kamas Baruya, Garina, Yari, Yazia, Kampa, Yazin, Garia, Yazin, Kampa, Yakantala, Machata, Kampa, Marukumo, Marugum, Purausa, Galea, Dagia, Garia, Makapo, Nation, Maruku, Yatuku, Surin,
Sanim Zagorimag Sanai Sekarana Zakaram Belukur, Ninim Kamanu Yatu Yandara Yazu Batu Balu Balu Beritu Bagakamba, Zag 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 Baba Zag Barso, Noisaliga Nusuki Kapsu, Giga Gosha, Dasha Saramara Yading Guru Klamas in Kuding Urius Nexrani, Ukariashi Shugmur, Ujubajin Precious, Devi Kaki, Nam Ho Kaki, Mahamadya Mahayogi, Nitishwani, and Gubsur, Tom Devi Party, Nekuru Namha, Deventrani Nam Stu, Devina Prima Pinimi, Bar, Hambaria, Yam Srikara, Bam Chair, there, he Ring Kaki, Yaswaha, Ring Shring Kaki, Yaswaha, Shring Shankari, Psychology. Paviarvan Sani Purusha Sharu Shela Beo Chaparti Medehio Kurus Waha Kariyanya Mahariye Mahamad Yogini and Yariswari and Gopsar to Devi Party Mekurkur Namha Gari Shankar Dan Girni Yastar Vam Shankar Priyata Tamang Kuru Karyarin Katatsudur Lapam Devendran Namstubiam Devendran Pribami Vivar Hambaria Yam Sri Karalam Charite Neo Pring Namha Gari Shankar Hangi Artha Vam Shankar Priya Tata Mam Kuru Karyarni Karan Kantam Sudur Lapam Osiris Diana Hekati Demetikari Nana Ichimanito 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 Torno Bor Baswa has a Victor Bariam Barco Barcia de Mahidi Operationari to Shosh Ipshosh Cornishonto Torota Turorata Roco Tora Aurora Abrahadabra 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 Ung Geng Bong Kang Keng Kung Bang Gong Kung Shen Kut Tong Gong Gong Tong Bong Hotep Lar Harnanos Hunaboti Pore Keru Koren en Ket Urposurt Mort Harpe Du Ker Kapus und Nos Jor Morhe Kernin Bed no Fruit or Be Ket no Jurin de Ankel Nerjet Nikera Mundroin Ka Yen Har Malapaka Kedagluatar Marata Kabaru Kakutamaru Kakudumu Sarim Kamasikaranu at Kingu Baratimo at Kingu Baratimu Zarim Nasigaranu Aru Kakutamu Aru Kakutamu Lugarar Marata Karba Malapaka Duka Gudama Zarima Sigaranu at Kingu Baratimo Aru Kakutamu Lugarar Marata Karba Malapaka Om Trambakamism Sum Dipusti Haram or Varu Kami Barmanat Milk Yom Sherry at Kenam Harim Chom Krum Mahagubjeri Gek Krum Shrim Krum Gubjeri Amarea Griforono quasi can all Jugrai at Nama Shrim Pasram the day Sutrai as well Kali Swaha Sor Star Medeti Mahakali Gat Namha Nariyar Navidma Vasudevaya Mahitano Vishnu Praturayat Devrin Kernaranari Avidma Vasudevarya Mahitana Krishna Praturayat Taposhari Avidma Sasrakshari Mahadevarya Mahitano Rura Praturayat Kananhari Avidma Heva Kurarunari Mahitano Randi Praturayat Kati Yarnyai Vermahe Kanya Moriai Der Mahitano Dwarka Praturayat Vegdevi Yachar Mahe Kamaracharya Der Mahitano Devi Praturayat Omar Devi Yachar Der Mahere Vishnu Parnya Der Mahitano Lakshmi Praturayat Sankin Jo Julanten Jan Ching Joju Wolantin Jung Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Merti Rame Rame Sasturnam Taturiam Varanarne Unganea Karyanam Hauma Kanad Harya Vinmaha Pakantundi Giti Maitano Nadi Prajunet Pakatuna Mahakarya Soria Korti Sama Prapa Neor Koinam Kurumedeva Sarva Koyeshu Sarvada Shri Guru Suran Suru Surajnesh Marne Mukure Surhar Varon Var Vimorja Sujor Dayaku for Charburi Hintaruta Niki Sumiro Povan Kumar Bartu Hiver Heder Humo Hiera Hukoles Vikorche Hareman Gangun Sugarche Isti Hulu Charika Ramatulit Pardaman Jani Putra Fansort Namha Mahadevi Kurambas Rangi Kurmatini Vorsumeti Kesaranki Kanchanveran Vore Subesikaran Kudo Kunshi Kesa Hufosro Udu Vorige Virage Korte Burjone Kur Soches and Korsuvan Kusrain and Dantish Prata Mahajag Vandan Vidyavan Kunia Teacher Forum Kosh Koribe Kuarto Prabhu Toriti Sunaki Kurasio Ram Karansintaman Masya Sri Guru Shrons Rose Rajnesh Mane Mukure Surho Varura Gufort Mocha Sujur Gufort Charburi Yin Tano Jarni Isumero Povan Kumar Borku Kivier Humo Hiara Hukole Sobikorche Hanuman Ganguns Gorje Karpisti Hulu Jarika Ram Dudat Kali Monama Jani Putra Pavan Sur Namaha Mahavikran Pajrangi Markini Vosa Metika Sarangi Kenchan Veran Torres Kupesikulan Kudoku Chiesa Hotposho Udu Borje Peroje Korumhe Morne Jane Husor Chesan Korsuvan Kisrin and Antish Prata Maha Jaguarlan Vijavan Gunia Teacher Toram Korch Karibe Kuarto Prabhu Sorita Sunebi Kurasio Ramakarzita Manbasia Surchomru Dari Siarki de Karva Vikartu Dari Yonka Jorava Bimaru Dari Asur Sankare Ramachandra Kika Sanvare Larger Sansirvan Akanjiri Hayesri Raguver Harshi or Larger Barkini Baru Baraitu Mampriya Parati Saname Sahaspalan tomorrow Yaskar Euskar Hisri Parti Kantuakarve Sankalvi Pramani Munesinara Sarat Sartira Yesas Yarngu Kwarti Porjahan Ke Karvikur Voit Karhisar Ke Kahante Tumukos Guravi Hinkara Rami Varga Raspartene Tumara Manto Vivar Shard Marnalakos Warbarie Subjag Jarna Sur Sahasra Jorjan Porbarnu Lerio Tarimar War for Jarnu Prabhu Mutrik Meli Murkma Head Jaldi Longi Kashraj Nar Head Orgam Karsjakar Jerte Sugan Manubra Tumre Tede Ram Duare Tumbra Guvare Warlankia Birnu Paser Subsurga Hetum Hore Sarantum Rakshar Kahudo Kordarna Arpantes Samharo Paiten Wunlu Pan Kiertan Urpasarshni Karnar Hina Vema Verjabnan Sunvena Serro Karahi Samperjar Panerantarano Man Bera Sankaternu Mantur Veman Karam Pachanjan Jul Vesa Porum Tapas Vera Jatin Kerkatsikot Sarjan Ormanura Kueva so here Niger ven for adventure and you part up to Marar High Persiri Jaga Uji Yara Sar Husang Ke Tumrak Ware Sornikan Bang Ram to Hore Astrasir Hinab near he Kerdata Uswar Dame Jan Ki Marta Ram Rasian Tumhore Passes Sara Rahora Guharti Kerdasa Tumhore Majan Ram Kurbe Jaram Janam Ke Harnum Maran Jordas Reaket Kalraguver por Jarye Jahanjanam Bari Parkin Arye Orde Pracherna Dar He Harnumat Ser He Sarve Sukare He Sankar Karte Mi Disappear Jushmira Hanuman Paber Jay Hanuman goes in Kripkar Guru De Kyarnahin Josarba Parkar Ko He Churte He Bardi Mahat Sokor He Josiar Pardi Halne manchariso voli sir i sanki kuri situsira sarhar shir kalje has lhodlar ye minter puvarna sankar haran mangan morte rupram lakan sit sahi hodar ye passor sor bu maharaga vajosi sava sharva jahumba mum gineshnaram chanini Paranyam home namaha for home mem hrim shrim mem grum mem namo bhagavati vatali vari paramuki Parumeki Antantini, Namarun Fermutini, Namajame Jamini, Namamohemoni, Namaslama Bini, Samasam Bini, Namha Sarvadusha Parusalam, Sarves Vaxi, Ashakur Mukati, Jiwasamaram, Kurukurus Kuram Pasyam, Ingrum Tai Tata, Umasraya Pahatswaha, Ishtar, Ishtar, Ishtar. Ani mani mani mama ne shira sharira shami shabi te sando mukuna mukuta abi shabi sobi shabi shai geni shabi darani oroke bo shari ne vita pentara ne vita anara shudo ke mukore kore arare shuga shu sama bore di kore shi tarumari shi te so gena kushara pasha shura matar shano ro ke shara shataya abramana ne daya saramara na kumuku areke are rada ne de are di shine di chachi are no na kuna bi again I kori kendari sindari metogi chukori boru shari yachi debi ruka teke tana tani kushare tani shura kachi bora sini suru parana patani suru baba shapatani shupatani so yabi shani so yinikara ni so yagera ite dar suga tora ratte suru basu mishkara dai suru basuri rumosh versete suru basuri rikshosha raya togi rashin bikari erte Anya manya mane mama ni siri kariti sama semita besanto mukle mukle sama saya sira sada samiti darama yang logi pesel beri lisani ni diwa abi antara ni bilis abi antara pari sulut kulim kude yang ada pada ada sukang si sama-sama boleh berkita berpariksi yang mana korsani koning ini pai sepi tani matu siarta ruru saya partaya bakulu balu romani yang tais bah suara mahas suara uke hidup itu muka ke arah badan nanti nyata seperti ini bikin certainly nanti mari swaha tete tata nata panata nani kunadi swaha kari metangi buka sisa kulu itu sali sisi swaha iti meni meru so swaha dana patani dan kusali dan senari pada pasang savarane afatani sama pariksi di samar kone watani tama pariksi di samar sadu kusala karte significati tano varle swaha honor moru mor mi gerle de germe gelodo e charne modo lo so we so lu sang lu so lu chai kini chandi shelu tu lin Lord Kelpo Sobogel Pichani Peri Aviandolo Milutia Tanto Boli Shorti Lojo Le Mojoli Eloli Bololi Shoja Sesi Sanmo Salu Foto Pigili Shirda Derda Moboli Sidi Sanke Nenkushami Poshe Possessore mano, Lord mano, lo certo lo yodo, lo José lo ercha, lo echaya do ye polue morona, do ye colimo, hello kilo, jimo, gieli lo por dini lentirne, Lilo porerini, ni gini, gigini, nelli cipo, dierini nino, nalia nalurna, lo giornalo e che mi culi, chiantuli, giantuli, morenchi, cianchioli, fu, lo charnier di tillo, di timmi, Iti lu erti lu yiti luni loji noji tanti tanto pori tanto po di tanto jo sheli tanto mojo li joto lo pordi Fotobo sharni saporo lorni e polo dorni sabo poshae podo nijo e podo ni senke polo sharni senke neke toni e senke poke tirilini erdo senke dolue lore lo bolor di sepo senkerdi San Moria Kenli Landi Sapodamo Joboli Chadi Sapo Sado Lorpo Joshelo no Gerti Genepi Chiri Sasikam Sahu, Sasikam Sahu, Sasikam Sahu, Om Hung Shang, Om Hung Shang, Om Hung Shang, Om Hung Shang, Gong Tong, Oslo, Om Him So, Gang King, Gong Gisor, Gong Kling, Mong Hung Shang, Om Hung Shing, Haring Hara, Ring, Gong Yerwasor, Ra, Ong Pam Dum, Mong Krang Ring, Gong Pam, Gong Krang Ring, Gong Krang Ring, Gong Krang Ring, Gong Pam, Gong Song Shing Kung, Hong Kling Kung, Gong Song Shing Kung, Hung Kling Shing Kling, Hing Kling, Pam Dum Song Shing Kung, Ong Sor Kung, Gong Sor Kung, Shring Gong, Shring, Ring Rara, Ong Sor, Ong Wang So, Ong Geng Gong Du any ora un posto dato vam shuguna ora mam se humu shuna ora mam nas baba tramire ora mam tatu jara um fuku shuna ora mam mo sira yu kushina ora muru kundali matangi swaha bochu and bochu mo namo boga pratim ni sai umru guru quality so karas sarani swaha short kanji sai bosu loli swaha desi shi bosu some chamchasa swaha taro bosu sunama samara buharam kuruna or babe tare ni swaha senju sanji kanji sai bosu Vasar Ratma he Barto Kanji sai Bosu Umatru Baba Humfats Baha Georgi Men Kanji sai Bosu Mahakurun Karis Baha Shontai Kanji sai Bosu Karakuri Kuris Baha Norin Kanji sai Bosu Parmesar Malis Valhum Konkur Sata Vashrat Sata Hanio Bosu Sondi She Shuda Vijay is Baha Fujan Bosu Sanism Monjo Bosu Marama Kana Marku Bosu Matris Valjuzo Bosu Maham Vismari is Baha Kukur Bosu Namo Kasa Kabario Malik Mari Mulis Baha Nikur Bosu Omlipet is Baha Kukur Bosu Umkan Bari is Baha for whom my own Amasamata Pashanam Kanamurasanas Utaya whom Tratam who sons in my own son Bani Sumba whom Josh whom fight Kundari my own Mantra whom fight Taylor whom Srika Rupa whom comes Baha Kunkuri Yashu my own Fashrayak so my Zen my own Haraga Vashrusni Fashar Sarfasham Pamur Kuchaku my own Maru Konaswaha Sorbu Kujium Kupai Kumai Swaha Kunkurum Sao Kunginum Fashrak Sarajahum Swaha Senishi Dochium Transi Swaha Chikukutunum Tarasra Rara Tamadan Swaha Sor Chotum Rujaksi Yaksi Patai Swaha Komukutum Virupax and Inks Patai Swaha Tomotum Visuvani Swaha Pensatinum Saraswati Swaha Taikukutunum Malakalari Swaha Kichi Jotrum Malari Sri Swaha Kaitoi Nomdu Mariti Swaha Taikiri Nomriaka Swaha Marishitino Marisia Swaha Daishukonkitino Mikam Swaha Oman Tariarnam Homerasai Yarnam Homegarai Yarnam Karari Yarnam Umami Vir Kamarianam Homani Misitarianam Homaika Parantarianam Venugo Barikariarnam Home Visnu Priya Yarnam Home Verusu Yarnam Home Virota Marianam Vista Marianam Home Cesarianam Home Surusudanianam Homa Safaramadi Tarianam Homa Prinan Kotari Nenam Homa Bin Karari Yanam Homa Karava Sampani Yarnam Homa Punas Pustaria Yarnam Umagaru Paria Namahum Varia Namaha, Vasukariya Namahum Varaparia Karia Namaha, Varakaria Namahum Vasufaranania Namahum Vasuparania Yarnamaha, Varapisitaria Namahum Varifusadine Namaha, Umravadikamania Namahum Ramoro Paria Namahum Davrikaria Namahum Darina Raya Namaha, Kachamanaja Namahum Kalaru Paria Namahum Yugana Paria Namaha, Umigana Raya Namahum Ares Mortaria Namahum Navakatraya Namaha, Kesava Priyaya Namam Visumbarari Namam Sakamparani Namaha Sakampalari Namahum Sabu Priyaya Namahum Saranaya Namahum Panakasaras and Namaha Paprasani Namahum Pramatari Namahum Prakatari Namaha Paripusya Namahum Padapaskari Namahum Paripusaras Namaha Pakwatari Namahum Pitarari Namahum Daskara Namaha Bakutrisari Namahum Sivari Namahum Parenki Namahum Sonan Namaha Punya Namahum Punya Kataria Namaha Parasaria Namahum Parakaria Namaha Niskadaria Namahum Paraparia Namaha Kakutakaria Namahum Saristaria Namaha Santaria Namaha Dantaria Namahum Maranania Namaha Sava Pujaya Namahum Savakararia Namaha Niskanarasaya Namaha Narantanaria Namaha Naravakaria Namaha Saranya Namahum Savadaya Karya Namahum Jananjaya Namahum Karya Namahum Vaikaruparia Namaha Tamaharaya Namahum Yogus Varaya Namahum Karadaria Namahum Valaria Namaha Brahmakarina Namahum Sakarana Kararia Namaha Om Jizukuraya Namaha, Om Jivarya Namaha, Om Jayaraya Namaha, Om Japapriyaya Namaha, Om Savisvarupaya Namaha, Om Virustutaya Namaha, Om Veraprasnumstariya Namaha, Om Versalaparaya Namaha, Om Prandarya Namaha, Om Viristwararya Namaha, Om Visnutapariya Namaha, Om Kuptaraya Namaha, Om Kuptaraya Namaha, Om Navastraya Namaha, Om Sankara Upariya Namaha, Om Bhujangarya Namaha, Om Karavusumputariya Namaha, Om Maravabhitakarya Namaha, Om Susomnamiyai Karya Namaha, Om Fane Ravi Bhusariya Namaha, Om Arvindaraya Namaha. Viniyungamasa Sriti Padragamasa Sikisapa Pramora Sijata Sriti Padragadvatom Shams Vahasaki Parkilakam Sriti Padragaprita Thamsapa Viniyugari Sari Nesum Kasyapa Pramasura Sernam Hasarasi Prati Chanda Sanama Muke Sriti Padragapatapataya Namaha Ridi Umbisharya Namaha Kuyes Vahasaktarya Namaha Parayofa Kirikariya Namaha Viniyugayar Namaha Samangi Tiare Sari Nesikram Gustri Piam Namaha Ri Rajani Piam Namaha Amariyam Piam Namaha Namika Piam Namaha Rinkanistyapiam Namaha Kromkarasladia Kalastapiam Namaha Karaniasa Kromadaya Namaha Beam Sopisis Rasis Vamsika Yavasaram Kapaka Yum Troya Yavasar Kromsali Pitidi Sanangine Bufromir di Pananayan di Petrogama David Sky Svolupini di Bakti Vide Varas from Jagmi Mampri and Miki Ram Smart Pamiam Kisamiki Papijami Vampire Mika di Pama Karapi Piamianam Miki Demetis Pamiam Miki Amtramane Vera Ibartimis of Solmiki, Porcarpujam, Samartami, Japamala Mantra, Mamma, Mahamaria, Sapamantra, Sabupinica, the Borges, Nias, Sasmania, Sidi, Papa Guru Mantrom, Cream, Sida, Guru Prasida, Rima Masters, Ready, Mantrom, Cream, Om Darke, Rime, Yavaseve, Savihim, Dom Darke, Amrim, Chromum, Vasvahas, Ranganes, Chromata, Yadam, Hash, James, of Pieces, Rasipam, Sike, Vasaramaki, Humini, 3 years, Chromosoli, Fitty, Singing Nis, moves from here, Mukadanam, Tipatrima, Devi are studied for the ability, but the day Baras from Germany, Pusham, the Miki, Gram Samarpamium, Kisamiki, Papjamium, by Vamika to Bomokrapiam, Mika, Yatamus Famium, Miki, Abdramani, Beering, Ibariamism, Suvamiki, Pukrapusum, Shams, Paramis, Marpam, the Atiki, 3 Tomkanas, Makrabam, Sham, Siro, Patume, the Viprasana, Meister, Shapamatala, Malamatrom, Vamale, Sabata Pama, Pretty, the Subapa, Subu. Purushime Badruya Soveram Kaderi Meum Rimskia Namaha Om Hayagri Varian Namaho Mahavisnar Venem Namaha Om Kisvarian Namahom Maru Sudarian Namahom Govindarian Namah Om Penarsarian Namahom Visnar Venamom Visambararia Namahom Horarian Namah Om Ariyayan Namahom Sarvagisarian Namahom Sarvedararian Namahom Saranatanian Namah Om Nerandarayan Namahom Nerakararian Namahom Nerasarian Namah Om Parvavarian Namahom Nerajanarian Namah Om Niskalakaria Namah Om Nijapsataya Namah Om Neramayaya Namah Om Siramara Maria Namah Om Saksirne Namah Om Sarvanyaya Namah Om Sarvadaya Karya Namah Om Srimate Namah Om Lokatran Kisarya Namah Om Sivarya Namah Om Sarvasra Pradaria Namah Om Verohararte Namah Om Varararia Namah Om Veravadaya Namah Om Paradanaya Namah Om Parnaya Namah Om Parneatre Namah Om Panyarya Namah Om Nekatariya Namah Om Parapararia Namah Om Paramamarne Namah Om Parasmai Namah Om Parasarya Namah Om Parakarya Namah Om Pararya Namah Om Savarakamariyar Namah Om Virusher Namah Om Veravaraka Prakarya Namah Om Sakalo Parisveryaya Namah Om Niskalaria Namah Om Sarvasrakarte Namah Om Askalamarja Namah Drayukta Starya Namah Om Paraparaya Namah Om Paraparusarya Namah Om Sarasaya Namah Om Saranarya Namah Om Parimsvaraya Namah Om Santarya Namah Om Tantarya Namah Om Jitkuraraya Namah Om Jita Mitraya Namah Om Jagamariyaya Namah Om Jaramatraraya Namah Om Jivarya Namah Om Jaritarya Namah Om Jaramana Sanaya Namah Om Japariyaya Namah Om Japusturkaya Namah Om Japakorte Namah Om Priyakorte Namah Om Vibharve Namah Om Vimalya Namah Om Visvaruparya Namah Om Visvaruparya Namah Om Visguptra Namah Om Virustarya Namah Om Virusnustatarya Namah Om Sarti Taraya Namah Om Kasankararya Namah Om Saraya Pradarya Namah Om Sarti Mariyaya Namah Om Saraya Sam Namah Om Isvaraya Namah Om Asurtarya Namah Om Mananataruparya Namah Om Pranadarya Namah Om Pritapatarya Namah Om Avekarya Namah Om Vaitaruparya Namah Om Savakserne Namah Om Tamoharaya Namah Om Janaksarkarya Namah Jaranere Namo Panakandra Sama Prabharya Nama Jalatarya Nama Vakpatarya Nama Yogi Nama Yogi Sarya Nama Sarvakataraya Nama Hayogi Nama Muhammad Nama Sarya Nama Sari Sam Nama Sarya Nama Paramahasarya Nama Visugotre Nama Viraja Nama Swarajya Nama Surtar Svartikasana Sarya Nama Shashmara Samayuktarya Nama Maria Maria Darya Namaha Sarvagi Svara Svararya Namaha Pranaur Borgita Ruparya Namaha Garhar Kamorjare Namaha Iti Sri Hai Griva Sutara Satarma Pali Kuberuru Nana Srita Raja Rajadana Svaradana Shimi Priya Tamutane Tani Utani Kapriya Raxinio Damarvarta Daya Vartutana Vrata Divyarexana Samparnutina Vradijana Varexala Dinya Vrachi Samaraju Deya Rashmi Vyarajita Daya Rupo Dharma Buri Dharma Samarano Sarka Eris Varunira Lambo Nirina Pariparlakani Yarfanya Guna Karanis Karmoneru Parapa Navarnaka Samaraju Navarsanka Pravartaka Namenias Karatisa Mahaguna Karnan Virta Yarshniko Yushla Sarta Yarshna Borja Shanikar Sarka Rajar Kandro Ramarti Soran Jargo Raja Borjerta Visitra Desetya Visarka Mana Barnasa Vijayu Vimalu Vandu Vanduru Vanavatsala Virupaisa Priyatarmo Vyaragi Visatur Nurka Sarvyayatu Saranarta Sarva Sarti Samarvita Samandana Rata Sarnya Sarva Barna Vraka Suprita Surabo Sumu Sarva Karatura Darara Samarkampriya Saksabe Bharva Srivar Jartita Aswaharna Samprito Akilana Pravarta Kavyora Karna Samprita Amtar Swardana Priya alla comportma passi al carcarvi porcerta utopia tur dharma verba bona varan harna hinore suvisrovara kakala paravartarka hasta lakshmi samoryukta abiertu malavicora halokor rajulu palu buku parju sulaksana sulapa surbarga suru sankara pradana priya Santa Sultano Kuno Petas Svarta Sulai Kavi Pekaraha Sarvaga Marsho Surmati Sarvegi Vara Karika Sankara Startara Srimam Param Jorti Para Samay Regula Sambena Sultan Yudin Larvat Sala Paru Papagni Papagna Tarun di Diana Sana Bahar Tarta Sarva Kuno Petas Rindra Sambe Parva Visvalakyo Vetar Variana Tata Sokiarta Pratakale parte sutram suserpulpete nete napram noti purusa sriyam devedradni pam iti sri kuber sutra mumekshari kubere avishra parnya epika tanan tanya dan pataria tanatanya samriti mer derhi daparya swaha om shrim hrim verishparaya namha om shrim kuberaya ashtalakshmi mama krihe danam porarya paraya namha om shrim lakshmi hrim saha swaha Om Hrim Yaksharya Kuberya Vishravarya Dana Karshanarya Sarva Lokavasi Kararya Dana Danya Haripatarya Dana Danya Samrurya Merya Haripatarya Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kuberya Namha Om Yaksharya Rajarya Virmarya Akita Sarya Dharmayitana Kubera Prachuraya Sikya Kapazi Ara Kapazi Ringer Kapazi Ringer Ana Kapazi Kugigi Mukampra Zikia Kapazi Ana Zikia kapasi anak kapasi dingerkia kapasi dingerang kapa kaku maskar sana zikia kapasi anak kapa zikia kapasi anak kapasi dingerkia kapasi dingerang anak kapa luka lap bor agni no zikia kapasi anak kapa Oman Brahmarnam Sahari Brahmin Patum with Maraya Virmahe Haranya Garbaria Dermahitanu Brahma Prachuraya Chatorum Karyi Mahe Marsro Daria Dermahitanu Brahma Prachuraya Mim Hrim Shrim Krim Sausage Brahma Brahma Jashnanam Pratharmam Purushrat Vihi Mato Purshu Vedapaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devoma Swara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tashme Shri Kurve Namaha Usek Nep Hep Ket Vintiam Kadit Nohahara Rati Arfiam Ket Nabaset Ketu Utu nezar karate rafaf pasti raror hui or in snef or them besek nemhatana me use or tiu totora menti mal du foruru kermiu shek karu ne kenu kermeti ana neber sere keru neberu sekriu nebabuer never them sepu are mabafai hu chakar he nehev kol tanehem never Cesar heb on ev nejar booth or ampream through si ridi and ridi vinge tor vinge neuf mora marki se chef verbi Athor nor hitter man her moskele don't skjor the spjor the out your do fin frilo free live for the no deal Frigerta frig vi deg de pergies virte hengesi kors vir deg svip tar der deg bortor brand frior kikor Frodi frovin vitar viskar vier sirki rearefosus jor fjordleif skjorling skrev Sermingen beginningen skerfju norfade horan herren horan kor kusringkur oski ormi biflin di svidor svidir dirir jorg fjornor Evgar mes vor ultra pion fi motor slidor Redslig virkelig tierkio Muskjörning voor gemeld bij kortkoring kijk je meer over meer o dulme bor pesla ordin vira de pesur mungom belken ber usri pesri nutri min goslet ner alltså for norfin net nangle for oran nori o de ringo ser des rim paxi mundir fari lune solo pakas fins bil hioki ber kier ser simil vid fins Horti horni sini yon vi diori dar vol Gleichem Winkel Mosors Neodori Närnien Nordri Sudri Ostri Vestri Aitjuf Bolin Norne Nepin Den Vigor Bafur Bambor Nori Ori Onor Oin Morvi Nier Vigor Lofin Dorn Pili Kili Voin Valley Flor Troin Tekli Vitor Nar Radzin Drabner Dogla Pari Horks Fori Heidler Groin Dori Ori Dufan Vari Hepti Fili Horsier Elo Vir Borsi Pier Piers Koffin I Orf Ingi Elfin Skjorti Forfrosti Fingi Nor Jatar Zero Vir Vartanti Skorbreda Pikri Nier Himbi Jorgvale Skeper Spins Kemi Orfing Arvig Windling, Frostface, Fossils, Fossig, Vidlo, Nimrodsling, Vasa Asnir, or Dean Free Loki. Advinaria Mama Pana Yavis no Damaria Mana Samaria Visariama Korsnam Putadariam Sertan Vistroria Tararia Samasraka Trar Tiviar Hornica Mornde Parimala Paribolgas Carde Sri Pati Padra Viende Baba Paria Cancierde. Om Namo Om Tratara Nisumba Moka Gatimatreya Sumbanyar Kusari Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shara Rupa Shiva Vishnu Bearavator Dambi Om Surmani Surma Hum Vajra Hum Vajum Shring Ring Ring Om Karpataria Vara Varatsa Vajarman Jarme Vajar Mara Yeswaha Tarpo Shor Sharier de Maheva Kundunaria der Mahitano Dandi Prachurat Om Shanti Om Ganhari Yaksa Yartam Hom Kam Kaparinama Om Lambrora Rayartam Namha Om Ring Om Garantaria Vermahema Mahavekaratundaria del Mahitano Dandi Prachurat Om Shrim Hrim Dum Shwala Sholiria Jaya Jamanaya Shasarva Sarum Samhara Kshema Labam Kuru Dushgraham Patsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Dum Shwala Sholiria Jaya Jamanaya Shasarva Sarum Samhara Shema Labam Kuru Dushgraham Patsvaha Om Shrim Hrim Dum Jwala, Jwala, Sholi, Yasha, Shamana, Yasha, Sarvas, Samara, Samara, Shemala, Bankuru, Kuru, Shukra, Hamum, Patswaha, Ronam, Kuruna, Tarangi, Tarashum, Tapashankusha, Pushpa, Para, Chabam, Ani, Bira, Fruta, Maikara, Hamed, Yer, Babiba, Waria, Paparni, Sri Mara, Sri Mahaur, Agni, Sri Mara, Sierra, Sharnes, Vari, Chitani, Kura, Sambut, Korea, Sambut, Yatazoria, Bahu, Sahasra, Hashator, Bahu, Samantvita, Sharga, Rupa, Tasaya Kurana Kuroshu Shvala Manuru Pexu Korana Panjata Mantra Sayagani Jaruna Prabhapura Panchatam Brahmarna Shujvala Manuru Pexu Korana Panjata Mantra Sayagani Jaruna Prabha Puramaja Brahmarna Mandala Champaka Shuka Pratnaga Sorganti Kalasaka Chakurufina Manishini Kanakutara Masdita Ashrami Chandrita Vibraja Dalki Subhagi Tamuka Chandra Krampamru Amnalbi Vijagavananas Maramankali Kurator Chira Vaksalakshmi Pariva Michala Minalpa Luchana Nava Champaka Pushpa Parna Sadana Verajita Terekati Tatskari Nasparana Pasora Kandarva Manjari Group Kana Puran Manhoro Monohara Tantraka Yukali Buta Taparondupa Mandala Parmaraga Shila Dosha Paribabi Kaplo Buhu Nava Vitruma Bamashina Karia Nachar Ingen is Algren Hong Nasakuros or the Alumpormo Ojo Toku Sorti Umatli Task Hainu Meo Matis Papian jobs biblicala helgoi karen biar meri of meri homo I'm rather verde before but beato so conspire so fira post so more Egmont Jogno for board now boards in 14 mit for her booming you make hard money or peer payment pay or run your morning pan or boss or toy boss you me pp boss Jenny Siro nes near Jog concert one narrow beaming Tapos kinunta ni Brasilia a boss senior boss wolf you boy beer is me god me ranch corpu source gain so nana solo stay nai a per boss from green for luki sort of sort nan setting manai and the orki home ham so board so ni visu have also we are teen mer ni ne visu var mingen sarti torsion ni visu have also big tu Injin Quinjin Quill Store getting go for part but just knock off me turn knock for no cost morgin ett tuot min channan nyt vuoron kaptan krometer johi tuursa siellä parle vi darigi biers horik or hafstrom probu aflodok blue corps nimju at etervol mot tangers kopu or tel kor bru teftu I torni ter Hirvokoru, Barbas, Bain, Venterkis, Fontor, Guri, Unsprev, Wortmo, Borse, Major, Morkor, Moton, John Hyman, Gingin, Quinjin, Quill, Rockstool, Getting Popo, Barkotox, Verskiali, Vorgro, Jortos, Skipture, and Brenn's Place, Holy, or Lanesley, Jom, Bord, Mots, Sorcia, Matzer, or Orbain, Vorgo, Odroy, and Dorina, Nor, in Bermalik, and Mork, Corbu, Vergur, Ijorbu sem dorin sakti hoin vol vel goria bord vikinga dior es boser der mes pero or horki que te posmok no polung gor he foi no regi no kulum nan mo foto yer nan mor la mor yer namo sen ke ye nan mo kwanji sa pusa mo he sa jorda bajan je la jituan jo je la pardi jendo mo ni mo hero te miro lulu deseja shola hajeli shai hung ba she hen buta mo jendo mo ni shola hung an bala tu por tan mi hung namo san mando mu punan na polarti hen bo she lo sang nan da ji to nan ke ji hong hong ru wala Ola rua bala, ola la rua la disecha, zejili so poja, shandi jashi, li so wahena, po, yana mora moye, namo senke yarn jiri lu, jiri, pojiri da, libulu lisho, Wahenana Mobage Wardia Balamirna Aiolina Rusu Birni Shir Davare Zola Jaierda Tegereie Alaherdi Sanyona Lorda Yena Nieta Ansalis Pasansi Gele Bali Shudawala Marli Gerna Sang Mabu Gerdi Shabu Wabishu Brima Hena Yeda Bri Wu Na Wali Sho Hena Mobo Kefari Pisharshe Yulubi Burlu Libola Po Heshale Sheyeta Toje Toye Hala Herdi Sano Sanbo Toye Daji To Hong Pisha Shi Pisha Shesan Mo Jedi So He On Ma Di Mai Me Hon Ma Ge Niya Naji Dudeba Da Je Geje Nawerale Yesa Orwo Warta Boreji Tage Nabula Na Nabule Dudeban Natonal Muji Solaya Sol Heli Poli Good He Johedi Tolo Nidi Ni Hela Dili Pili Nirti Mohekati Shelwing Ferdina Moermi Do Yedo Pokebro Yedo Bude Yedo Mili du poti Emily do girna Pompe Meli Pospi Jalan Di Emily do Pijalan do Emirni Kekeno Gido Jali Sopo Enamo Foto Namo Damo Nanamo Senkem Namo Shirimo Heti Pi Dari Yeto Boli Follow no Jorge, Lisan Moto Jage, Nimo Heriello, Kerti San Manto, Joboli di Foli no Ali Norla, Mordi mo Happy Guberil mo Hemilete, Robo Senkerdi, Shirdi Jersen, Kishiri San Manto Atuano, Poloni. Nesrai ki sarne pesu dinne truasjon nujes ke brusara me peru Jesus ke bukin joror kadam se kem never not kinje femmi or nuneps kom mahar margi pasher ne koroshes ne mine shwara jes of zavolta ben suden min kinu not kapsed sit papadam kemnot of them nuneps kom bitem da sharuna vain so in bugot happen nu so in pod net trus min mahat jatoy ta sarne happen def ke maron nu def nu da pe doesn't never rat ya tot min sheta About my heat about that now my part up said never that can up that har my heat har that think new water new ship is like the me he have on Roy ships can new as think the me he have duty shooter up a fruit on my crew and me never up a share up I sit up in yamas as happy sort of happy at now sorry ek am nori at the month kept Goldman Romery Corsica drummer poor here root am insurance de petru and a minute root up and a marampu Ero beno heru sai set yo ke tek ke Sven hebroken kinor smamor barom smamor baby kidi part set doi sere mekerep seri kerus met kepikaron kurius krinis un mitusum keru tu matus kimne bukuserations nes rek beke lepadem kimnes income to us who he should misget them we are it no menyas nes in rat kin pet wo deputy dosen kin number kabu pabes to african kerum kidebek also nabu ameni men hedron pet pet hedron in hanches erik wise on a second on pen net touch that rapu apat sekem betskem toy and mamu kin set the pure of woman sekem resu sekem toy and ever secure mamu amu kin set the pure of woman sekem resu sekem toy and ever muted sekem basket papa serpal pastor said the voice sekem in head bar I sekem push your desert me had in yakus or parts of sector mental we do can music who's a person moody miscarried capitalmented so I might have set up better managed second a matter picture of them Bidin Maria Mendes and Popin Kis Wish Nice Kachibus, set up on second Martin attitude of Community Man for the Shikim Shikaru, Nakin Sarikaru, Boystra, the Red Committee on the Nebrasik, Nabu, we never tempt him separate above, the Surgan name, never cautious, Bana, Demare TV, Capatui, Nepetitas, Menus, Picabushes, Carabu, Mermoto, which got a measure business, who cut him, Shepetos, and I can get Kimbrand, Kemis to Manicatum, Tuntras, Kenny, to the message, Kachorata, to the Titi, Dosar when the names and any Senate joy can and courage or can koi boy can shati when correct journal and me as is room to Wabet to Agnuka mobs communicating pure repetitive more clicks or get to skin Sherry duty is one no so an extra come up short to make sure and then Fembenu push on Kiricatum circling for him take short the actor to winning who wants us can I need who put winning it at a mountain ship and then had a register shit. Yamaho Timikor, Kamabaruda, Kakin the Tensun, the Rex, to Maria, Chutu, Canara, Barankiu, Mitu and Penuman Mahara, meet up never out woman here, Torosat of Lay Maram Canu, Harriet, Nigman, Canadian, Trium, Chesses, Mariu, Kamahotan, never read Doships at them, salt, milk, Melcarian, Nook soils, Wabarakapram, Kamutik, Nest with them, Nekabrakam, Manu, Rising, never tip in a tree and doi, top of him, Shini, never Chakai, Kamsasu, Kakshaka, South 2, never work and potty, Masu Potty, Tapu, Yomate, Capture, Mutik, Draw, Nukuna Prem, Numutapur, Nuku, the Bro Tap, Nukabapur, Nukishani, Apram, Kunaptari, Unamasrami, Monani, Capram, Tanamatari, or Taps, and the Cabrama, Tap, Saraja, Neomanu, Nuaka, Musical, Mushona, Exoid, but go to offshore, I can remember, Gotham, Kisaka, Nutak, when I'm Prem, Nukapara, Rank, why, for Unuptam Q. Kopsno flashing toy amaker to nobody else on the new pit. My runemana my sipakem soon parades and technetary tap tapens like Cabrano Kupro on Taram Sanai Keti Guama Kayu Cabrano myself to new white param can definitely nabu narcotium Kasudi Sinek. Yono been a set in a time or ignetary teams like me with London. As when Henu Shishak usually in 7 skira, Koi my injury when in that one I had with his such after to picture I and when I picture and checking you kept to run off to mommy. Masarut was a Meravin, Nefusragon, shows good, the ideas come on in Sakapru, the Pintafumu, Mutnor, drawing up a Ron and Bupizrakan and Abishek, and Lupinapru, so Carol Shepek, Caravan, Canada, and Parameter piece, Karika, that got up and shot at an Avruin, injury in the definite wash after wash and I'm some sister mind on that, when I've seen a stick he said, good, and he said, what he said, but I wish and bush and he said, Yonam Nukunu, Pukapram, Capran, Capru, 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 Nemanka, Brasha, Cabram Bara, una, Ankaratan Bansin Kabir, the Mulan Kabir, and Roy Sabiku Karim Kamir, why you do Taradi, the Resabi Watunain, Kabe. So often it's on a colony if it's not a European setup any sort of Mashu, Passing City, Subukata, Veramamio, Sakaris, Courage, Mupetamida, Korakan, Worm, Senate to Nabi, Katan Buras, Reduction to a woman is a Pera, but I can Maru, Senate to lips of Lapsican, Korapek, Wakai, Wabak, Wabsek, Katan, Wabak, Natural, some of the Sakakom, Carpus, but the opposite can be taken Canapicora and Banik, Kabi, Arctic Magnet, one, as Rebbe, Shubet, Kinikadek, on the may take you. It's a sinker, Shagnam Kepi, to animate use Academy and Loose and Kaiser and any Sapram Katiarak of Coap, technology, Work, Boramaco, whatever can and when I accept people make him out, with case with Capanen can shoot a door and yet be at the Nip near the Bavrim and the rest of the Cataplicat and do Nips, no FT movie for man, 6% 10% Jarajara. My physical or surface Salini Capri Western Sul Cababa came hold up in the room, shoot up to near Beatinium, never to be mess. Emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within us and who reveals the hidden light encased in stone. Dare we peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time?
We can only offer a heart of innocence in this seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. We pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that we may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Neith, Beggar, Geb, Newt, Zekia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Kansu, 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 Kepra, 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 Ra, 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 Sumar, Sumar, Tum. Arsemitoki Shabukana Shamtolina, Arsemitoki Shabukana Shamtolina, Arsemitoki Shabukana Shamtolina, Abradabra, Abradabra, Abradabra. Good morning. It's nice to have you with us. Thank you for joining. If you're new or haven't been here before or seen my videos, I'm all about giving blessings. Everything I do is about giving blessings. And I have found an innumerable amount of ways to share those blessings without trying to make you follow what I follow or do what I do. It's just about interacting with a stranger who becomes a friend. And I've learned how to share everything that I have with someone. And usually I do that because I don't have much time with people. I'm quickly off. And so while I have this time, that's what I'm doing here, is sharing. And we have a story this morning. We've read this story and we're going to read it again. There's one. Just like we pull some cards, we're going to get some things cute. See, there we go. And usually we start at the end and work our way back. So we're going to finish with that. We're going to jump in. We're going to lead up to the story here. One, two, three. My eyes went to three words: Kula Yoga, Mantra Yoga, and mediumism. I've learned all of life's problems can be assigned to one of three fundamental levels. The first and lowest level does not arise from conditionings that are opposed to our identification with Osar,
and the independent self, and the laws of Mahat. The Asar is an unconditioned self. Let me just continue. Asar, Egyptian, Greek, Osiris, same individual. But to our conditionings that are opposed to the contemplated objective, or from the dormancy of the spiritual power to achieve the goal, they can thus be overcome without transcending. Oh, okay. Let's just start with that story, shall we? Some information is for me. Brother Lusting. There was one on a time a great war, and when it came to an end, many soldiers were discharged. Then Brother Lusting also received his dismissal, and besides that, nothing but a small loaf of contract bread and 4 kreutzers in money, with which he departed. St. Peter had, however, placed himself in his way in the shape of a poor beggar, and when Brother Lusting came up, he begged alms of him. Brother Lusting replied, Dear beggar man, what am I to give you? I have been a soldier and have received my dismissal, and have nothing but this little loaf of contract bread and 4 kreutzers of money. When that is gone, I shall have to beg as well as you. Still, I will give you something. Thereupon he divided the loaf into 4 parts and gave the apostle one of them, and a kreuzer likewise. And St. Peter thanked him, went onwards, and threw himself again in the soldier's way as a beggar, but in another shape, and when he came up, begged a gift of him as before. Brother Lusting spoke as he had done before, and again gave him a quarter of the loaf and 1 kreuzer. St. Peter thanked him and went onwards, but for the third time placed himself in another shape as a beggar on the road, and spoke to Brother Lusting. Brother Lusting gave him also the third quarter of bread and the 3 kreuzer. St. Peter thanked him, and Brother Lusting went onwards, and had but a quarter of the loaf and 1 kreuzer. With that he went into an inn, ate the bread, and ordered 1 kreuzer's worth of beer. When he had it, he journeyed onwards, and then St. Peter, who had assumed the appearance of a discharged soldier, met and spoke to him thus: Good day, comrade. Canst thou not give me a bit of bread and a kreuzer to get a drink? Where am I to procure it? Answered Brother Lusting. I have been discharged, and I got nothing but a loaf of ammunition bread and 4 kreutzers in money. I met 3 beggars on the road, and I gave each of them a quarter of my bread and 1 kreuzer. The last quarter I ate in the inn and had a drink with the last kreuzer. Now my pockets are empty, and if thou also hast nothing, we can go to a begging together. No, answered St. Peter, we need not quite do that. I know a little about medicine, and I will soon earn as much as I require by that. Indeed, said Brother Lusting, I know nothing of that, so I must go and beg alone. Just come with me, said St. Peter, and if I earn anything, thou shalt have half of it. All right, said Brother Lusting. So they went away together. Then they came to a peasant's home inside, which they heard loud lamentations and cries. So they went in, and there the husband was lying sick unto death, and very near his end, and his wife was crying and weeping quite loudly. Stop that howling and crying, said St. Peter. I will make the man well again. And he took a salve out of his pocket and healed the sick man in a moment, so that he could get up and was in perfect health.
In great delight, the man said to his wife, "How can we reward you?" The man and the wife said, "How can we reward you? What shall we give you?" But St. Peter would take nothing, and the more the peasant folks offered him, the more he refused. Brother Lusting, however, nudged St. Peter and said, "Take something. Sure enough, we are in need of it." At length the woman brought a lamb and said to St. Peter that he really must take that, but he would not. Then Brother Lusting gave him a poke in the side. And said, "It is the same with the notion of an eternity of existence followed later by non existence." My goodness. "Do take it, you stupid fool. We are in great want of it." Then St. Peter said at last, "Further, it cannot truly be said of a thing now that it exists last year, nor could it be said that last year that it exists now." "That is nothing," said Brother Lusting. "I will easily carry it," and took it on his shoulder. Then they departed and came to a wood, but Brother Lusting had begun to feel the lamb heavy, and he was hungry. So he said to St. Peter, "Look, that's a good place. We might cook the lamb there and eat it." "As you like," answered St. Peter, "but I can't have anything to do with the cooking. If thou wilt cook, there is a kettle for thee, and in the meantime I will walk about a little until it is ready. Thou must, however, not begin to eat until I have come back. I will come at the right time." "Well, go then," said Brother Lusting. "Thou must, well, go then," said Brother Lusting. "I understand cookery. I will manage it." Then St. Peter went away, and Brother Lusting killed the lamb, lighted a fire, threw the meat into the kettle, and boiled it. The lamb was, however, quite ready, and the Apostle Peter had not come back. So Brother Lusting took it out of the kettle, cut it up, and found the heart. "That is said to be the best part," said he, and tasted it. But the last he ate it of all. At length St. Peter returned and said, "Thou mayest eat the whole of the lamb thyself. I will only have the heart. Give me that." Then Brother Lusting took a knife and a fork and pretended to look anxiously about amongst the lamb's flesh, but not to be able to find the heart. And at last he said abruptly, "There is none here." "Well, where can it be?" said the apostle. "I don't know," replied Brother Lusting. "But look, what fools we both are to seek for the lamb's heart, and neither of us to remember that a lamb has no heart." "Oh," said St. Peter, "that is something quite new. Every animal has a heart. Why is a lamb to have none?" "No, be assured, my brothers," said Brother Lusting, "that a lamb has no heart. Just consider it seriously, and then you will see that it really has none." "Well, it is all right," said St. Peter. "If there is no heart, then I want none of the lamb. Thou mayest eat it alone. What I can't eat now I will carry away in my knapsack," said Brother Lusting. And he ate half the lamb and put the rest in his knapsack.
They went farther, and then St. Peter caused a great stream of water to flow right across their path, and they were obliged to pass through it. Said St. Peter, "Do thou go first." "No," answered Brother Lusting, "thou must go first." And he thought, "If the water is too deep, I will stay behind." Then St. Peter strode through it, and the water just reached to his knee. So Brother Lusting began to go through also, but the water grew deeper and reached to his throat. Then he cried, "Brother, help me." St. Peter said, "Then wilt thou confess that thou hast eaten the lamb's heart?" "No," said he, "I've not eaten it." Then the water grew deeper still and rose to his mouth. "Help me, brother," cried the soldier. St. Peter said, "Then wilt thou confess that thou hast eaten the lamb's heart?" "No," he replied, "I have not eaten it." St. Peter, however, would not let him be drowned, but made the water sink and helped him go through it. Then they journeyed onwards and came to a kingdom where they heard that the king's daughter lay sick unto death. "Hallo, brother," said the soldier to St. Peter, "this is a chance for us. If we can heal her, we shall be provided for life." But St. Peter was not half quick enough for him. "Come, lift your legs, my dear brother," said he, "that we may get there in time." But St. Peter walked slower and slower, though Brother Lusting did all he could to drive and push him on, and at last they heard that the princess was dead. "Now we are done," said Brother Lusting. "That comes of the sleepy way of walking." "Just be quiet," answered St. Peter. "I can do more than cure sick people. I can bring dead ones to life again." "Well, if thou canst do that," said Brother Lusting, "it's all right, but thou shouldst earn at least half the kingdom for us by that." Then they went to the royal palace, where everyone was in great grief. But St. Peter told the king that he would restore his daughter to life. He was taken to her and said, "Bring me a kettle and some water." And when that was brought, he bade everyone get out, and allowed no one to remain with him but Brother Lusting. Then he cut off all the dead girl's limbs and threw them into water, lighted a fire beneath the kettle, and boiled them. And when the flesh had fallen away from the bones, he took out the beautiful white bones and laid them on a table and arranged them together in their natural order. When he had done that, he stepped forward and said 3 times, "In the name of the Holy Trinity, dead woman, arise. In the name of the Holy Trinity, dead woman, arise. In the name of the Holy Trinity, dead woman, arise." And at the third time, the princess arose, living healthy and beautiful. Then the king was in greatest joy and said to St. Peter, "Ask for thy reward, even if it were half my kingdom. I would give it thee." But St. Peter said, "I want nothing." "O thou tomfool," thought Brother Lusting to himself, and nudged his comrade aside and said, "Don't be so stupid. If thou hast no need of anything, I have." St. Peter, however, would have nothing, but as the king saw that the other would very much like to have something, He ordered his treasurer to fill Brother Lusting's knapsack with gold. Then they went on their way, and when they came to a forest, St. Peter said to Brother Lusting, "Now we will divide the gold." "Yes," he replied, "we will." So St. Peter divided the gold and divided it into 3 heaps. Brother Lusting thought to himself, "What craze has he got in his head now? He's making 3 shares and there's only 2 of us." But St. Peter said, "I've divided it exactly. There's 1 share for me, there's 1 share for thee, and there's 1 for him who ate the lamb's heart." "Oh, I ate that," replied Brother Lusting, and hastily swept up the gold. "You may trust what I say." "But how can that be true?" said St. Peter, "when a lamb has no heart?" What, brother, can you be thinking of? Lambs have hearts like other animals. Why should only they have none?" "Well, so be it," said St. Peter. "Keep the gold to yourself, but I will stay with you no longer. I will go my way alone." "As you like, dear brother," answered Brother Lusting. "Farewell." Then St. Peter went a different road, but Brother Lusting thought, "It is a good thing that he has taken himself off. He is certainly a strange saint, after all." Then he had money enough, but did not know how to manage it, and squandered it, and gave it away, and when some time had gone by, once more had nothing. Then he arrived in a certain country where he heard that a king's daughter was dead. "Oh, ho," thought he, "that may be a good thing for me. I will bring her to life again and see that I am paid as I ought to." So he went to the king and offered to raise the dead girl to life again. Now the king had heard that a discharged soldier was traveling about and bringing dead persons to life again, and thought that Brother Lusting was the man. But as he had no confidence in him, he consulted his counselors first, who said that he might give it a trial as his daughter was dead. Then Brother Lusting ordered water to be brought to him in a kettle, bade everyone get out, cut the limbs off, threw them in the water, and lighted a fire beneath, just as he had seen St. Peter do it. The water began to boil, the flesh fell off, and then he took the bones out and laid them on the table. But he did not know the order in which to lay them, and placed them all wrong and in confusion. Then he stood before them and said, "In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, I bid thee arise." And he said this and he said this thrice, but the bones did not stir. So he said it thrice more, but also in vain. "Confounded girl that you are, get up," he cried, "get up, or it shall be worse for you." Then he had said that St. Peter suddenly appeared in his former shape as a discharged soldier. He entered by the window and said, "Godless man, what art thou doing? How can the dead maiden arise when thou hast thrown about her bones in such confusion?" "Dear brother, I have done everything to the best of my ability," he answered. "This once I will help thee out. I will help thee out of thy difficulty. But one thing I tell thee, that is that if ever thou undertakest anything of the kind again, it will be the worse for thee, and also that thou must neither demand nor accept the smallest thing from the king for this." Thereupon St. Peter laid the bones in their right order, said to the maiden 3 times, "In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, arise." In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, arise. In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, arise. And the king's daughter arose, healthy and beautiful as before. Then St. Peter went away again by the window, and Brother Lusting was rejoiced to find that all had passed off so well. But
was very much vexed to think that after all he was not to take anything for it. I should just like to know, thought he, what fancy that fellow has got in his head. For what he gives with one hand, he takes away with the other. There is no sense whatever in it. Then the king offered Brother Lusting whatsoever he wished to have, but he did not dare take anything. However, by hints and cunning, he contrived to make the king's order his knapsack to be filled with gold for him, and with that he departed. When he got out, St. Peter was standing by the door and said, just look what a man thou art. Did I not forbid thee to take anything? And there thou hast thy knapsack full of gold. How can I help that? Answered Brother Lusting, if people will put it in for me. Well, I tell thee this, if the ever thou settest about anything of this kind again, thou shalt suffer for it. Ah, brother, have no fear. Now I have money. Why should I trouble myself with washing bones? Faith, said St. Peter, the gold will last a long time, in order that after this thou mayest never tread in forbidden paths. I will bestow on thy knapsack this property, namely, that whatsoever thou wishest to have inside it shall be there. Farewell, thou wilt now never see me more. Goodbye, said Brother Lusting, and thought to himself, I am very glad that thou hast taken thyself off. Thou strange fellow, I shall certainly not follow thee. But of the magical power which had been bestowed on his knapsack, he thought no more. Brother Lusting travelled about with his money, and squandered and wasted what he had as before. When at last he had no more than 4 kreutzers, he passed by an inn and thought the money must go, and ordered 3 kreutzers worth of wine and 1 kreutzer's worth of bread for himself. As he was sitting there drinking, the smell of roast goose made its way to his nose. Brother Lusting looked about and peeped, and saw that the host had 2 geese standing in the oven. Then he remembered that his comrade had said that whosoever he wished to have in his knapsack should be there. So he said, oh no, oh ho, I must try that with the geese. So he went out, and when he was outside the door, he said, I wish those 2 roasted geese out of the oven and in my knapsack. And when he had said that, he unbuckled it and looked in, and there they were inside. Ah, that's right, said he. Now I am a made man, and went away to a meadow and took out the roast meat. When he was in the midst of his meal, 2 journeymen came up and looked at the second goose, which was not yet touched, with hungry eyes. Brother Lusting thought to himself, one is enough for me, and called the 2 men up and said, take the goose and eat it to my health. They thanked him and went with it into the inn, ordered themselves half a bottle of wine and a loaf, took out the goose which had been given them, and began to eat. The hostess saw them and said to her husband, those 2 are eating a goose. Just look and see if it is not one of ours out of the oven. The landlord ran thither, and behold, the oven was empty. What? cried he. If you thievish crew, you want to eat goose as cheap as that? Pray pay for it this moment, or I will wash you well with green hazel sap. The 2 said, we are no thieves. A discharged soldier gave us the goose. Outside there in the meadow. You shall not throw dust in my eyes that way. The soldier was here, but he went out by the door like an honest fellow. I looked after him myself. You are the thieves, and shall pay. But as they could not pay, he took a stick and cudgeled them out of the house. Brother Lusting went his way and came to a place where there was a magnificent castle, and not far from it a wretched inn. He went to the inn and asked for a night's lodging, but the landlord turned him away and said, There is no more room here. The house is full of noble guests. It surprises me that they should come to you and not go to that splendid castle, said Brother Lustig. Ah, indeed, replied the host, but it is no slight matter to sleep there for a night. No one has tried it so far as ever come out of it alive. If others have tried it, said Brother Lustig, I will try it too. Leave it alone, said the host. It will cost your neck. It will cost you your neck. It won't kill me at once, said Brother Lustig. Just give me the key and some good food and wine. So the host gave him the key and food and wine, and with his brother Lustig went into the castle, enjoyed his supper, and at length, as he was sleepy, he lay down on the ground, for there was no bed. He soon fell asleep, but during the night was disturbed by a great noise, and when he awoke, he saw 9 ugly devils in the room who had made a circle and were dancing around him. Brother Lustig said, well, dance as long as you like, but none of you must come too close. But the devils pressed continually nearer to him, and almost stepped on his face with their hideous feet. Stop, you devils, ghosts, said he, but they behaved still worse. Then Brother Lustig grew angry and cried, Hola! But I will soon make it quiet, and got the leg of a chair and struck out into the midst of them with it. But 9 devils against one soldier were still too many, and when he struck those in front of him, the other devil seized him behind by the hair and tore it unmercifully. The devil's crew, cried he, it is getting too bad. But wait, into my knapsack, all 9 of you. In an instant they were in it, and then he buckled it up and threw it into a corner. After this, all was suddenly quiet, and Brother Lustig lay down again, and slept till it was bright day. Then came the innkeeper and the nobleman to whom the castle belonged, to see how he had fared. But when they perceived that he was merry and well, they were astonished, and asked, have the spirits done you no harm then? The reason why they have not, answered Brother Lustig, is because I've got the whole 9 of them in my knapsack. And you may once more inhabit your castle quite tranquilly. None of them will ever haunt it again. The nobleman thanked him, made him rich presents, and begged him to remain in his service, and he would provide for him as long as he lived. No, replied Brother Lustig, I am used to wander about. I will travel farther. Then he went away and entered into a smithy, laid the knapsack which contained the 9 devils on the anvil, and asked the smith and his apprentices to strike it. So they smote with their great hammers with all their strength, and the devils uttered howls which were quite pitiable. When he opened the knapsack after this, 8 of them were dead, but one, which had been lying in a fold of it, was still alive, slipped out, and went back again to hell. Thereupon Brother Lustig traveled a long time about the world, and those who knew him can tell many a story about him. But at last he grew old, and thought of his end. So he went to a hermit who was known to be a pious man, and said to him, I'm tired of wandering about, and I want to know to behave in such a manner that I shall enter into the kingdom of heaven. The hermit replied, there are 2 roads. One is broad and pleasant, leads to hell. The other is narrow and rough, and leads to heaven. I should be a fool, thought Brother Lustig, if I were to take the narrow, rough road. So he set out and took the broad and pleasant road, and at length came to a great black door, which was the door of hell. Brother Lustig, he knocked, and the doorkeeper peeped out to see who was there. But when he saw Brother Lusting, he was terrified, for he was the very same ninth devil who had been shut up in the knapsack and had escaped from it with a black eye. So he pushed the bolt in again as quickly as he could, ran to the devil's lieutenant and said, "There's a fellow outside with a knapsack who wants to come in, but as you value your lives, don't allow him to enter, or he will wish the whole of hell into his knapsack. He once gave me a frightful hammering when I was inside it." So they called out to Brother Lusting that he was to go away again, for he should not get in there. "If they won't have me here," thought he, "I will see if I can find a place for myself in heaven, for I must be somewhere." So he turned about and went onwards until he came to the door of heaven, where he knocked. St. Peter was sitting hard by as doorkeeper. Brother Lusting recognized him at once and thought, "Here I find an old friend. I shall get on better." But St. Peter said, "I really believe that thou wantest to come into heaven." "Let me in, brother. I must get in somewhere. If they won't have taken me into hell, I should not have come here." "No," said St. Peter, "thou shalt not enter. Then if thou wilt not let me in, take thy knapsack back, for I have nothing at all from thee." "Give it here, then," said St. Peter. Then Brother Lusting gave him the knapsack into heaven through the bars, and St. Peter took it and hung it beside his seat. Then said Brother Lusting, "And now I wish myself inside my knapsack." And in a second he was in it and in heaven, and St. Peter was forced to let him stay there. The crux ansata was the particular emblem of Osiris, and his scepter ended with that figure. It was also the emblem of Hermes and was considered a sublime hieroglyphic possessing various mysterious powers and virtues as a wonder-working amulet. We're going to find out what that is. here. One moment. Pretty please. The Ankh. This guy. Etymology is a wonderful study. The crux arsata was the particular emblem of Osiris or Osir, and his scepter ended with that figure. It was also the emblem of Hermes and was considered a sublime hieroglyphic possessing mysterious powers and virtues as a wonder-working amulet. The sacred tau occurs in the hands of the mummy-shaped figures between the forelegs of the row of sphinxes in the great avenue leading from Luxor to Karnak. By the tall cross, the Kabbalists express the number 10, a perfect number, denoting heaven, and the Pythagorean Teractis, or incommunicable name of God. The tall cross is as found on the stones in front of the door of the temple of Amenorth III of Thebes, who reigned about the time when the Israelites took possession of Canaan, and the Egyptian priests carried it in all the sacred processions. Tertullian, who had been initiated, informs us that the toll was inscribed in the forehead of every person who had been admitted into the mysteries of Mithras. As the simple toll represents life, so when the circle symbol of eternity was added, it represented eternal life. I'm reading that again for myself. Tertullian, who had been initiated, informs us that the toll was inscribed on the forehead of every person who had been admitted into the mysteries of the Mithras. As the simple toll represented life, so when the circle symbol of eternity was added, it represented eternal life. Ah, okay. At the initiation of a king, the toll, as the emblem of life and key of mysteries, was impressed upon his lips. The tall cross would be the same. In the Indian mysteries, the tall cross under the name of Tiluk was marked upon the body of the candidate as a sign that he was set apart for the sacred mysteries. On the upright tablet of the king discovered at Nimrod are the names of 13 great gods, among which are Yab and Bel, and the left-hand character of every one is a cross composed of two cuneiform characters. The cross appears upon an ancient Phoenician medal found in the ruins of Sitir, on the very ancient Buddhist obelisk near Ferns in Rossshire, on the Buddhist round towers in Ireland, and upon the splendid obelisk of the same era at Fournes in Scotland. Upon the facade of a temple at Kalpashar in Nubia are three regal figures, each holding a crux ansata, an ankh, like the subterranean Mithriatic temple at Newgrange in Scotland, the pagodas of Bernardes,
and Mathura were in the form of a cross. Magnificent Buddhist crosses were erected and are still standing at Clonmarcornis, Finglas, and Kirkulen in Ireland. Wherever the monuments of Buddhism are found, in India, Ceylon, or Ireland, we find the cross. For Buddha or Buddha was represented to have been crucified. All the planets known to the ancients were distinguished by the mythic cross, in conjunction with the solar or lunar symbols, Saturn by a cross over a crescent, Jupiter by a cross under a crescent, Mars by a cross resting obliquely on a circle, Venus by a cross under a circle, and Mercury by a cross surmounted by a circle, and that by a crescent. The solstices, Cancer and Capricorn, the two gates of heaven, are the two pillars of Hercules, beyond which he, the sun, never journeyed. And they still appear in our lodges as the two great columns, Yarkin and Boaz, and also as the two parallel lines that bound the circle, with a point in the center, emblem of the sun between the two tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. The blazing star in our lodges, we have already said, represents Sirius, Anubis, or Mercury, guardian and guide of souls, Arhu. Our ancient English brethren also considered it an emblem of the sun. In the old lectures, they say the blazing star of glory in the center refers us to that grand luminary, the sun, which enlightens the earth, and by its genial influence dispenses blessings to mankind. It is also said that those lectures to be an emblem of prudence. The word prudentia means, in its original and fullest signification, foresight, and accordingly, the blazing star has been regarded as an emblem of omniscience, or the all seeing eye, which to the ancients was the sun. Even the dagger of the Elu of nine is that used in the mysteries of Mithras, which, with its blade, black and hilt white, was an emblem of the two principles of light and darkness. Alset, or other known as Isis, mispronounced Isis, Isis, is a Greek word. Is has the pronunciation of Is. East would be the correct pronunciation, or if you went back to the actual Kemetic, the actual Egyptian name, it would be closer to Alset or Eset. While there are a few different variations, I found Kemeton Ket as the most ancient form of her name, which literally directly translates into the water of life. When you think about the water of life, we are 70% human, or like 70% plus water, and the fountain of youth. Alset, the same as Sirius, was, as we learn from Eratosthenes, the constellation Virgo, represented by a woman holding an ear of wheat. The different emblems which accompany her in the description given by Apollonius, a serpent on either side, a golden vase with a serpent twined round the handle, and the animals that marched in procession. The bear, the ape, the Pegasus represented the constellations that, rising with the Virgin, when on the day of the vernal equinox she stood in the oriental gate of heaven, brilliant with the rays of the full moon, seemed to march in her train. The cup consecrated in the mysteries both of Alset and Ulysses was the constellation Crater or the Cup, the sacred vessel of the Isaic ceremony finds its counterpart in the heavens. The Olympic robe represented to the initiate a magnificent mantle covered with figures of serpents and animals, and under which were 12 other sacred robes, wherewith he was clothed in the sanctuary, alluded to the starry heaven and the 12 signs, while the 7 preparatory immersions in the sea alluded to the 7 spheres, through which the soul plunged to arrive here below and take up its abode in a body.
coffee. On my altar, I've got a water filtration system that's right there, but I keep it covered um, because light actually hurts. It'll destroy anything that's been built or developed within water, any healthy stuff in the water. Light will diminish its attributes, and so I keep that covered. But it's a it's a wonderful filtration system. It alkalines the water, and I didn't put the thing on, so I'm not like not. Anyways, but the water over there gets the energy from the stones, from the altar, from all of that. So all of and underneath has a whole reservoir of stones underneath the water. So it's going through all of that. It's alkalining it. It's got like 7 stages of cleansing the water, and speaking blessings every day. That energy resonates. So then with that water is what I make my coffee with. So technically, I make my coffee with holy water. So you could too. You could too. You can do the same thing. Nebhet, sister of the gods, lady of Sedmet, venerable and perfect at the head of Philae, excellent sovereign, regent of the goddesses, one who makes the anger of the gods disappear for her brother as long as Corsica is appeased in the Abarton, to ensure the protection of her brother, to grow her prestige in the face of her enemies, to inspire fear in his adversaries. She is the correct, correct, the most noble goddess, who stands on her tail to send the burning breath against the enemies of Odysseus Nebat, sister of God, the creator, the father, mistress of the palace, one who sends the flame against the enemies of her brother Nebatet, the great sister of God who resides in the Abartan flame, who burns the enemies, perfect sovereign, whose likeness does not exist, one who protects her brother in the cities of and gnomes, in the cities and gnomes, as long as the august and powerful one is the one who appears in Philae, excellent goddess without equal, to receive the 2 jugs of the 2 ladies, to drink beer. Joyful is her heart with her words. She is the great sovereign, she who watches over her brother Osir, and protects his body in the Barton. Now, but Het, sister of God, in the midst of Philae, excellent goddess of her sister Osir. Now, but Het says, the powerful one who gives to this one, the king, who protects the son of Osir and keeps his body safe. Nebahet, the excellent one, Nebahet, excellent of the gods, sister of God, lady of Sedmet, Nebahet, in the midst of Philae, sister of her brother Osir, Nebahet, sister of God, and Edfu, effective one, young one, who is great in Edfu, one with the beautiful face, the bright eyes, kind and full of love, accountant of the time of life, mistress of the years, mistress of Shai and Roret, sun goddess, who decides existence and makes the perfect condition of Wenafor, true of voice Neberhat, the excellent one who resides in Iardi, the protector of her brother, who protects his majesty in the necropolis of the country, to make adoration to his mother, the very great, who loves her brother Osor, mother of the son whom she loves. Adoration to your beautiful face, Nebahet, the great mistress of the district of the Gazelle, purifier, radiant one, who presides in Benlum, the great excellent one residing in the beautiful west, the dwelling of her brother Osor, who comes to life again in her, she who renews for him the body of this one in her name of renewal of life, of youth, guardian of the well-being of the god for the cause of this one. Adoration to you, Korsaker, the great daughter of Ra, who has united Mahat the Great, beloved of Noom, female Ra, mistress of the two lands, venerable mistress of the two lands, great lady of the house of Amun, beautiful of face, whose two eyes are painted for the festival exactly to you, Mescarnet, the excellent, who gives life to the two lands and gives the breath of air to all nostrils. Praise to you, the beautiful one on all the submerged lands, who floods the two lands with barley and wheat for his cottage. You, the mistress of drunkenness to the numerous festivals, mistress of joy, lady of dance. To you, mistress of beer, who loves the day of the festival, for whom the men and women play the tambourine. To you, Tefnut, when she has become angry, who can support his need? To you, mother of Heru, divine wife of Wenafar, the justified, the most excellent, beautiful one who preserves Heru and Osor. To you, Sushar, the great mistress of men, mistress of writing, lady of the entire library. To you who commands the divine decrees of great magic, who resides in the house of the activists, to you, mistress of renewal, who began to mark the enemies of the divine slaughter, to you, great of magic, excellent of kindness, who created the Anad, according to what she ordered, to you, Marquertes, the dreaded Nebertet, the divine sister who protects her brother in the flood, to you, O pet, on the head of her father, great venerable one in the arms of the head spirits, to you, Moret of the north, who guards the members of the god in the palace of gold in his time, to you, Caramerti, the powerful one who presides over the souls of Heliopius, the city of the sun, Eornu, Hekat in the island of fire, to you, Merniet, Kermet of Esna, Nebertu, Tefnut in the countryside of Kernu, to you, great mother of Amun, daughter of Ra, who loves his Ka, of the place of her power in the two lands, to you, Nemerha We, Wernut of the south, Hekar, who announces events, to you, Maret of the south, Wernut of the north, eye of Ra, mistress of beauty, who shines before Ra, to you, sovereign of all men, who vivifies human beings, mistress of the fresh skin, the python skin, to you, Xinsut, on the head of Soper, kind one, excellent advisor of the soul of the East, to you, Mur, mistress of humans, who protects the gods, Mafdet, go forth, divine, to Hethor, the cow in thy district, a mistress of drunkenness who created the beer, or no, come in peace, attentive one, honorable one of face. I make for you the gifts which are appropriate in kindness. I exalt your power as the desire of the one whose two feminine attributes are beautiful. I am your son, whom you love, and who is on the throne of eternity. Words spoken of Neberhet, the great, who loves her brother, whose names are numerous in all the cities. Men and women halt before your residence to make adoration to your call. I have come to you, Nebuchadnezzar. I have come to you, night boat. I have come to you, true before dawn. I have come to you, birth brick of souls. Remember me. It is well with me and with you. It is peaceful for me and for you, within the arms of our Father, within the arms of Atum Nebuchadnezzar. Collects all your members for you in her name of Shashar, Lady of Builders. Oh, he who protects you. He causes Neberhet to hold you together, to create you in her name of Sheshar, mistress of potters. She is a great lady, great of life in the night boat, who raises Hiru up,
Nebet-Het, the great mistress of woman, Sopdep, lady of the life of the two lands, mistress of the eye of light, luminous pupils of the two sacred eyes of Nebet-Het, the sister of God Nebet-Het, who records the decrees of the gods Nebet-Het, the most powerful of the two goddesses Nebet-Het, the boat of the day Nebet-Het, the great mistress of women Sapdep, lady of tall lady of the two eyes, shining of eyes, sharp of knife, enduring body, lady of red linen, mistress of green linen, beautiful one of the divine bark, lady of grace, enduring of love, who encircles every heart in perfection, braided one in the midst of the great temple, sailor in the great sacred bark, beautiful youth, come to your house now. We cannot see you. Hail, beautiful boy, come to your house. Draw near after separation. Hail, beautiful youth, navigator of time, who grows except now, holy image of his father Tartenen, secret essence of Atum, Nebet-Het, Neb, much, much more wonderful than his father, firstborn of his mother. Come to us bodily, we will embrace you. Do not take your beautiful face from us, clearly beloved. Image of Tarternen, master of love's joys, come in peace. Neb, Lord, we want to see you. All set, your two sisters reattach your limbs. No pain shall touch you. We will make your injuries as if they never happened. Mighty one of the gods, the road you travel cannot be described. Little one, child at morning and evening, except when you circle Newt and Gab as the bull of the two sisters Nebet-Het. Come, little one, growing young as you said. Lord, we want to see you. Come in peace, great child of his father. You are established in your house. Do not fear. Your son Hiru avenges you. Nekal is carried off and thrust into his cave of fire every day, his name hacked to pieces among all gods. Terpha has become a stinking corpse. You're in your house. Do not fear. Pep suffers all the evil he committed. What Newt sent him, speared him. All set, come youth of saffron face, growing young, whose two eyes are beautiful. I am your sister, all set, dear one of your heart, because I love you, and yet you are gone. I water the earth with my tears. While you travel, we sing, and life springs up from your absence. Nebuchadnezzar, O Neb, Lord, come in peace. Let us see you. Hail, Prince, come in peace. Drive away the fire in our houses. Hail, Bull of the Westerners, immovable. How much more marvelous than the gods is the little one, the male, the mighty heir of Geb, God among gods. All set, come to your two windows. The whole company of gods encircles you, that they may repel a pep. Cursed be his name when he comes to the shrine before your father, Ra, who shoots out fire and repels his devil. Come, your family waits. Drive sorrow from our houses. Come, your family waits. There is no one more stable than you, who dwell alone. Nebuchadnezzar, our Lord's throne is in peace. Victor, greater than his suffering, then the fiend lands on his enemies. O born again soul, the two sisters attach your limbs, all set. I hid myself in bushes to hide your son, that he might answer for you. For your death was a time of distress. Didn't I collect your limbs? I went alone. I crept through the fields. A large crocodile came after your son, a female crocodile with a male's face. But I knew, and Yenpu and I went around and retraced our steps for my brother, keeping clear of evil. But hail, beautiful boy, come to your exalted house. Put your back to it. The gods are on their thrones. Hail, come in peace. O king, all said, come in peace. Paul said, "Come in peace. Your son Hero avenges you. You have caused grief to your two queens, and we weep at your shrines. Little one, how lovely it is to see you. Come, come to us. Greet one, glorify our love. Come to your house. Do not be afraid. O you gods in heaven, O you gods on earth, O you gods in the duat, O you gods in the abyss, O you gods in the service of noon, we follow the Lord of love." Paul says, "As I walk the roads so that your love may find me, I fly over over Geb. I do not rest, seeking you. O you gods in heaven, O you gods on earth, O you gods in the duat, O you gods in the abyss, O you gods in the service of noon, we follow the Lord of love. I walk the roads so that your love may find me. I fly over Geb, I do not rest, seeking you." Neverhet, your love is a flame, your body scent like the perfume of Punt. The cow cries for you with her voice, she avenges you, sets your nose on your face, collects your bones. Your mother Newt comes to you with offerings. She builds you up with the life of her body. You are granted a ba and a ka. You are established. All set. You are established. Your hair is turquoise on your body. Your hair is lapis. Your hair and limbs are southern alabaster. Your bones are silver. Your teeth are turquoise. The ointment of your hair is liquid myrrh. Your skull is lapis. O you gods in heaven, O you gods on earth, O you gods in the duat, O you gods in the abyss, O you gods in the service of noon, we follow the Lord of love. O you gods in heaven, O you gods on earth, O you gods in the duat, O you gods in the abyss, O you gods in the service of noon, we follow the Lord of love. O Nebuchadnezzar, daughter of Nut, sister of Set, she whose father sees a healthy daughter, stable of face. I am the divine power in the womb of her mother, Nut. Nebuchadnezzar, daughter of Nut, save me from any bad thing of this year, from any slaughter of this year, just as you have made my protection. Protect me again in the name of this day, child who is in his nest. The celestial virgin during the last three centuries that preceded the Christian era occupied the horoscope of Oriental Point and that gate of heaven through which the sun and moon ascended above the horizon at the two equinoxes. Again, it occupied it at midnight at the winter solstice, the precise moment when the year commenced. Thus, it was essentially connected with the march of times and seasons of the sun and moon and day and night at the principal epochs of the year. At the equinoxes were celebrated the greater and lesser mysteries of Ceres, when souls descended past the balance at the moment when the sun occupied that point, the Virgin rose before him. She stood at the gates of day and opened them to him. Her brilliant stars, Spica Virginis, the Arcturus in Burtes, northwest of it, heralded his coming. When he had returned to the vernal equinox at the moment when souls were generated, again it was the celestial virgin that led the march of the signs of night, and in her stars came the beautiful moon, full moon of that month. Night and day were in succession introduced by her when they began to diminish in length, and souls, before arriving at the gates of hell, were also led by her. In going through these signs, they passed the Styx in the eighth degree of Libra. She was the famous Sibyl who initiated Inaros and opened to him the way of the infernal regions. This peculiar situation of the constellation Virgo has caused it to enter into all the sacred fables in regard to nature under different names and the most varied forms. It often takes the name of Allset or the moon, which, when at its full name at the vernal equinox, was in union with it or beneath its feet. Mercury, or Anubis, Anpu, having his domicile and exaltation in the sign Virgo, was in all the sacred fables and sanctuaries the inseparable companion of Alset, whose without whose counsels she did nothing. This relation between the emblems and mysterious recitals of the initiations and the heavenly bodies and order of the world was still more clear in the mysteries of Mithras, adored as the sun in Asia Minor, Cappadocia, Armenia, and Persia, and whose mysteries went to Rome in the time of Sila. This was amply proved by the descriptions we have of the Mithraic cave in which were figured the two movements of the heavens and of the fixed stars and that of the planets, the constellations, the eight mystic gates of the spheres, and the symbols of the elements. So on a celebrated monument of that religion found at Rome were figured the serpent or hydra under Leo, as in heavens the celestial dog, the bull, the scorpion, the seven planets represented by seven altars, the sun, moon, and emblems relating to light to darkness, and to their succession during the year when each in turn triumphs for 6 months. The mysteries of Artes were celebrated when the sun entered Aries, and among the emblems was a ram at the foot of a tree which was being cut down. Thus, if not the whole truth, it is yet a large part of it, that the heathen pantheon, in its infinite diversity of names and personifications, was but a multitudinous, though in its origin unconscious allegory, of which physical phenomena and principally the heavenly bodies were the fundamental types. The glorious images of divinity which formed Jehovah's host were the divine dynasty or real tenocracy which governed the early world. And the men of the Golden Age, whose looks held commerce with the skies, and who watched the radiant rulers bringing winter to summer to mortals, might be said with poetic truth to live in immediate communication with heaven, and, like the Hebrew patriarchs, to see God face to face. Then the gods introduced their own worship among mankind. Then Oarnes, Oe, or Aquarius rose from the Red Sea to impart science to the Babylonians. Then the bright bull legislated for India and Crete, and the lights of heaven, personified as Liber and Ceres, hung the Boeotian hills with vineyards, and gave the golden sheaf to Ulysses. The children of men were, in a sense, allied or married to those sons of God who sang the jubilee of creation, and the encircling vault with its countless stars, which to the excited imagination of the solitary Chaldean wanderer appeared as animated intelligences, might naturally be compared to a gigantic ladder on which, in their rising and setting, the angel luminaries appeared to be ascending and descending between earth and heaven. The original revelation died out of men's memories. They worshiped the creature instead of the creator, and holding all earthly things as connected by eternal links of harmony and sympathy with the heavenly bodies, they united in one view astronomy, astrology, and religion. Long wandering thus in error, they at length caused to look upon the stars and external nature as gods, and by directing their attention to the microcosm of narrower world of self, they again became acquainted with the true ruler and guide of the universe, and used the old fables and superstitions as symbols and allegories by which to convey and under which to hide the great truths which had faded out of most men's remembrance. In the Hebrew writings, the term heavenly hosts includes not only the counselors and emissaries of Jehovah, but also the celestial luminaries and the stars, imagined in the East to be animated intelligences presiding over human will and woe, or identified with the more distinctively impersonated messengers or angels, who execute the divine decrees and whose predominance in heaven is in mysterious correspondence and relation with the powers and dominions of the earth. In Job, the morning stars and the sons of God are identified. They join in the same chorus of praise to the Almighty. They are both susceptible of joy. They walk in brightness and are liable to impurity and imperfection in the sight of God. The Elohim originally included not only foreign superstitious forms, but also that host of heaven which was revealed in poetry to the shepherds of the desert, now as an encampment of warriors.
now as a careering in chariots of fire, and now as winged messages, ascending and descending the vault of heaven to communicate the will of God to mankind. The Eternal says the Bereshith Rabbah to Genesis called forth Abraham and his posterity out of the dominion of the stars. By nature, the Israelite was a servant to the stars and born under their influence, as are the heathen. But by virtue of the law given on Mount Sinai, he became liberated from this degrading servitude. The Arabs had a similar legend. The prophet Amos explicitly asserts that the Israelites in the desert worshipped not Jehovah, but Moloch, or a star god, equivalent to Saturn. The gods El or Jehovah were not merely planetary or solar. Their symbolism, like that of every other deity, was coextensive with nature and with the mind of man. Yet the astrological character is assigned even to Jehovah. He is described as seated on the pinnacle of the universe, leading forth the hosts of heaven and telling them unerringly by name and number. His stars are his suns and his eyes, which run through the whole world, keeping watch over men's deeds. The stars and planets were properly the angels. In Pharisaic tradition, as in the phraseology of the New Testament, the heavenly host appears as an angelic army, divided into regiments and brigades under the command of imaginary chiefs, such as Masoroth. There's one more second. I can do it. Carter Gisra, and so forth. Each Gisra being captain of 365,000 myriads of stars. The spirits which stand before the throne, spoken of by several Jewish writers, and generally presumed to have been immediately derived from the Persian Amshashpanapads, Amsha, Amshas, Amshashpans, Amshashpans, Persian Amshashpans were ultimately the seven planetary intelligences. The original model of the seven branched golden candlestick exhibited to Moses on God's mountain. The stars were imagined to have fought in their courses against Sisera. The heavens were spoken of as holding a predominance over earth, as governed it by signs and ordinances, and as containing the elements of that astrological wisdom, more especially cultivated by the Babylonians and Egyptians. Each nation was supposed by the Hebrews to have its own guardian angel and its own providential star. One of the chiefs of the celestial powers at first, Jehovah himself in the character of the sun, standing in the height of heaven, overlooking and governing all things.
Afterward, one of the angels or subordinate planetary genii of Babylonian or Persian mythology was the patron and protector of their own nation, the prince that standeth for the children of thy people. The discords of earth were accompanied by a warfare in the sky, and no people underwent the visitation of the Almighty without a corresponding chastisement being inflicted on its tutelary angel. The fallen angels were also fallen stars, and the first allusion to a feud among the spiritual powers in early Hebrew mythology, where Rahab and his confederates are defeated, like the Titans in a battle against the gods, seems to identify the rebellious spirits as part of the visible heavens, where the high ones on high are punished or chained as a signal proof of God's power and justice. God, it is said, stirs the sea with his might. By his understanding he smote Rahab. His breath clears the face of heaven. His hand pierced the crooked serpent. God withdraws not his anger. Beneath him bow the confederates of Rahab. Rahab, Rahab always means a sea monster. Rahab always means a sea monster, probably some legendary monstrous dragon, as in almost all mythologies, is the adversary of heaven and demon of eclipse, and whose belly significantly called the belly of hell. Hercules, like Jonah, passed 3 days ultimately escaping with the loss of his hair or rays. Chesiel, the rebellious giant Orion, represented in Job as riveted to the sky, was compared to Ninus or Nimrod, the mythical founder of Nineveh, city of fish, the mighty hunter who slew lions and panthers before the Lord. Rahab's confederates are probably the high ones on high, the Cheslim or constellations in Isaiah, the heavenly hosts or heavenly powers, among whose number were found folly and disobedience. I beheld, says Siro Irnoch, 7 stars like great blazing mountains, like spirits entreating me. And the angel said, this place, until the consummation of heaven and earth, will be the prison of the stars and of the host of heaven. These are the stars which overstepped God's command before their time arrived, and came not at their proper season. Therefore was he offended with them, and bound them until the time of the consummation of their crimes in the secret year. And again, these 7 stars are those which have been transgressed, that have these 7 stars are those which have transgressed the commandments of the Most High God, and which are here bound until the number of the days of their crimes to be completed. The Jewish and early Christian writers looked on the worship of the sun and the elements with comparative indulgence. Justin, Martyr, and Clemens of Alexandria admit that God had appointed the stars as legitimate objects of heathen worship in order to preserve throughout the world some tolerable notions of natural religion. It seemed a middle point between heathenism and Christianity, and to certain emblems and ordinances of that faith seemed to relate. The advent of Christ was announced by a star from the east, and his nativity was celebrated on the shortest day of the Julian calendar, the day when, in the physical commemorations of Persia and Egypt, Mithras or Osiris Osar was newly found. It was then that the acclamations of the host of heaven, the unfailing attendance of the sun, surrounded as at the spring of dawn of creation, the cradle of his birthplace,
place, and in that the words of Ignatius, a star with light inexpressible shone forth in the heavens to destroy the power of magic and the bonds of wickedness. For God himself had appeared in the form of a man for the renewal of eternal life. But, however, infinite the variety of objects which helped to develop the notion of deity and eventually assumed its place, substituting the worship of the creature for that of the creator, or of parts of the body for that of the soul of the universe. Still, the notion itself was essentially one unity. The idea of one God, of a creative, productive, governing unity, resided in the earliest exertion of thought. And this monotheism of the primitive ages makes every succeeding epoch, unless it be the present, appear only as a stage in the progress of degeneracy and aberration. Everywhere in the old faiths, we find the idea of a supreme or presiding deity. Amun or Asar presides among the many gods of Egypt. Pan, with the music of his pipe, directs the course of the constellations, as Zeus leads the solemn procession of celestial troops in the astronomical theology of the Pythagoreans. Amidst an infinite diversity of opinions on all other subjects, says Maximus Tarius, the whole world is unanimous in the belief of one only Almighty King and Father of all. There is always a sovereign power, a Zeus or Deus, Mahadeva or Ardirdeva, to whom belongs the maintenance of the order of the universe. Among the thousand gods of India, the doctrine of divine unity is never lost sight of, and the ethereal Jove, worshipped by the Persian in an age long before Xenophanes or Anaxagoras, appears as supremely comprehensive and independent of planetary or elemental subdivisions as the vast one or great soul of the Vedas. But the simplicity of belief of the patriarchs did not exclude the employment of symbolical representations. The mind never rests satisfied with a mere feeling. That feeling ever strives to assume precision and durability as an idea by some outward delineation of thought. Even the ideas that are above and beyond the senses, as all ideas of God are, require the aid of the senses for their expression and communication. Hence come the representative forms and symbols which constitute the external investiture of every religion. Attempts to express a religious sentiment that is essentially one and that vainly struggles for adequate external utterance, striving to tell to one man, to paint to him an idea existing in the mind of another, and essentially incapable of utterance or description, in a language all the words of which have a sensuous meaning. Thus, the idea being perhaps the same in all, its expressions and utterances are infinitely various and branch into an infinite diversity of creeds and sects. You'll be filled with fresh, new ideas, and your friends will soon be telling you how young and refreshed you look. Next day, when the wedding was to take place, the huntsman said at midday to the innkeeper, "Do you believe, sir host, that I, while with you here today, shall eat bread from the king's own table?" "Nay," said the host, I would bet 100 pieces of gold that that will not come true." The huntsman accepted the wager and set against it a purse with just the same number of gold pieces. Then he called the hare and said, "Go, my dear runner, and fetch me some of the bread which the king is eating." Now the little hare was the lowest of the animals and could not transfer this order to any of the others, but had to get on his legs himself. "Alas," thought he, "if I bound through the streets thus alone, the butcher's dogs will all be after me." Then he called the hare and said, "Go, my dear runner, and fetch me some of the bread which the king is eating." Now the little hare was the lowest of the animals and could not transfer this order to any others, but had to get on his legs himself. "Alas," thought he, "if I bound through the streets thus alone, the butcher's dogs will all be after me." It happened as he expected, and the dogs came after him and wanted to make holes in his good skin, but he sprang away. Have you ever never seen one running? And sheltered himself in a sentry box without the soldier being aware of it. Then the dogs came and wanted to have him out, but the soldier did not understand a jest and struck them with the butt end of his gun till they ran away yelling and howling. As soon as the hare saw that the way was clear, he ran into the palace and straight to the king's daughter, sat down under her chair and scratched at her foot. Then she said, "Wilt thou get away?" And thou, it was her dog. The hare scratched her foot for the second time, and she again said, "Wilt thou get away?" and thought it was her dog. But the hare did not let itself be turned from its purpose, and scratched her for the third time. Then she peeped down and knew the hare by its collar. She took him on her lap, carried him into her chamber, and said, "Dear hare, what dost thou want? He answered, my master who killed the dragon is here, and he has sent me to ask for a loaf of bread with like that which the king eats. Then she was full of joy and had the baker summoned, and ordered him to bring a loaf such as was eaten by the king. The little hare said, but the baker must likewise carry it thither for me, that the butcher's dogs may do me no harm. The baker carried it for him as far as the door of the inn, and then the hare got on his hind legs, took the loaf in his front paws, and carried it to his master. Then the hunt then said the huntsman, behold, sir host, the 100 pieces of gold are mine. The host most astonished. But the huntsman went on to say, yes, sir host, I have the bread, but now I will likewise have some of the king's roast meat. The host said, I should indeed like to see that, but he would make no more wages. The huntsman called the fox and said, my little fox, go and fetch me some roast meat, such as the king eats. The red fox knew the by ways better, and went by holes and corners without any dog seeing him, seated himself under the chair of the king's daughter, and scratched her foot. Then she looked down and recognized the fox by its collar, took him into her chamber with her, and said, dear fox, what dost thou want? He answered, my master who killed the dragon is here, and has sent me. I am to ask for some roast meat, such as the king is eating. Then she made the cook come, who was obliged to prepare a roast joint, and the same as was eaten by the king, and to carry it for the fox as far as the door. Then the fox took the dish, waved away with his tail the flies which had settled on the meat, and then carried it to his master. Behold, sir host, said the huntsman, bread and meat are here, but now I will also have proper vegetables with it, such as are eaten by the king. Then he called the wolf and said, dear wolf, go thither and fetch me vegetables such as the king eats. Then the wolf went straight to the palace, as he feared no one. And when he got to the king's daughter's chamber, he twitched at the back of her dress so that she was forced to look round. She recognized him by his collar, and took him into her chamber with her, and said, dear wolf, what dost thou want? He answered, my master who killed the dragon is here. I am to ask for some vegetables, such as the king eats. Then she made the cook come, and he had to make ready a dish of vegetables such as the king ate, and had to carry it for the wolf as far as the door. And then the wolf took the dish from him, and carried it to his master. Behold, sir host, said the huntsman, now I have bread and meat and vegetables. But I will also have some pastry to eat like that which the king eats. He called the bear, and said, dear bear, thou art fond of licking anything sweet. Go and bring me some confectionery, such as the king eats. Then the bear trotted to the palace, and everyone got out of his way. But when he went to the guard, they presented their muskets, and would not let him go into the royal palace. Well, he got up on his hind legs and gave them a few boxes on the ears, right and left, with his paws, so that the whole watch broke up. And then he went straight to the king's daughter, and placed himself behind her, and growled a little. Then she looked behind her, knew the bear, and bade him go into her room with her, and said, dear bear, what dost thou want? He answered, my master who killed the dragon is here, and I am to ask for some confectionery, such as the king eats. Then she summoned her confectioner, who had to bake confectionery such as the king ate, and carry it to the door for the bear. And the bear first licked up the comfits which had rolled down, and then he stood up, took the dish, and carried it to his master. Behold, sir host, said the huntsman, now I have bread, meat, vegetables, and confectionery, but I will drink wine also, and such as the king drinks. He called to him his lion to him, and said, dear lion, thou thyself likest to drink till thou art intoxicated. Go and fetch me some wine, such as is drunk by the king. Then the lion strode through the streets, and the people fled from him. And when he came to the watch, they wanted to bar the way against him, but he did not roar once, and they all ran away. Then the lion went to the royal apartment and knocked at the door with his tail. Then the king's daughter came forth and was almost afraid of the lion, but she knew him by the golden clasp of her necklace, and bade him go with her into the chamber, and said, Dear lion, what wilt thou have? He answered, My master who killed the dragon this year, and I am to ask for some wine, such as is drunk by the king. Then she bade the cupbearer be called, who was to give the lion some wine, like that which was drunk by the king. The lion said, I will go with him and see that I get the right wine. Then he went down with the wine cupbearer, and when they were below, the cupbearer wanted to draw him some of the common wine that was drunk by the king's servants, but the lion said, Stop, I will taste the wine first. And he drew half a measure and swallowed it down at one draught. No, said he, that is not right. The cupbearer looked at him askance, but went on, and was about to give him some out of another barrel, which was for the king's marshal. The lion said, Stop, let me taste the wine first, and you have to measure and drink it. That's better, but still not right, said he. Then the cupbearer grew angry and said, How can a stupid animal like you understand wine? But the lion gave him a blow behind the ears, which made him fall down by no means gently. And when he had gotten up again, he conducted the lion quite silently into a little cellar apart, where the king's wine lay, from which no one ever drank. The lion first drew half a measure and tried the wine. That may possibly be the right sort, and bade the cupbearer fill 6 bottles of it. And now they went upstairs again, but when the lion came out of the cellar into the open air, he reeled here and there and was rather drunk. And the cupbearer was forced to carry the wine as far as the door for him. And then the lion took the handle of the basket in his mouth and took it to his master. The huntsman said, Behold, sir host, here I have bread, meat, vegetables, confectionery, and wine such as the king has. Now I will dine with my animals. And he sat down and ate and drank, and gave the hare, the fox, the wolf, the bear, and the lion also to eat and drink, and was joyful, for he saw that the king's daughter still loved him. And when he had finished his dinner, he said, Sir host, now have I eaten and drunk, as the king eats and drinks, and now I will go to the king's court and marry the king's daughter, said the host. How can that be? Said she. How can that be when she already has a betrothed husband, and when the wedding is to be solemnized today? Then the huntsman drew forth a handkerchief which the king's daughter had given him on the dragon's hill, and in which were folded the monster's 7 tongues, and said, That which I hold in my hand shall help me to do it. Then the innkeeper looked at the handkerchief and said, Whatever I believe, I do not believe that, and I am willing to stake my house and courtyard on it.
Now the king said to his daughter at the royal table, that did all the wild what did all the wild animals want, which have been coming to thee, and going in and out of my palace? She replied, I may not tell you, but I sinned and have the master of these animals brought, and you will do well. The king sent a servant to the inn, and invited the stranger, and the servant came just as the huntsman had laid his wager with the innkeeper. Then said he, Behold, sir host, now the king sends his servant and invites me, but I do not go in this way. And he said to the servant, I request the Lord King to send me royal clothing and a carriage with 6 horses and servants to attend me. When the king heard the answer, he said to his daughter, What shall I do? She said, Cause him to be fetched as he desires to be, and you will do well. Then the king sent royal apparel, a carriage with 6 horses and servants to wait on him. When the huntsman saw them coming, he said, Behold, sir host, now I am fetched as I desired to be. And he put on the royal garments, took the handkerchief with the dragon's tongues with him, and drove off to the king. When the king saw him coming, he said to his daughter, How shall I receive him? She answered, Go to meet him, and you will do well. Then the king went to meet him and led him in, and his animals followed. The king gave him a seat near himself and his daughter, and the marshal and his bridegroom sat on the other side, but no longer knew the huntsman. And now, at this very moment, the 7 heads of the dragon were brought in as a spectacle, and the king said, The 7 heads were cut off the dragon by the marshal, wherefore today I give him my daughter to wife. Then the huntsman stood up, opened the 7 mouths, and said, Where are the 7 tongues of the dragon? Then they, the marshal, terrified, and grew in pale, and knew not what answer he should make. And at length and at anguish he said, Dragons have no tongues. The huntsman said, Liars are to have none, but the dragon's tongues are the tokens of the victor. And he unfolded the handkerchief, and there lay all 7 inside it, and he put each tongue in the mouth which it belonged. And it fitted exactly. Then he took the handkerchief on which the name of the princess was embroidered, and showed it to the maiden, and asked to whom she had given it. And she replied, To him who killed the dragon. And then he called his animals, and took the collar off each of them, and the golden clasp from the lion, and showed them to the maiden, and asked to whom they belonged. She answered, The necklace and golden clasp were mine, but I divided them among the animals who had helped to conquer the dragon. Then spake the huntsman, When I, tired with the fight, was resting and sleeping, the marshal came and cut off my head, then carried away the king's daughter, and gave out that what it was his, and he who killed the dragon, but that he lied. I prove with the tongues I speak every morning, every day, the handkerchief and the necklace. And then he related how his animals had healed him by means of a wonderful root, and how he had traveled about with them for the 1 year, and had at length again come there, and had learnt the treachery of the marshal by the innkeeper's story. And then the king asked his daughter, Is this true that this man killed the dragon? Killed the dragon? And she answered, Yes, it is true. Now can I reveal the wicked deed of the marshal, as it has come to light without my connivance. For he
wrung from me a promise to be silent. For this reason, however, did I make the condition that the marriage should not be solemnized for a year and a day. Then the king bade 12 counselors be summoned who were to pronounce judgment on the marshal, and they sentenced him to be torn to pieces by 4 bulls. The marshal was therefore executed, but the king gave his daughter to the huntsman and named him his viceroy over the whole kingdom. The wedding was celebrated with great joy, and the young king caused his father and his foster father to be brought, and loaded them with treasures. Neither did he forget the innkeeper, but sent for him and said, Behold, sir host, I have married the king's daughter, and your house and yard are mine. The host said, Yes, according to justice it is so. But the young king said, It shall be done according to mercy, and told him that he should keep his house and yard, and gave him the 1,000 pieces of gold as well. December 1969, speaking in Boston before the International Student Society, Srila Prabhupada provides a practical, simple, yet profound solution for world peace and harmony. Noting the increasing number of flags at the United Nations building in New York, he states that internationalism is failing because your international feelings and my international feeling are overlapping and conflicting. We have to find the proper center for our loving feelings. That center is Krishna. Thank you very much for your participating with us in the Krishna Consciousness movement. I understand that this society is known as the International Student Society. There are many other international societies, such as the United Nations, so the idea of an international society is very nice. But we must try to understand what the central idea of an international society should be. If you throw a stone into the middle of a pool of water, a circle will expand to the limit of the bank. Similarly, radio waves expand in a circle, and when you capture the waves with your radio, you can hear the message. In the same way, our loving feeling can also expand. At the beginning of our life, we simply want to eat. Whatever a small child grabs, they want to eat. He has only personal interest. Then, when the child grows a little, he tries to participate with his brothers and sisters. All right, you also take a little. This is an increase in the feeling of fellowship. Then, as he grows up, he begins to feel some love for his parents, and then for his community, then for his country, and at last for all nations. But unless the center is right, that expansion of feeling, even if it is national or international, is not perfect. For example, the meaning of the word national is one who has taken birth in a particular country. You feel for other Americans because they're born in this country. You may even sacrifice your life for your countrymen, but there is a defect. If the definition of national is one who is born in a particular country, then why are the animals born in America not considered Americans? The problem is that we are not expanding our feelings beyond the human society. Because we don't think animals are our countrymen, we send them to the slaughterhouse. So the center of our national feeling or our international feeling is not fixed on the proper object. If the center is right, then you can draw any number of circles around that center and they'll never overlap. They'll simply keep growing, growing, and growing. They'll not intersect with one another if the center is all right. Unfortunately, although everyone is feeling nationally or internationally, the center is missing. Therefore, your international feeling and my international feeling, your national feeling and my national feeling are overlapping and conflicting. So we have to find the proper center for our loving feelings. Then you can expand your circle of feelings and it will not overlap or conflict with others. The center is Krishna. Our society, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, is teaching the people of all countries that the center of their affection should be Krishna. In other words, we are teaching people to be Mahatmas. You may have heard this word Mahatma before or not. It is a Sanskrit word that is applied to a person whose mind is expanded, whose circle of feelings is very much expanded. This is Mahatma. 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 Maha means big or great, and Atma means soul. So he who has expanded his soul very wide is called a Mahatma. The Bhagavad Gita gives a description of the person who has expanded their feelings very wide. Bahurnam janmarnamarante janarvarnvarn praparyarte vasudeva sarvami tisamahatma sudoraba. The first idea in this verse is that one can become a Mahatma only after many, many births. A Bornam Janmarnamarte. The soul is transmigrating through many bodies, one after another. There are 8,400,000 different species of life, and we evolve through them until at last we come to the human form of life. Only then can we become a Mahatma. This is why Krishna says, Bornam Jarmarnam Ante. After many, many births, one may become a Mahatma. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, there is a similar verse. Labdva Sudolaban Yardambahu Sanbhavante. After many, many births, you have achieved a human body which is very difficult to get. This human form of life is not cheap. The bodies of cats and dogs and other animals are cheap, but this human form is not. After being in at least 8 mil, after being born in at least 8 million different species, we get this human form. So the Bhagavatam and the Bhagavad Gita say the same thing. All Vedic literatures corroborate one another, and the person who can understand them doesn't find any contradiction. So the human form of life is obtained after many births in other human forms of life. But even in this human form of life, many, many births are required for one who is cultivating knowledge of the central point of existence. If one is actually cultivating spiritual knowledge, not in one life, but in many, many lives, one eventually comes to the highest platform of knowledge and is called Snarnavarn, the possessor of true knowledge. Snarnavarn. Snarnavarn. Then Krishna says, Mam prapadyarte. He surrenders unto me, Krishna or God. When I say Krishna, I mean the Supreme Lord, the all attractive Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now, why does a man in knowledge surrender to Krishna? Vasudeva Sarvamyarti. Because he knows that Vasudeva, Krishna, is everything, that he is the central point of all loving feelings. Then Sarmaharma Sudurabhar, here the word Mahatma is used. After cultivating knowledge for many, many births, a person who expands his consciousness up to the point of loving God, he is a Mahatma, a great soul. God is great and his devotee is also great. But Krishna says, Samaharma Sudurlabha, that sort of great soul is very rarely to be seen. This is the description of Mahatma we get from the Bhagavad Gita. Now we have expanded our feelings of love to various objects. We may love our country, we may love our community, we may love our family, we may love our cats and dogs. In any case, we have love, and we expand it according to our knowledge. And when our knowledge is perfect, we come to the point of loving Krishna. That is perfection. Love of Krishna is the aim of all activities, the aim of life. The Srimad Bhagavatam confirms that the goal of life is Krishna. Dharmas varnustirtar pumsarn visvartserna katsorgyar norpadyaryer yardira tim suramaya varhikevalam. The first words in this verse are Dharmas varnustirtar pumsam. This means that everyone is doing his duty according to their position. A householder has some duty. A sariyasi, a renunciant, has some duty. A brahmachari, celibate student, has some duty. There are different types of duties according to different occupations of professions. But the Bhagavatam says, if by performing your duties very nicely you still do not come to the understanding of Krishna, then whatever you have done is simply useless labor. Sramayevahi kevalam. So if you want to come to the point of perfection, you should try to understand and love Krishna. Then your national or international feelings of love will actually expand to their limit. Now, suppose a man says, yes, I have expanded my feelings of love very widely. That's all right. But he must show the symptoms of how his feelings of love are expanded. As Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Vidya Vinarya Samparne Brahmarne Garvihastirni Surni Karivasvarparke Karpantita Sarmadarsina. If one is actually a Pandita, someone who is elevated to the stage of perfect wisdom, then they must see everyone on an equal platform, Samadasirna, because the vision of a Pandita is no longer absorbed simply within the body. They see a learned Brahmana as a spirit soul. They see a dog as a spirit soul. They see an elephant as a spirit soul. And they also see a low-born man as a spirit soul. From the high-born Brahmana down to the Kandala outcast, the outcast, there are many social classes in human society. But if a man is really learned, or a woman, they see everyone, every living entity on the same level. That is the stage of true learning. We are trying to expand our feelings socially, communally, nationally, internationally, or universally. That is our natural function, to expand our consciousness. But my point is that if we actually want to expand our consciousness to the utmost, we must find out the real center of existence. That center is Krishna or God. How do we know Krishna is God? Krishna declares himself to be God in the Bhagavad Gita. Please always remember that Krishna consciousness movement is based on understanding the Bhagavad Gita as it is. Wherever I am speaking is in the Bhagavad Gita. Unfortunately, the Bhagavad Gita has been misinterpreted by so many commentators that people have misunderstood it. Actually, the purport of the Bhagavad Gita is to develop Krishna consciousness, love of Krishna, and we are trying to teach that. A few more pages to continue on there. I'm gonna grab some coffee. I've got to keep my throat moistened. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna has given several descriptions of a Mahatma. He says, Mahatmanas tu mam portha darivim prakritim asarita a Mahatma. One who is actually wise and broad-minded is under the shelter of my spiritual energy. He is no longer under the spell of the material energy. Whatever we see is made up of various energies of God. In the Upanishads, it is said, Parasya Saktir Viviraiva Sruyarte. The Supreme Absolute Truth has many varieties of energies, and these energies are acting so nicely that it appears they are working automatically. Svabharviki Shnarna Balakriyaka. For example, we have all seen a blooming flower. We may think that it has automatically blossomed and become so beautiful, but no, the material energy of God is acting. Similarly, Krishna has a spiritual energy, and a Mahatma, one who is broad minded, is under the protection of that spiritual energy. He is not under the spell of the material energy. These things are all explained in the Bhagavad Gita. There are many verses in the Bhagavad Gita that describe how Krishna energies are working, and our mission is to present the Bhagavad Gita as it is, without any nonsensical commentary. There is no need of nonsensical commentary. The Bhagavad Gita is as clear as the sunlight. Just as you don't require a lamp to see the sun, you don't require the commentary of an ignorant common man to study the Bhagavad Gita. You should study the Bhagavad Gita as it is. Then you will get all spiritual knowledge. You will become wise and will understand Krishna. Then you will surrender to him and become a Mahatma. Now, what are the activities of a Mahatma? A Mahatma is under the protection of Krishna's spiritual energy. But what is the symptom of that protection? Krishna says, Mam Bharjanti Arnarya Marnasa a Mahatma. Mam Bharjanti Arnarya Marnasa. A Mahatma is always engaged in devotional service to me. That is the main symptom of a Mahatma. He is always serving Krishna. Does he engage in his devotional service blindly? No. Krishna Ishnarva Burtardim Avyaryam. He knows perfectly that I am the source of everything. So Krishna explains everything in the Bhagavad Gita, and our purpose contained in the Bhagavad Gita without adding any nonsensical commentary. Then the human society will profit from this knowledge.
Now society is not in a sound condition, but if people understand the Bhagavad Gita, and if they actually broaden their outlook, all social, national, and international problems will be solved automatically. There will be no difficulty, but if we don't find out what the center of the existence is, if we manufacture our own ways to expand our loving feelings, there will be only conflict, not only between individual persons, but between the different nations of the world. The nations are trying to be united. In your country, there is the United Nations. Unfortunately, instead of the nations becoming united, the flags are increasing. Similarly, India was once one country, Hindustan. Now there is also Pakistan, and sometime in the future there will be Sikhistan, and then some other stan. Instead of becoming united, we are becoming disunited because we're missing the center. Therefore, my request, since you are all international students, is that you please try to find out the real center of your international movement. Real international feeling will be possible when you understand that the center is Krishna. Then your international movement will be perfect. In the 14th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, Sarva yorni sur konteria mortaria sarva varanti yartha sarambra mar maharyo nira hambija pradapita. Here Krishna says, I am the father of all forms of life. The material nature is the mother, and I am the seed giving father. Without a father and mother, nobody can be born. The father gives the seed, and the mother supplies the body. In this material world, the mother of every one of us, from Lord Brahma down to the ant, is the material nature. Our body is matter, therefore, it is a gift of the material nature, our mother. But I, the spirit soul, am part of the parcel of the Supreme Father. Krishna says, Mamave, Mamevaso, Jedva Borta. All these living entities are part and parcel of me. If you want to broaden your feelings of fellowship to the most limit, please try to understand the Bhagavad Gita. You'll get enlightenment. You'll become a real Mahatma. You will feel affection even for the cats and dogs and reptiles. In the seventh canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, you'll find a statement by Narada Muni that if there is a snake in your house, you should give it something to eat. Just see how your feelings can expand. You'll care even for a snake, what to speak of other animals and human beings. So we cannot become enlightened unless we come to the point of understanding God or Krishna. Therefore, we are preaching Krishna consciousness all over the world. The Krishna consciousness movement is not new. As I told you, it is based on the principles of the Bhagavad Gita. And the Bhagavad Gita is an ancient scripture. From the historical point of view, it is 5,000 years old. And from a prehistorical point of view, it is millions of years old. Krishna says in the fourth chapter, Imam vivas varte yorgam prokvavam aham abriyaryam. Imam vivas varte yorgam prokvavam aham abriyaryam. I first spoke this ancient science of yoga to the sun god. That means Krishna first spoke to the Bhagavad Gita some millions of years ago. But simply from a historical point of view, the Bhagavad Gita has existed since the days of the Battle of Kurukshetra, which was fought 5,000 years ago. So it is older than any other scripture in the world. Try to understand the Bhagavad Gita as it is without any unnecessary commentary. The words of the Bhagavad Gita are sufficient to give you enlightenment, but unfortunately, the people have taken advantage of the popularity of the Bhagavad Gita and have tried to express their own philosophy under the shelter of the Bhagavad Gita. That is useless.
Try to understand the Bhagavad Gita as it is. Then you will get enlightenment. You will understand that Krishna is the center of all activities. And if you become Krishna conscious, everything will be perfect and all problems will be solved. Thank you very There's questions. Yes, thank you very much. Are there any questions? One Indian student asked, I don't know the exact Sanskrit from the Gita, but somewhere Krishna says all roads lead to me, no matter what one does, no matter what one thinks, no matter what one is involved with. Eventually he will evolve toward me. So is enlightenment a natural evolution? Srila Prabhupada. No, Krishna never says that whatever you do, whatever you think, you will naturally evolve toward him. To become enlightened in Krishna consciousness is not natural for the conditioned soul. You require instruction from a spiritual master. Otherwise, why did Krishna instruct Arjuna and to get knowledge from a superior person and follow his instructions? Arjuna was perplexed. He could not understand whether he should fight or not. Similarly, everyone in the material world is perplexed, so require guidance from Krishna or his bona fide representative. Then we can become enlightened. Evolution is natural up through the animal species, but when we come to the human form of life, we can use our own discretion. As you like, you make your choice of which path to follow. If you like Krishna, you can go to Krishna. If you like something else, you can go there. That depends on your discretion. Everyone has a little bit of independence. At the end of the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says, Sarva Dharman Parityarjya Mamerkam Saranam Vrajat. Just give up everything and surrender unto me. If this surrender is natural, why would Krishna say you should do this? No. Surrendering to Krishna is not natural in our materially conditioned state. We have to learn it. Therefore, we must hear from a bona fide spiritual master, Krishna or his authorized representative, and follow his instructions. This will bring us to the stage of full enlightenment in Krishna consciousness. What I would like to add, what I'd like to put in at the end here is, as I followed my own spiritual path, I started with Jesus as my king. Jesus Christ my king. And he said, put all my worries on him and he'll show me the way. And so I said, okay, then you said to give everything up. Well, everything was being taken from me, so I didn't have to give nothing up. I just had to not fight for it. I just had to walk away. That's all I had to do. Not draw conflict when somebody else, anyways. And that's what I chose to do. I chose to walk away. So it's a little bit easy, but it's still difficult. And so I said, okay, well then if you provide, then I won't keep following you. However it works, I don't understand how it works, but I'm following your instruction. I don't got the idea. I don't got an answer. You got an answer? Says, yep, I got an answer. So, okay. And I follow my king. I saw him as my king, and I recognize my king's voice. I recognize his love. I recognize the fruit of the actions. Somehow this and this led to something really good. I don't understand miracles, but I follow what I receive, and poof, good happens. Well, Jesus led me to Osiris, to Osar, taught me about Heru, taught me about the Divine Mother, Osset Kenamadonket. I went to a Hindu temple. I learned about Krishna. When I started learning about Krishna and they had all these words, I'm like, yeah, man, I'm glad y'all got a language that describes what I've been experiencing, because everything else kind of fallen short. Everything else I kind of I already went through that. They ain't showing me anything new. I need something deeper. So they start talking about Krishna consciousness. And I'm like, yeah, exactly, man. It doesn't matter if you use Christ or Krishna or Allsalt or Odin or whoever you wind up using, you can connect to that consciousness through your own personal connection, whether it be local to the land you're on or whether it be something that your heart just drives to. Anyways, I'm gonna get off of my little box there, and just your heart will lead you the way. And I really liked how he brought out Krishna consciousness can be reached through a multitude of paths, but it is something that we learn and we develop and we grow towards, and not it's not something that just is natural to the way we operate. No big deal. You want to pull a card from the book? One at a time. Oh, this is where it goes to. It says, put yourself in a difficult situation on purpose, a desire you really need. Do not compromise. Reach a place that no one has ever reached before. Sometimes choosing the more difficult path is just what you might need. Of course, it takes courage to put yourself in a challenging place. However, there are some things which you can only discover by walking the road less traveled. All around you are paths that are easy to take, and while others might choose paths that are level, there is no guarantee that there won't be ups and downs along the way. If you approach your path with determination, then you will surely reach a destination worthy of the difficult journey it takes to get there. About 1300 years ago, Ernor Gyosha spent 1000 days in the mountains in spiritual training. It is said that his prayers were answered in the form of Kongorzeongongen, a god of the mountains who represents Mother Nature. The three-pronged Vajra in his right hand represents the Buddha triad, Shakyamuni Buddha, Senjokarnen, and Meroku Bosasu, who in turn represent the past, present, and future. Kongo Zeongongen is the temporary form of the triad who saves all of us across the three worlds. The blessings for safety, security for your family, and being granted what you desire. Now, here's something really cool. This is Japanese. These are Japanese dudes, gods. And here, it even has a picture of it, and it says it. He has a Vajra bell. Now, that Vajra bell is very, very awesome. It actually has three, like, claws. So, like, you'd have the bell, but then, like, at the top of the bell, like, instead of a big handle, you'd have, like, well, I guess I'll show you this one. This will be better to show you with. If I can find where I put it, I thought I put it right there. It is. But it has like three claws at the end of the bell, and on both sides. Like, anyways, and I've always wanted one of those. I don't have one of those. Maybe I'll get one sooner or later. Who knows? I just asked the heavens for a Vajra bell. If I'm supposed to have it, they'll somehow I'll get one. If not, then I won't worry about it. But that's cool. I like that. That guides me, puts me in the direction of sharing a guided meditation, which would be rather, let's see, had to move somewhere. Yep, right there. Crafting sacred practice. Effect in the external world can be created through inner practice. This practice can support your divine path now in the physical world, and you're encouraged to enhance your power with regular practice. They use the word practice. For myself, you could take this or not, but I toss practice out and I apply it as work. I am a scientist in my lab and I am working. If I found a result that works good, then I'll note that down. And boom, if I need to use that later, I can. If nothing came from it, nothing was written, nothing was remembered, was just wasn't that wasn't, and that's anyways. I like to consider I work on something because I'm developing, growing. I'm not just throwing something away. Anyways, just a mindset. The results that you experience will encourage you to continue with the efforts as you grow in power, grace, love, ability, and wisdom, and apply your inner beauty to transform your outer world. For us to grow empowered and potent on the path of ancient feminine power, we need to honor our knowing and being and cultivate sacred practice. Sacred practice becomes the habit of growing our spiritual power and consciousness, like a garden needing regular care and watering to blossom and flourish. Our inner garden of the soul, where our creativity, joy, spiritual gifts, and bliss bubble away, also needs regular attention. Coming to our practice takes strength and inner will, even though it can feel amazing. We still have to wake up, set aside time, and discipline ourselves to show up for our own inner growth. We will reap the benefits when we do, but we must allow ourselves to fall in love with our practice, with our work, to craft something that really speaks to us through our art so that we want to do it. The desire and the discipline together help us engage with our practice and work regularly, and we can grow so fast it can be quite shocking. When an initiate shows particular promise, higher guidance will often encourage that they develop a regular practice to hone their spiritual and creative abilities and more fully manifest their divine potential. They will grow faster and stronger spiritually and be able to step into spiritual healing and leadership to greater effect. You are one such soul, dear initiate, and you are being guided to prepare for this growth and authority now with your sacred practice and work. This oracle is guidance that you do have great power and wisdom within you, but you will need to provide channels for it to flow and be active and empowered in your physical life. Sacred practice is such a channel. Without these channels, the ego is left to create on its own, which is not much fun at all. The ego believes in fear and separation, and no matter how much it may want to feel love, bliss, connection, joy, and fulfillment, it really cannot do it without your spiritual presence in life, ritual, and magic. As a form of sacred practice are recommended for you as a way to bring more spiritual presence into your waking life, to heal and support the ego as you learn to create a life that feels better and brings you and others more fulfillment. Sacred practice with magic and ritual may involve any of the guided exercise in this oracle and choosing what feels good for you. Well, I'm going to skip over those words. Let me look at that. Good on that. Good on that. This work was also confirmation that if you are considering making an adjustment in your sacred practice, it might be time to do so, provided that you don't dismiss the gains you have already made with your current working and practice, and you remember that sometimes small changes can have big effect. Ritual and magic practiced with clear intent to be of service to the highest good and to manifest through unconditional love accelerates your power and growth, particularly when it is based on what your heart truly desires. It might be about connecting more with your body, about stilling your mind, or expressing your voice or creativity. An example of, well, we're going to do a guided meditation now. So if you want to join in, obviously you can. As quietly as you are. And if your heart wants to, I'm speaking on your behalf. And if it doesn't want to, then I'm not. It's that easy. I call upon all Ser Kermatonker whom loves me unconditionally in my own divine self now. In love, light, peace, and power, may blessings, protection, healing, and awakening abound. I dedicate my practice to divine love. So be it. Sit quietly as you listen, as you hear these words. With this candle alight, I open my practice in sacred space. I am, I am, I am, I am the light divine. I am the love sublime. I am the peace beyond space and time. I am, I am, I am. I am, I am, I am, I am the divine light. I am the love sublime. I am the peace beyond space and time. I am, I am, I am, I am, I am, I am, I am the divine. I am the love sublime. I am the peace beyond space and time. I am, I am, I am, I am, I am, I am, I am the divine light. I am the love sublime. I am the peace beyond space and time. I am, I am, I am. And whenever you're ready, just open your eyes. Clamor, dew, scrapper, and jewel shelterer, war light, stony, and war shelterer, cooled and edged, soiled, bordered, protector, bordered, pure, double boarded, battler and roarer, every protector, brilliant circle, fair, dark, carried, midlife protector. I shall say the names of Hapshur, Helm, gold-colored cover, slaughter, rhyming, stone, rhyming, hollowed and protection, helmet, life protector, fine looker and eager, brown, battle boar, Herdegor, top army crest and warmer mask, terrifier, gleamer, dome. Barney, a river Helmringer, coat and close, Coldfin's legacy, battle goer, pliable hindrance and blunt blade, ever lying salt ocean, main wetness swim flat one, dead common bay resounding overhung, emptiness brawler rocker and mere,
Sucker suck, same swallower, maelstrom and fuel. Sound creek, good passage, fluid and expanse. Tempest, depth, breaker, dark, flood and surf, swell, sparkler and gopher and flower. Rumbler and urine, unquiet, surge, fence snatcher, crashing, wake, lee, fishing ground, inlet and fishing bank, water deep in submersion, cove, tarn and canal, storm ditch, pool, currents, stream and brook, channel, spring, fount, eddy, waterfall and firth, herfring, roller, white, one and orping, hone, ran, korka, and herming, greva, drofen, oren, sweller, dofar, belgia, scholenboer, blulukharta, Gjolkli gera gloren Blbarskjarvarn Vidvi mjor Vingen jasa Sidsudor Freker Serkin En styrka Ror Erkra Erkin Renari noisy, shining, greedy, glowing, hope, wide, ooh, slow, south demanding, pushing, lone progressing, peace, want, driven, running, stormer, hastener, water, thunderer, sloping course, difficult, wave, isthmus, runner. Hail to you, Kepra, even Kepra, who is the creator of the Nethernom Devakamiel shedding you. You rise and shine on the back of Mut, having appeared in glory as the king of the Nethernom Devakamiel shedding you. Your Mut Nurt shall use her arms on your behalf in making greeting. May you give power and might and vindication in the coming forth of this living Ankh to the Ka of this child. The Osiris has opened unto thee. We see thy bark with Hero at the helm and the Uri and Marte beside him. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously, Neb of circles, establisher of Irunu, the city of the sun, the sender forth of light whom governs his circles, the great Nethernumadep Kmiar Shadn Ra. Hail to you, Lord of all. We have come to you, Sahu and pure. The eye of Heru is upon us. Allow our Ab to correctly guide us in this destroying hour. Descend, appear as thou art, even as the falcon. We receive thee as thy celestial cow, who is thy sacred eye. We receive thee through our blood. We drink to thee in our breath. Come to us, we receive you. Repel the crocodile, protect us, make way for us. Safeguard us in truth, we do not fear. Encircle us, make goodly the paths for us in thy dignity and in thy power. Embrace us, for we adore thee. We work for thee. Our aspiration is to serve thee ever so correctly in thy holy work. Kindly we request thee to come to us in peace and love. O Ordnetunum Depmiel Sharon, who is the life force known as Ra.
evergreen God who lives in eternity, foremost of all the Netheru and their cause, hidden of form in all the temples, whose countenance is venerated, great one contained in the sanctuary of Sakhem, chief of the Jarthu and Iornu, whose name is commemorated in Maharti, hidden soul, Neb of Koror, Holy One in white wall, soul of Ra of his very body, who is exalted on this day, who is Neb of the great house in Kemnu, great one, Neb of Maharti. I've come to behold your beauty. I know you and I know your names, and the names of those who exist with you in the Marten Bar. Your name is Rekti Murti, Neb Maharti. In truth, I have come so that you will hear me. I have not oppressed, nor scorned, nor diminished your gifts. I have seen the eye of Ra when it is full in Eurnu. Therefore, let not evil fall upon me where I am. For I come to you as all your brethren come to you in the hall of Maharti. May all living ones make offerings to you at your divine appearing. You, the Neb, who is commemorated in heaven and on earth, who is greatly praised and upraised on his throne, I invoke you. Appear in your shrine, in all the two lands will greet thee with joy. The great brother who appears in his sanctuary, prince of the Porth and all of the Netru, stabilizer of truth and truth throughout, placer of the sun upon the throne of his father Geb, beloved of his mother Nut, great one of the twofold strength, tall of crown, you enter the hall of Mahat, you preside over those who await you. Herhor, make my face perfect among the Netru. Open my eyes, the sun and the moon, that I may see each day. Make ready my place in the holy chamber in Amentet, where your light envelops the darkness and strengthens my legs to walk with ease through the Duat. Great lady of seven times, make me perfect as rise to all men and women, as you go forth unceasingly in the bark of eternity. Yo, you straight plummet of the scales, repulsor of all evil, your appearing is divine, your words sound. Relate to me that which is forgotten. Enter the duat and report the hour, divine scribe who changes turmoil to peace, expounder of divine words. I call upon your wisdom and sound judgment. Enter this chamber and make safe the bow of my bark that goes forth into the sacred regions. Ah, Shorti, Neb of the net recorder of divine words, has heard Neb of my heart Orit, judge of the two compartment, Netanumid of me or you in Torab. Lady of the house of fire, great one at the altar of offerings, you refresh every Nethanundef Kamiel Shetan with your breath. Your hand guides my bark on the day of sailing upstream. Extend your arm, Lady of the Blessed and Amentet. Hear me, hidden one. Take pleasure in the gifts you are offered. Awaken in peace, O Lady whose breath is fragrant, to whom all offer libations. Alight your wings among the living. The Hiru Shimsu appear in their shrine. The doors of the divine house are opened. I greet the appearance of the two eyes, open sky, open earth, open eastern and western gates, open starry doors of the horizon, open hidden gates of the imperishable region, open sanctuaries of upper and lower Egypt, open pathway of Ra, open for the golden falcon who makes flight to his temple, open double doors of day and night, open for the retinue of the divine Son that follows in his train. Hail to you, Geb, who strides forth from Urnu, Orpa Geb, chief of all divine beings. You are Neb and Lord of the earth to its utmost limit. You possess the strength of the pot. Behold, you are as every divinity. You are the Ka of all the Neteru. You reared them, you vivify them in their coming. Your eyes appear from your head as Orheko of the south. Your eyes appear from your head as Orheko of the north. The Pothi honor you. They place offerings before you. Alsar takes his sister as his protection. She drives away his foes. She turns back evil. The words of power are uttered from her mouth. She of perfect tongue, of perfect speech, by divine decree, she is the strong one, because she avenged her brother. She sought him unceasingly, pursuing him in sorrow, never alighting. She wept at his spear, she made wind with her wings, raising the unmoving one up from his sleep. She brought forth his seed, creating his heir. She nursed the young in solitude. Unknown is the place where he was raised. She brought forth him of the mighty hand in the house of Geb. Come, you of beautiful forms, crown is upon your head. I salute you. Arise, you are upon your throne. You live in your sanctuary. The words of magic are uttered from your mouth. They bring life to motionless. They dispel all abominations. O you who presides in the pavilion of the Netru, keeper of the door that is fastened against the night, sojourner of Mahat, dweller in your mountain, hasten to the sacred land, for I rise. Rise thou also to my calling. Anpu, Anpu, Anubis, dweller in the chamber of embalmment, lay your hands upon the coffin that enfolds me. Extend your protection to my brow. Exalt this sanctuary by your appearance. Lead me on the path of justification. Segment Bas, beget Bastat, beloved of Ashoru, lady of great power magic, grant me your power, extend me your protection. Guardian of the boundaries in the two lands, I am among your train. You who consumes the blood of your father's enemies. Draw the weapons that cast out what has become corrupt. Neb of Gates, Nether of the funeral mountain, Set Amentet, warden in the western region, watcher who travels with the Ka to the Natron field, who makes way for the divine retinue, on whose ladder I ascend and enter into the day bark. Great one, lady of letters, mistress of the house of books, keeper of all that is recorded in Amentet, you are exalted on the throne of Nut, the sky, knower of the divine record, dispensator of her father's words, lady of scribes, keeper of the sacred lapis, may my words be pleasing to you, and my voice truthful in your hearing. Your mother Nut spreads herself over you. In her name, cover of heaven, she assists you in becoming as a creator, a shed as a god without enemy. In the name of Netor, she takes away from you every evil in her name. Defend her from every evil. Great lady, from the waters of noon you bring forth life. You send it on its journey through the heavens. You welcome its return each time. Nebhead stands at the head of the beard, while Olset's station is at the feet of Duarte. Much of their work takes place in the metaphysical dimension, as they ritually emulate the passage of divine breath from their stations to the inert form of the Swath One. This commences the book of breathings, made by Olset for her brother Olsor, to give your soul life, to give your body life, to restore all of your members anew, that you may reach the horizon of your Father, the Sun, that you may ascend to the sky in the orb of the moon, and your form may shine in the Orion stars that rest in Nut, so that this may happen to you, and must be concealed, done in secret. Let it not be disclosed to anyone's eyes. It behooves one who is in the Duat and one among the living. It allows you to live anew in this world millions of times. Eormotep, I come to you, divine chiefs. I bring you this Swathed One, Arnan Terdedti. Nebdet, my arms are behind you. They protect your limbs. Also, I am your sister, beloved of your heart. I am your protection. Your two sisters restore your limbs. My arms are before you. They restore your limbs. I am your sister, beloved of your heart. I protect your limbs with my two hands, restoring your form. May life be given to you, that your bones shall knit together and your limbs be firm. May your muscles be rejuvenated and your spine upright, that you shall be renewed with the Neb, with the Lord of Abairthos. Nebhet, you join with another Numadevakamiel, with gods of the western mountains. You are favored at the offering tables. You receive incense and libations.
You drink the water of rejuvenation. All set, every flower is brought to you, every plant. You will pass your time in contentment. You see the sun at dawn, the moon in rising. You receive favor from the mighty ones in Urnu, the city of the sun. Urmutef, hail swathed one, you're pure. Your heart is pure. Your limbs are purified. You are purified within the throne. All set, your form is cleansed. To you I send winds for your nostrils. The north wind that comes forth from Atum himself. I have restored your lungs. Nebhed, I have come for your protection. Amun gives you breath. Shu gives you the north wind. I am the nose of the Neb of winds who makes mortals live. Your soul still breathes forever and ever. Your form shall be endowed with life on earth. You shall be the heart of Ra. Your members shall become the members of the Creator. Water will be poured for you at the 365 offering tables. Those that grow beneath the great trees of Iar Sarmut, Lord of Abairdos, your limbs are joined together. The pain that has afflicted you has been put to an end. Tierti Artum, grant to me the sweet breath from your nostrils. Hail Nut, grant to me the water and air that dwell within you. I live, I smell the air. You have received the spell of respirations, that you may breathe with your soul in the lower heaven, that you may make any transformation at will, like unto the inhabitants of the west. Your soul may go wherever it desires, living on earth forever and ever. Sertim, I offer pure things, giving the beer of truth, giving the divine food of everlastingness to the ancestral spirits in the sacred land. Brideship to you, homage to you, have heard the Arnu. Your crown is of brilliant gold, your brow is electrum. When you shine, all rejoice in your light, all living beings and every creator, every god. Come, mistress of the Netru, make your face gracious to me on this day. Spirits of the eastern sky, you gods who rule the western shores, all who rejoice at the sight of the golden one, who love to see her beauty risen, tell her that we rejoice at her coming, that our hands are open to her, that we invoke her. Sartim hath her, Lady of the Sycamore, receive this offering on the day of your appearing, and from it may we be rewarded by your goodness. We are illumined by the light that comes forth from your crown. We are rejuvenated by the rays of your decadent stars. Bright consort, we follow in your pathway into the light land of Marnu, to the abode of generations wherein we were born. Come in peace, beautiful one. I have come to you with a heart of love. May your life be devoted to the honor of your beloved. I am he who will arouse you with endless music every day at every hour to your ka wherever it may be. May you be at peace with these sounds. May you go forth in happiness. May you rejoice in gladness with Hiru, your consort who loves you. Sheptiu cannot have her, Lady of the Living, dweller in the heavenly bark, golden one eye of Ra who is upon his brow.
beautiful face in the bark of a million years, grant the seat of peace for this right and true act, for the favored ones before you. I am the coiled one, the divine eye. I come to the august beings, beloved ones. Life is yours in very great peace. Satim, bride consort, the revered goddess protects your limbs. Seed is within you to make that which is becoming. I am protection behind him. I am protection behind her. Uab, hail to you who comes forth from the womb. Your mother Nut gives you birth. Senu Nefertum, thou greatest lotus who dwells in Marnu, may you awake in beauty. Him Netar, child of the morning, who sins in the lotus flower, beautiful one, you appear in the light land, you illumine the two lands with your rays. We are joined by your beauty. Uab, welcome in peace. Sernu, welcome in peace. Hemnetar is the primal being who brought forth the primal ones. Mahat appears on your forehead. Your mother Nut protects you each day. Initiate, I am the plant that comes forth from noon. My mother is Nut. I am the pure lotus who rises to the Netanum Devakmayel, Shernu of light. I exist as the breath of Ra. Hemnetar, you primeval ones, take to yourselves this lotus who comes into being in the beginning, who drives away the storm though knows it not. May your air shine as a stripling in the newborn sky. Initiate you, O you, Nethernim Devkamiel Shen, O God who are present, grant me your arms. I will come into Sais. I come into existence in Burto. I become vigorous in Mendes. I rise up in Yurnu. I will come into existence among you. Mur Tor. I make an offering of bread and Sais. I come into existence in Burto. I become vigorous in Mendes. I rise up in Yurnu, never setting stars. The chanters are before you. Gather before the flesh and bone, before the flesh and bone that comes forth from Ta, the efflux that proceeds from Geb, Durmotef, Lord of the necropolis. I have collected your bones. I have gathered together for you your limbs. Nebri Hartim Set. You are the plant that springs forth from noon. You are watered and purified. Your soul lives, your seed germinates. You renew your youth upon earth among the living. The Sokar ceremony, Korosnov, the earth becomes green through you. The never resting stars praise you. Nebri, behold the splendors of heaven's disk. You renew yourself each day. May I see the birth of your Ba, Tor. Its illumination is Orion in the southern sky with your divine sister Sopdept at your side. May I see the birth of your Ba, its illumination as Orion in the southern sky with your divine sister Sopdept at your side. Mud, I come into being. I am strong upon the earth before Ra. I eat bread, I drink beer.
I have come, I am here. Praise of Kepri, praise be to you who comes into existence each day, who gives birth to himself each morning, who comes forth from the womb of his mother without cessation. The two halves of Egypt together bow before you, giving praise at your rising. The land is made luminous with the splendor of your body, being divine in the heavens. You are the beneficent Netar, the ruler of eternity. Neb of light, great of appearance in your bark of dawn, prince of radiance in the bark of the dusk, divine youth, heir to eternity, who has begotten himself and given birth to himself. The Palti acclaim you, the Netru are jubilant on your behalf. For you are Kepri in the morning, Ra at noon, Atum in the evening, and they adore you in your beautiful forms. Homage to you, Ra, great circler, glorious being, maker of all that exists, creator of what shall be, foremost of all beings, father of fathers, mother of mothers, becoming young in your time. O God of life, Lord of love, all people live when you shine. Those who follow you sing your praises. You rule all the gods. You go forth over heaven and earth each day, over Aru and over Kornge. Each day you receive the opening of the heart in your shrine. You stride over the heaven in peace. Your enemies are overthrown. May you be at peace with me. May I advance upon this earth and see your beauty. Jehuti restored the eyes of Heru. He made peace with it. He is sound. It is sound, and I am sound. I repose in the pupil of the eyes. Seer of millions of years is my name. The blood of Allset, the magical words of Allset, the emanations of Allset are my protection. They destroy what is my abomination. Allset says to me, I have come to be your protector. I am that which comes into being in the form of Kepri. I become the creator of what comes into being and that which has come into being. After my coming into being, many were created. Many were the things that came forth from my mouth. The place where my soul dwells is open to me. You will not enclose my soul. You will not fetter my shadow. A way will be open for my soul and my shadow. These beings of hidden places who fetter the limbs of Asar, who fetter souls and spirits, who block the shadows of the dead, who intend evil toward me, may they not do evil toward me. May their paths turn away from me. You will open a way. Hiru, I have not forgotten the night of the flood, the hour of turmoil. For this segment boss brings him who was rebellious to me. Jehuti protects me, for I have overthrown my enemy. I am Harakate, the triumphant one. My inheritance is mine. You will not exist, nor will your soul. You will not exist, nor will your body. You will not exist, nor will your flesh. You will not exist, nor will your bones. You will not exist, nor will your heckle. You will not exist, and the place where you are will not exist. Set is annihilated. My enemy has fallen. He who was hostile to me is dismembered. His foreleg is consigned to Jehuti, my father, al Sor. His ribs are sent to Sarkem for Horu Or. His shoulders conveyed to Zarti for the great brother Apuat. His thigh is given to Kernub and Arabu, so that the followers of the Nethernomdepakmiyar will increase. His bones are given to cats, his fat to worms, his flesh to the harpooners who desire to taste him. Heru has overthrown his enemy. He comes in victory. He appears in glory. His two eyes open. They illumine the two lands. The fire that emanates from him ignites his enemies. Heru makes powerless the one whose hearts are against him. He makes an end of those who trespass against him. The enemy, he is bound by the two hands of a car, so that he shall not have his hands or feet. He is chained to one place while Ra inflicts his punishment upon him. I have stabbed the heart of Set. The fiend has fallen. His name will not be among the living. My enemies are overthrown. Samareph, I come to you, divine chiefs, mighty ones in heaven, in the two lands, in Aru, in the shadow world of the sky. I bring you one justified, that you may grant him to be with you each day. Sekarak, I come to you, lords of Rastol, those who follow Heru in the western land, in the field of offerings. I bring you the justified one, that you may grant him to be with you each day. Samareph, you are pure, your cause pure, your soul is pure, and your power is pure. You will live for millions of years. Sekarak, your soul is pure among the gods. Among the Nethernomdepakmiyar you rise up. Your essence is in heaven, in Aru. Your body is on earth, on a Gabanakar. Samareph, may your soul not be restrained. May your shadow not be restrained. That which was separated is now restored on Geb. Second Ankh, may the way be open for your soul and your shadow, that you may see the great Nethernomdepakmiyar Shenyu, the God. Recipient, I honor you, Lady of Radiance, South Depth, at the head of the great house of night and darkness. I am the woman who lights the abyss. The darkness is doubly lightened. I have overthrown those who destroy. I have compassion for those in the darkness. I stand upright those who are prostrate, for those who are ashamed, for those who are despondent. Recipient, there is no falsehood within me. I have come to you. I am pure. Give me my mouth that I may speak with it. Second Ankh, may your mouth be opened. May your mouth be unlocked. May you rise in the horizon of heaven and on the high mount of noon. Dumutef, that which was loosened is now made firm. I have bound together your head and your limbs. Imser happy by the iron odds possessed by Shu, with which he opened the mouths of the Nethernomdepakmiyar. Lift up your head to the horizon. It is opened by that which is opened the mouths of the Nethanum Devkamiel Sherden you, the gods. Hail, sycamore tree of Newt, grant to him the water and air that are within you. Krebsnov, may he never perish, Sapdept, and may his body never see corruption. May he behold his body, may he repose in his glorified frame. Sekadok, you have made your transformations. Firstborn of Geb, you are exalted. Go in peace. What I just read over, I read that every single morning. I read that in ancient Egyptian every single morning. That's at the end. I read it one day, and I mean, I had to study it, and I had to piece it together, and put it all together, and I was like, man, this is the best protection ever. Like this is real, and you say it a lot faster in the old ancient tongue than you can with modern language. So it wasn't that I was trying to say it faster, but like I went to Hindu temples, and when the priests do their ceremony, man, like it changes from song to like, and so I just followed. I followed what I was living. You know, were stars in my mind, and anyways, about a story. How about a story of the cunning little tailor? See how that, yeah? Yeah, that one. I'm just going to warm up my coffee cup real quick, and then we're going to come and read The Cunning Little Tailor from Mr. von Jacob Grimm and Wilhelm Grimm, or Jacob as modern tongue would pronounce it.
There was once upon a time a princess who was extremely proud. If a wooer came, she gave him some riddle to guess, and if he could not find it out, he was sent contemptuously away. She let it be made known also what whosoever solved her riddle should marry her, let him be who he might. At length, therefore, three tailors fell in with each other, the two eldest of whom thought they had done so many dexterous bits of work successfully, that they could not fail to succeed in this also. The third was a little useless land loper who did not even know his trade, but thought he must have some luck in his venture, for where else was it to come from? Then the two others said to him, just stay at home. Thou canst not do much with thy little bit of understanding. The little tailor, however, did not let himself be discouraged, and said he had set his head to work about this for once, and he would manage well enough, and he went forth as if the whole world were his. They all three announced themselves to the princess, and said she was to propound her riddle to them, and that the right persons were to now come, who had understanding so fine that they could be threaded in a needle. Then said the princess, I have two kinds of hair on my head. Of what color is it? If that be all, said the first, it must be black and white, like the cloth which is called pepper and salt. The princess said, wrongly guessed. Let the second answer. Then the second. If it be not black and white, then it is brown and red, like my father's company coat. Wrongly guessed, said the princess. Let the third give me an answer, for I see very well he knows it for certain. Then the little tailor stepped boldly forth and said, the princess has a silver and a golden hair on her head, and those are the two different colors. Then the princess heard that, and she turned pale and nearly fell down with terror, for the little tailor had guessed her riddle, and she had firmly believed that no man on earth could ever discover it. When her courage returned, she said, thou hast not won me yet by that. There is still yet something else that thou must do. Below in the stable is a bear with which thou shalt pass the night, and when I get up in the morning, if thou art still alive, thou shalt marry me. She expected, however, she should thus get rid of the tailor, but the bear had never yet left any one alive who had fallen into its clutches. The little tailor did not let himself be frightened away, but was quite delighted, and said, boldly ventured if half won. Boldly ventured is half won. When therefore the evening came, our little tailor was taken down to the bear. The bear was about to set at the little fellow at once, and give him a hearty welcome with his paws. Softly, softly, said the little tailor, I'll make soon make thee quiet. Then quite composedly, and as if he had not had an anxiety in the world, he took some nuts out of his pocket, cracked them, and ate the kernels. Where the bear saw that, he was seized with a desire to have some nuts too. The tailor felt in his pocket and reached him a handful. They were, however, not nuts, but pebbles. The bear put them in his mouth, but could not get nothing out of them. Let him bite as he would. Thought he, what a stupid blockhead I am. I cannot even crack a nut. And then he said to the tailor, here, crack me the nuts. There, see what a stupid fellow thou art, said the little tailor, to have such a great mouth and not be able to crack a small nut. Then he took the pebble and then nimbly put a nut in his mouth in the place of it, and crack, it was in two. I must try the thing again, said the bear. When I watch you, I think I ought to be able to do it too. So the tailor once more gave him a pebble, and the bear tried to bite into it with all the strength of his body, but no one will imagine that he accomplished it. When that was over, the tailor took out a violin from beneath his coat and played a piece of it to himself. When the bear heard the music, he could not help beginning to dance, and when he had danced a while, the thing pleased him so well that he said to the little tailor, "Hark you, is the fiddle heavy? Light enough for a child. Look, with the left hand I lay my fingers on it, and with the right hand I stroke it with a bow. And then it goes merrily, hop, sa, sa, viva la ra." So, said the bear, "fiddling is a thing I should like to understand too, that I might dance whenever I had a fancy. What dost thou think of that? Wilt thou give me lessons?" "With all my heart," said the tailor, "if thou hast a talent for it. But just let me see thy claws. They are terribly long. I must cut thy nails a little." Then a vice was brought, and the bear put his claws in it, and the little tailor screwed it tight and said, "Now wait until I come with the scissors." And he let the bear growl as he liked, and lay down in the corner on a bundle of straw and fell asleep. When the princess heard the bear growling so fiercely during the night, she believed nothing else but that he was growling for joy, and had made an end of the tailor. In the morning she arose careless and happy, but when she peeped into the stable, the tailor stood gaily before her, and was as healthy as a fish in water. Now she could not say another word against the wedding, because she had given a promise before everyone, and the king ordered a carriage to be brought in which she was to drive to church with the tailor, and there she was to be married. When they had got into the carriage, the two other tailors, who had false hearts and envied him his good fortune, went into the stable and unscrewed the bear again. The bear, in great fury, ran after the carriage, and the princess heard them snorting and growling. She was terrified, and she cried, "Ah, the bear is behind us and wants to get there." The tailor was quick and stood on his head, stuck his legs out of the window, and cried, "Dost thou see the vice? If thou dost not be off, thou shalt be put into it again." When the bear saw that, he turned round and ran away. The tailor drove quietly to the church, and the princess was married to him at once, and he lived with her as happily as a woodlark. Whosoever does not believe this must pay a thaler. I like that story. That was a good story. Start him right there. Rites, creeds, and legends express directly or symbolically some leading idea, according to which the mysteries of being are supposed to be explained in deity. The intricacies of mythical genealogies are a practical acknowledgment of the mysterious nature of the omnipotent deity, displaying in their beautiful but ineffectual imagery the first efforts of the mind to communicate with nature, the flowers which fancy strewed before the youthful steps of Psyche when she first set out in pursuit of the immortal object of her love. Theories and notions in all their varieties of truth and falsehood are a machinery more or less efficacious, directed to the same end. Every religion was in its origin an embryo philosophy, or an attempt to interpret the unknown mind. And it was only when philosophy, which is essentially progress, outgrew its first acquisitions, That religion became a thing apart, cherishing as unalterable dogmas the notions which philosophy had abandoned. Separated from philosophy, it became arrogant and fantastical, professing to have already attained what its more authentic representative was ever pursuing in vain, and discovering through its initiations and mysteries all that to its contracted view seemed wanting to restore the well being of mankind, the means of purification and expiation, remedies for disease, expedients to cure the disorders of the soul and to propagate the gods. Why should we attempt to combine the idea of the supreme mind within an arbitrary barrier, or exclude from the limits of veracity any conception of the deity, which, if imperfect and inadequate, may be only as little more so than our own? The name God, says Hobbes, is used not to make us conceive him, for he is inconceivable, but that we may honor him, believe in God, and adore him, said the Greek poet, but investigate him not. The inquiry is fruitless. Seek not to discover who God is, for by the desire to know you offend him who chooses to remain unknown. When we attempt, says Philo, to investigate the essence of the absolute being, we fall into an abyss of perplexity, and the only benefit to be derived from such researchers is the conviction of their absurdity. Yet man, though ignorant of the constitution of the dust on which they tread, has ventured and still ventures to speculate the nature of God, and to define dogmatically in creeds the subject least within the compass of their faculties, and even to hate and persecute those who will not accept their views as true. But though a knowledge of the divine essence is impossible, But though a knowledge of the divine essence is impossible, the conceptions formed respecting it are interesting as indications of intellectual development. The history of religion is the history of the human mind, and the conception formed by it of a deity is always in exact relation to its moral and intellectual attainments. The one is the index and the measure of the other. The negative notion of God, which consists in abstracting the inferior and finite, is, according to Philo, the only way in which it is possible for man worthy to apprehend the nature of God. After exhausting the varieties of symbolism, we contrast the divine greatness with human littleness and employ expressions apparently affirmative, such as infinite, almighty, all wise, omnipotent, eternal, and the like, which in reality amount only to denying, in regard to God, those limits which confine the faculties of man, and thus we remain content with a name which is a mere conventional sign and confession of our ignorance. The Hebrew and Greek or expressed abstract existence without outward manifestation or development. Of the same nature are the definitions. God is a sphere whose center is everywhere and whose circumference nowhere. God is he who sees all, himself unseen. And finally, that of Proclus and Hegel, the told, that which has no outward and positive existence. Most of the so called ideas or definitions of the absolute are only a collection of negations, from which, as they affirm nothing is learned. God was first recognized in the heavenly bodies and in the elements, When man's consciousness of his own intellectuality was matured and he became convinced that the internal faculty of thought was something more subtle than even the most subtle elements, he transferred that new conception to the object of his worship and deified a mental principle instead of a physical one. He, in every case, makes God after his own image, for do what we will, the highest efforts of human thought can conceive nothing higher than the supremacy of intellect. And so he ever comes back to some familiar type of exalted humanity. He at first defies nature, and afterward himself. The eternal aspiration of the religious sentiment in man is to become united with God. In his earliest development, the wish and its fulfillment were simultaneous. Through unquestioning belief, in proportion as the conception of deity was exalted, the notion of his terrestrial presence or proximity was abandoned, and the difficulty of comprehending the divine government, together with the glaring superstitious evils arising out of its misinterpretation, endangered the belief in it altogether. I'm going to pick up right there. I'm just. Mm.
The eternal aspiration of the religious sentiment in man is to become united with God. In his earliest development, the wish and its fulfillment were simultaneous. Through unquestioning belief in proportion as the conception of deity was exalted, the notion of his terrestrial presence or proximity was abandoned. Even the lights of heaven, which as bright portents of the sky were formerly the vigilant directors of the economy of earth, now shine dim and distant, and Uriel no more descends upon a sunbeam. But the real change has been in the progressive ascent of man's own faculties, and not in the divine nature. As the stars are no more distant now than when they were supposed to rest on the shoulders of Atlas, and yet a little sense of disappointment and humiliation attended the first awakening of the soul, when reason, looking upward toward the deity, was impressed with a dizzy sense of having fallen. But hope revives in despondency, and every nation that ever advanced beyond the most elementary conceptions felt the necessity of an attempt to fill the chasm, real or imaginary, separating man from God. To do this was the great task of poetry, philosophy, and religion. Hence, the personifications of God's attributes, developments, and manifestations as powers, intelligences, angels, emanations, through which and the oracular faculty in himself, man could place himself in communion with God. The various ranks and orders of mythical beings imagined by Persians, Indians, Egyptians, or Utrorians to preside over the various departments of nature had each of his share in a scheme to bring man into closer approximation to the deity. They eventually gave way only before an analogous, though less picturesque symbolism. And the deities of the Daemons of Greece and Rome were perpetuated with only a change of names when their offices were transferred to saints and martyrs. The attempts by which reason had sometimes endeavored to span the unknown by a bridge of metaphysics, such as the idealistic systems of Zoroaster, Pythagoras, or Plato, were only a more refined form of the poetical allusions which satisfied the vulgar, and man still looked back with a longing to the lost golden age, when his ancestors communed face to face with gods, and hoped that by propitiating heaven, that they might accelerate the renewal of it in the islands of the far west, under the scepter of Kronos, or in a centralization of political power at Jerusalem. His eager hope overcame even the terrors of the grave, for the divine power was as infinite as human expectation, and the Egyptian, duly insepulchred in the Libyan catacombs, was supposed to be already on his way to the fortunate abodes under the guidance of Hermes, there to obtain a perfect association and reunion with his God. Remembering what we have already said elsewhere in regard to the old ideas concerning the deity, and repeating it as little as possible, let us once more put ourselves in communion with the ancient poetic and philosophic mind, and endeavor to learn of it what it thought, and how it solved the great problems that have ever tortured the human intellect. The division of the first and supreme calls into two parts, one active and the other passive: the universe, agent and patient, or the hermaphroditic God world, hermaphroditic God world, is one of the most ancient and widespread dogmas of philosophy of natural theology. Almost every ancient people gave it a place in their worship, their mysteries, and their ceremonies. Osiris Locarnos who seems to have lived shortly after Pythagoras opened his school in Italy, 5 or 600 years before our era, and in the time of Siro, Deus, and the other sages who had studied in the schools of Egypt, not only recognizes the eternity of the universe and its divine character as an unproduced and indestructible being, but also the distinction of active and passive causes in what he terms the grand whole, or the single hermaphroditic being that comprehends all existences, as well causes as effects, and which is a system regularly ordered, perfect, and complete of all natures. He well apprehended the dividing line that separates existence eternally the same from that which eternally changes, the nature of celestial from that of terrestrial bodies, that of causes from that of effects, that which is from that which is only becomes, a distinction that naturally struck every thinking man. We shall not quote his language at full length. The heavenly bodies, he thought, are first and most noble. They move of themselves and ever revolve without change of form or essence. Fire, water, earth, and air change incessantly and continually, not place, but form. Then, as in the universe, there are generation and cause of generation, as generation is where there are change and displacement of parts, and cause where there is stability of nature. Evidently, it belongs to what is the cause of generation to move and to act, and to the recipient to be made and moved. In his view, everything above and the moon was the habitation of the gods, all below that of nature and discord. This operates dissolution of things made, that production of those that are being made, as the world is unproduced and indestructible, as it had been beginning and will have no end. Necessarily the principle that operates generation in another than itself, and that which operates in itself, have coexisted. The former is all above the moon, and especially the sun. The latter is the sublunary world. Of these two parts, one is active, the other passive. One divine and always the same, the other mortal and ever changing. All that we call the world or universe is composed. These accorded with the principles of the Egyptian philosophy, which held that man and the animals had always existed together with the world, that they were its effects, eternal like itself. The chief divisions of nature into active and passive causes, its system of generation and destruction, and the concurrence of the two great principles, heaven and earth, uniting to form all things, will, according to Osiris, always continue to exist. Enough, he concludes, as to the universe, the generations and destructions effected in it, the mode in which it now exists, the mode in which it will ever exist, by the eternal qualities of the two principles, one always moving, the other always moved, one always governing, the other always governed. Such is a brief summary of the doctrine of this philosopher, whose work is one of the most ancient that has survived to us. The subject on which he treated occupied in his time all men's minds. The poets sang of cosmogonies and theogonies, and the philosophers wrote treatises on the birth of the world and the elements in all of its composition. The cosmology of the Hebrews attributed to Moses, that of the Phoenicians ascribed to Sanctornethon, that of the Greeks, composed by Hesiod, that of the Egyptians and Atlantes and the Cretans, preserved by Diodorus Siculus, the fragments of the theology of Orpheus,
divided among different writers. The books of the Persians, or their Barandesh, those of the Hindus, the traditions of the Chinese, and the people of the cosmogonic chants which Virgil puts in the mouth of Aeopus at Carthage, and those of the old Sailurnus. The first book, let's see here, they all testify to the antiquity and universality of these fictions as the origin of the world and its causes. The Shroud. There was once a mother who had a little boy of 7 years old who was so handsome and lovable that no one could look at him without liking him, and she herself worshipped him above everything in the world. Now it so happened that he suddenly became ill, and God took him to himself, and for this the mother could not be comforted, and wept both day and night. But soon afterwards, when the child had been buried, it appeared by night in the places where it had sat and played during its life. And if the mother wept, it wept also. And when morning came, it disappeared. As, however, the mother would not stop crying, it came one night in the little white shroud in which it had been laid in its coffin, and with its wreath of flowers round its head, and stood on the bed at her feet, and said, "O mother, do stop crying, or I shall never fall asleep in my coffin, for my shroud will not dry because of all thy tears which fall upon it." The mother was afraid when she heard that, and wept no more. The next night the child came again, and held a little light in its hand, and said, "Look, mother, my shroud is nearly dry, and I can rest in my grave." Then the mother gave her sorrow into God's keeping, and bore it quietly and patiently, and the child came no more, but slept in its little bed beneath the earth. Thumbling had climbed up among the hay and found a beautiful place to sleep in. There he intended to rest until day and then go home again to his parents, but he had other things to go through. Truly, there is much affliction and misery in this world. When day dawned, the maid arose from her bed to feed the cows. Her first walk was into the barn, where she had laid hold of an armful of hay, and precisely that very one in which poor Thumbling was lying asleep. He, however, was sleeping so soundly that he was aware of nothing, and did not awake until he was in the mouth of the cow, who had picked him up with the hay. "Ah, heavens!" cried he, "how have I got into the fooling mill?" But he soon discovered where he was. Then it was necessary to be careful not to let himself go between the teeth and be dismembered, but he was nevertheless forced to slip down into the stomach with the hay. "In this little room the windows are forgotten," said he, "and no sun shines in, neither will a candle be brought." His quarters were especially unpleasing to him, and the worst was, more and more hay was always coming in by the door, and the space grew less and less. When at length, in his anguish, he cried as loud as he could, "Bring me no more fodder! Bring me no more fodder!" The maid was just milking the cow, and when she heard someone speaking and saw no one, and perceived that it was the same voice that she had heard in the night, she was so terrified that she slipped off her stool and spilt the milk. She ran in great haste to her master and said, "Oh heavens, pastor, the cow has been speaking." "Thou art mad," replied the pastor, but he went himself to the byre to see what was there. Hardly, however, had he set his foot inside when Thumbling again cried, "Bring me no more fodder! Bring me no more fodder!" Then the pastor himself was alarmed, and thought that an evil spirit had gone into the cow, and ordered her to be killed.
She was killed, but the stomach in which Thumbling was thrown on the minute. Thumbling had great difficulty in working his way. However, he succeeded so far as to get some room. But just as he was going to thrust his head out, a new misfortune occurred. A hungry wolf ran thither and swallowed the whole stomach at one gulp. Thumbling did not lose courage. Perhaps, thought he, the wolf will listen to what I have got to say. And when he called him from out of his stomach, Dear wolf, I know of a magnificent feast for you. Where is it to be had? Said the wolf. In such and such a house thou must creep into it through the kitchen sink, and wilt find cakes and bacon and sausages, and as much of them as thou canst eat. And he described to him exactly his father's house. The wolf did not require to be told this twice, squeezed himself in at night through the sink, and ate to his heart's content in the larder. When he had eaten his fill, he wanted to go out again, but he had become so big that he could not go out by the same way. Thumbling had reckoned on this, and now began to make a violent noise in the wolf's body, and raged and screamed as loudly as he could. Wilt thou be quiet? Said the wolf. That will waken up the people. Ah, what? Replied the little fellow. Thou hast eaten thy fill, and I will make merry likewise, and began once more to scream with all his strength. At last his father and mother were aroused by it, and ran to the room and looked in through the opening in the door. When they saw that a wolf was inside, they ran away, and the husband fetched his axe, and the wife the scythe. Stay behind, said the man when they entered the room. When I have given him a blow, if he is not killed by it, thou must cut him down and hew his body to pieces. Then Thumbling heard his parents' voices and cried, Dear father, I am here. I am in the wolf's body. Said the father, full of joy, Thank God, our dear child has found us again, and bade the woman take away her scythe, that Thumbling might not be hurt with it. After that, he raised his arm and struck the wolf such a blow on his head that he fell down dead. And then they got knives and scissors and cut his body open and drew the little fellow forth. Ah, said the father, what sorrow we have gone through for thy sake. Yes, father, I have gone about the world a great deal. Thank heaven, I breathe fresh air again. Where hast thou been, then? Ah, father, I have been in a mouse's hole, in a cow's stomach, and then in a wolf's. Now I will stay with you, and we will not sell thee again. No, no, not for all the riches in the world, said his parents, and they embraced and kissed their dear Thumbling. They gave him to eat and drink, and had some new clothes made for him, for his own had been spoiled on his journey. See what this one says. Shall I read it? I think so. It says a third story. It's very short. It's very short. A snake cries, Huh? 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 A child says, Come out. The snake comes out. Then the child inquires about her little sister. Hast thou not seen little red stockings? The snake says, No, neither have I. Then I am like you. Ha, ha, hoo, 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 hoo. All right, let's go back to the first story. Yeah, should we do the first story? Yeah, I think so. Maybe take another one. I'm refreshing my coffee. Stood up a little fast.
Poor man, for a while he still oversaw the fields, although he was grieving greatly for Odysseus, and would eat and drink with the slaves in the house whenever he had a notion. But now, since the very day you sailed to Pylos, they say he hasn't been eating or drinking as before, overseeing the fields. He just sits and groans, weeping his heart out, and the flesh is wasting away from his bones. And Telemachus, in his clear-headed way, that's hard work, but we will let him be, despite our pain. If mortals could have all their wishes granted, we would choose first the day of my father's return. No, just deliver your message and come back. And don't go tripicing all through the countryside. Tripsing. And don't go tripsing all through the countryside looking for Laertes. But tell my mother to send the housekeeper as soon as she can. Secretly, she could bring the old man the message. So the swineherd got going. He tied on his sandals and was off to the city. The swineherd's departure was not unnoticed by Athena. She approached the farmstead in the likeness of a woman, beautiful, tall, and accomplished in handiwork, and stood in the doorway of Reumarchus' hut, showing herself to Odysseus. Telemachus did not see her before him or notice her presence, for the gods are not visible to everyone. But Odysseus saw her, and the dogs did too, and they did not bark, but slunk away whining. To the other side of the farmstead, the goddess lifted her brows, and Odysseus understood. He went out of the hut, past the country yard's great wall, and stood before her. Athena said to him, Son of Laertes, in the line of Zeus, tell your son now, and I do not keep him in the dark, so that you too can plan the suitor's destruction and then go to town. As for myself, I will not be gone long. No, I am eager for battle. With this she touched him with her golden wand. A fresh tunic and cloak replaced his rags, and he was taller and younger, his skin tanned, his jawline firm, and his beard glossy black. Having worked her magic, the goddess left, and Odysseus went back into the hut. His son was astounded, shaken, and flustered. He turned away his eyes for fear it was a god, and words fell from his lips in nervous flurries. You look different, stranger than you did before, and your clothes are different in your complexion. You must be a god, one of the immortals who hold high heaven. Be gracious to us, so we can offer you acceptable sacrifice, and finely wrought gold, and spare us, please. And godlike Odysseus, who had borne much, I am no god. Why liken me to the deathless ones? No, I am your father, on whose account you have suffered many pains and endured the violence of men. Saying this, he kissed his son and let his tears fall to the ground. He had he had held them in until now, but Telemachus could not believe but Telemachus could not believe that this was his father, and he blurted out, You cannot be my father, Odysseus. You must be some spirit enchanting me, only to increase my grief and pain later. No mortal man could figure out how to do this all on his own. Only a god could so easily transform someone from old to young. A while ago you were old and shabbily dressed, and now you were like the gods who hold high heaven. And Odysseus, from his mind's teeming depths, Telemachus, it does not become you to be so amazed that your father is here in this house. You can be sure that no other Odysseus will ever come. But I am here, just as you see, home at last, after 20 years of suffering and wandering. So you will know this is Athena's doing. She can make me look whatever she wants. A beggar sometimes, and sometimes a young man wearing fine clothes. It's easy for the gods to glorify a man or to make him look poor. He spoke and sat down, and Telemachus threw his arms around his wonderful father and wept, and a longing arose in both of them to weep and lament, and their shrill cries crowded the air, like the cries of birds, sea eagles, or taloned vultures, whose young chicks rough farmers have stolen out of their nests before they were fledged. Their tears were that piteous, and the sun, its light fading, would have set on their weeping had not Telemachus suddenly said to his father, "What ship brought you here, father? And where did the crew say they were from? I don't suppose you came here on foot." And Odysseus, the godlike survivor, "I tell you the truth about this, son. The Phaeacians brought me, famed soldiers who give passage to all who come their way. They brought me over the sea as I slept in their swift ship and set me ashore on Ithaca with donations of bronze and clothing of gold, splendid treasures that are now stored in caves. By grace of the gods, I have come here now. At Athena's suggestion, you and I must plan how to kill our enemies. List them for me now so I can know who they are and how many, and so I can weigh the odds and decide whether you and I can go up against them alone, or whether we have to enlist some allies." Telemachus took a deep breath and said, "Father, look now, I know your great reputation, how you can handle a spear, and what a strategist you are. But this is too much for me. Two men simply cannot fight against such superior numbers and superior force, and there are not just 10 suitors, or twice that, but many times more. Here's the count. From Dorcherum, there are 52, the pick of their young men, and 6 attendants. From Sarman there are 24. From Xarsthus there are 27. And from Ithaca itself 12, all the noblest, and with them are Merdon the herald, the divine bard, and 2 attendants who carve. If we go up against all of them in the hall, I fear your vengeance will be bitter indeed. Please try to think of someone to help us, someone who would gladly be our ally." And Odysseus, who had borne much, "I'll tell you who will help. Do you think that Athena and her father Zeus would be help enough? Or should I think of more?" Telemachus answered in his clever headed way, "You are talking about 2 excellent allies, although they do sit a little high in the clouds and have to rule the whole world and the gods as well." And Odysseus, who had borne much, "Those 2 won't hold back from battle for long. They'll be here all right when the fighting starts between the suitors and us in my high roofed halls. For now, go at daybreak up to the house and keep company that these insolent hanger-ons, the swineherd, will lead me to the city later, looking like an old broken down beggar. If they treat me badly in the house, just endure it, even if they drag me through the door by my feet, or throw things at me, just bear it patiently. Try to dissuade them. Try to talk them out of their folly, sure, but they won't listen to you at all, because their day of reckoning is near. And here's something else for you to keep in mind. When Athena in her wisdom prompts me, I'll give you a signal. When you see me nod, take all the weapons that are in the hall into the lofted storeroom and stow them there. When the suitors miss them and ask you where they are, set their minds at ease, saying, 'Oh, I have stored them out of the smoke. They're nothing like they were when Odysseus went off to Troy. but are all grimmed with soot. Also, a god put this thought into my head that when you men are drinking, you might start quarreling and someone could get hurt, which would ruin your feasting and courting. Steel has a way of drawing a man into it, but leave behind a couple of swords for us, and two spears and ox-hide shields. Leave them where we can get to them in a hurry. Pallas Athena and Zeus in his cunning will keep the suitors in a daze for a while. And one more thing before you go. If you are really my son and have my blood in your veins, don't let anyone know. The Odysseus is at home. Not Laertes, not the swineherd, not anyone in the house, not even Penelope. You and I by ourselves will figure out which way the women are leaning. We'll test more than one of the servants too and see who respects us and fears us, and who cares nothing about either one of us and fails to honor you. You're a man now. You'll soon see what I'm made of, Father, and I don't think you'll find me lacking, but I'm not sure your plan will work. To our advantage, think about it. It'll take forever for you to make the rounds, testing each man, while back in the house, the high handed suitors are having a good time, eating their way through everything we own. I agree you should find out which of the women dishonor you and which are innocent. But as for testing the men in the fields, let's do that afterward. If indeed you know something from Zeus, who holds the Aegis. While these two were speaking to each other, the sturdy ship that brought Telemachus and his crew from Pylos was pulling into Ithaca. They sailed into the deep harbor and hauled the black ship up into the shore. Porters in high spirits relieved them of their great and carried the beautiful gifts to Cleotheus' house. They sent a herald ahead to Odysseus' palace to tell Penelope that Telemachus was out in the country and had ordered the ship to sail on to the city so that she, the queen, would not fall weeping with worry. So it happened that the swineherd and herald met while they were bringing the same message to Odysseus' wife. When they reached the palace, the herald spoke out in the woman's presence. As of now, lady, your son has returned. But the swineherd went up to Penelope and told her all that her son had asked him to do. His message delivered, and he left the hall and went through the country yard and back to his swine. That was bad news for the suitors. They filled out of the hall and passed the great wall of the courtyard and sat down before the gates. Eurymachus, Parthia's son, was first to speak. Damn it, Telemachus has some nerve pulling off his this voyage. We never thought we'd see it happen. Well, let's get a tarred ship out of the water, the best we have, and a crew out on the water, the best we have, and a crew to man the oars to tail our men out at sea to get back here as soon as they can. He was still speaking when Amphinomus, turning around, saw a ship in the harbor. Sails being furled, the crew with oars in their hands. He chuckled softly and said to his companions, well, so much for a message. Here they are. Either some god told them or they spotted Telemachus' ship sailing by, but couldn't catch her. They trotted down to the shore and made quick work of hauling the black ship onto the beach. Attendants relieved the crew of their gear, and the whole company went off to the assembly. They wouldn't allow anyone else, young or old, to sit with them. Antonius rose to speak. Just look at how the gods have saved this man.
Day after day, watchmen sat on the windy heights, relieving each other until the sun went down, and we never spent the night on the shore, but were out at sea all night, waiting for dawn, waiting for Telemachus, out for his blood, and now some god has delivered him home. We'll have to find a way to do him in here. We can't let him slip through our hands again. As long as Telemachus is still alive, I don't like our odds in what we're trying to do. He's shrewd and he's smart, and the people aren't on our side at all anymore. We have to act before he calls an assembly. I don't think he's going to let things slide. He's going to be angry and he'll stand up and tell everyone how we plotted his death, but could not catch him. They won't approve when they hear of our crimes and there's danger. They'll do something to us, drive us out of our land, and we'll wind up in exile. No, we have to beat him to it, jump jump him out in the flesh, away from the city, out in the fields, away from the city, or on the road. We'll keep all his possessions, dividing them fairly among us. His house, though, we'll give to his mother and whoever weds her. But if you don't like this plan, if you'd rather he stay alive and keep his ancestral wealth, he shouldn't keep gathering here anymore and devouring all this pleasant fare. Each man will have to court her from his own house, sending her gifts and trying to win her hand. And she will marry the man who offers the most and comes to her as her fated husband. He spoke, and they sat there in silence. Until Amphinomus stood up to speak. Saramnisos, the grandson of Arathias, he led the suitors who came from Durtium, with its grassy meadows and rich wheat fields. Penelope liked him for the way he spoke and the good sense he showed, and now he spoke to the suitors with good will to all. Friends, I would not willingly choose to kill Telemachus. It is a serious matter to murder someone of royal stock. We should first consult the will of the gods. If great Zeus ordains it, I will kill him myself and urge on others. But if the gods are against it, I urge you to stop. Amphinomus' speech carried the day. The suitors stood up and went back to Odysseus' house, entered, and sat on their polished chairs. Penelope now had a notion to come out among her overbearing, insolent suitors. She had learned of the plot to kill her son in his own house. The herald Merdorn told her after he overheard the suitors talking. And so the beautiful lady came into the hall with her serving women. When she had come among the suitors, she stood shawled in light by a column that supported the roof of the great house. Hiding her cheeks behind her silken veils, she spoke these harsh words to Antonius. Antonius, you are a haughty and evil man. They say you are the best of your generation, in all of Ithaca in counsel and in speech, but you don't measure up to your reputation. You must be mad, plotting Telemachus' death. Don't you care at all that your father was once a suppling here? Zeus witnesses this, and it is unholy for suppliants and hosts to harm each other. Or haven't you heard of the time your father came to this house as a fugitive? These people were angry with him because he had joined up with the Taphian pirates.
and harass their allies, the Thesprotians. The citizens wanted to beat him to death and gobble up his large and pleasant estate, but they were held in check by Odysseus. It is his house that you are now gobbling up. Without atonement, his wife you are wooing, his son you are trying to kill, and as for me, you are causing me unspeakable distress. Stop it, I tell you, and tell the others to stop. Then Eurymachus, son of Polybius, answered, Penelope, Arcadius' wise daughter, cheer up, don't be so upset by all this. There is not a man alive, nor will there be, who will lay hands on your son. Telemachus, while I still breathe and look upon this earth, anyone who tries, I give you my solemn assurance, will spill his black blood around the point of my spear. No, I too often sat on Odysseus' knees, and the great hero would put roast meat in my hands and make me sip red wine. And so Telemachus is the dearest of all men to me, and I guarantee he need have no fear of death from the Suitors, that is, from the gods. There is no avoiding it. A heartwarming speech, but he was still planning to kill her son. Penelope went upstairs to her softly lit rooms and wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband, until gray eyed Athena cast sweet sleep upon the woman's eyelids. Evening fell, and Swineherd came back to Odysseus and his son, who had slaughtered a yearling boar, and were busy, and drew near to Odysseus and trapped him with her wand, making him into an old man again, clothed in rags. She was afraid the swineherd would recognize him, and unable to keep the secret, go bring the news to Penelope. Telemachus looked up and said to the swineherd, You're back, Hermes. What news from town? Have the suitors returned from their ambush, or are they still looking for me to sail past? And you answered him, Eurymachus, my swineherd. It wasn't my business to nose around town asking about that, and I wanted to come back as soon as I had delivered my message. On the way in, though, I met up with a herald sent by your shipmates. He was fast and got there first to tell your mother the news. I know one more thing, for I saw it myself. I was above the city by the hill of Hermes on my way back when I saw a sailing ship pull into our harbor. She had a large crew and was loaded with shields and bladed spears. I thought it was them, but I don't really know. Telemachus smiled, feeling his ancestors' blood, and glanced at Odysseus, avoiding the swineherd's eye. When they had finished preparing the meal, they fell to feasting. There was plenty for everyone, and when they had enough food and drink, their minds turned toward rest, and they took the gift of sleep. When dawn brushed the early sky with rose, Odysseus' son bound on his beautiful sandals and hefted his spear. He was in a hurry to get to the city, and he said to his swineherd, I'm off to the town, Hermes. My mother won't stop crying until she sees me again in person. But this is what I want you to do. Take this down and out stranger into the city so that he can beg for food. Whoever wants to can give him some bread and a cup of water. There's no way I can worry about everyone. I have too much on my mind. If the stranger gets upset about this, it's just too bad. I'm the sort of person who likes to talk straight. And Odysseus, his mind teeming, said, Friend, don't think I'm eager myself to be left behind here. For a beggar like me, it's better to beg for food in the town than out in the fields, and whoever wants can give me something. I'm past the age where I can stay on a farm and have to do everything some foreman tells me.
You go on. This man here will lead me to town as soon as I have warmed myself by the fire and the sun is higher. Those clothes I'm wearing are not so good, and the morning frost might might do me in. You say the city is pretty far? Thus Odysseus and Telemachus strode quickly out of the farmstead, sowing death for the suitors with every step he took. Then he came to the house. He leaned his spear against the tall pillar and went in over the stone threshold. Eurycia spotted him first as she was spreading fleeces over finely wrought chairs. She burst into tears and ran straight over to him. The other maids of Odysseus' household gathered around and kissed his head and shoulders in welcome. Then from her bedroom came wise Penelope, looking like Artemis or golden Aphrodite. She burst into tears and threw her arms around him and kissed his head and both his shining eyes, and through her sobs spoke these winged words. You have come, Telemachus, sweet light. I thought I would never see you again. After you left in your ship for Pylos behind my back, the news of your father? But tell me, what did you find out about him? Telemachus answered her coolly, I don't make me weep, mother, or get me all worked up. I barely escaped with my life. Now bathe yourself and put on clean clothes. Then go to your bedroom upstairs with your maids and vow formal sacrifice to the immortal gods, in the hope that Zeus will grant us vengeance. I'm going to town so I can invite to your house a stranger who came here with me from Pylos. I sent him on ahead with some of my crew, and I told Perseus to take him home and show him hospitality until I arrived. Penelope's response to this died on her lips. She bathed and dressed herself in clean clothes and vowed sacrifices to the immortal gods, praying that Zeus would grant them vengeance some day. Telemachus went out through the hall holding a spear, two lean hounds at his side. Athena shed a silver grace upon him. And everyone marveled at him as he passed. The haughty suitors crowded around him, fine words on their lips and evil in their hearts. Telemachus slipped away from the throng and went to sit down over to one side. With Mentor Antiphus and Halitherses, old friends of his father, they wanted to know everything Telemachus had done. And then Piraeus came up, leading the stranger, Telemachus, up through the city to where the men were gathered. Telemachus did not keep his back to him long, but went up to the stranger who was his guest. It was Piraeus who spoke first, saying, Telemachus, get some women over to my house so I can send you the gifts Menelaus gave you. And Telemachus, in his clear-headed way, Piraeus, we don't know how things will turn out. Should the suitors treacherously kill me at home and divide among them my family's wealth, I would rather that you keep all these gifts and enjoy them rather than any of that crowd. But if I manage to sow the seed of their death, I'll be glad to have all it back from you then. Saying that, Telemachus led the stranger, who had endured much in the life, to his house. They went inside and laid their cloaks on chairs and went into the polished tubs and bathed. When the maids had bathed them and rubbed them with oil and flung open upon them fleecy cloaks and tunics, they came out of baths and sat down on chairs. A maid poured water from the golden pitcher into a silver basin for them to wash their hands.
Rest assured, I will tell you now, mother. We went to Pylos, and Nestor, the king there, took me into his house. He welcomed me as a father might welcome his long-lost son, and he put me up with his own glorious sons. But he said he had heard nothing from anyone about whether Odysseus was dead or alive. He sent me in a chariot to visit Menelaus, Atreus' son, and there I saw Helen, for whose sake the Greek and Trojan armies suffered so much by the will of the gods. Then Menelaus asked me why I had come to gleaming Lacedaemon. I told him why, and this is exactly what he told me then. Those dogs, those puny weaklings, wanting to sleep in the bed of a hero. A doe might as well bed her suckling fawns in the lair of a lion, leaving them there in the bush and then going off over the hills looking for grassy fields. When the lion comes back, the fawns die an ugly death. And that's the kind of death these men will die when Odysseus comes back. O Father Zeus, and Athena and Apollo, bring Odysseus back with the strength he showed in Lesbos once when he wrestled a match with Philomeleides and threw him hard, making all of us cheer. That's the Odysseus I want the suitors to meet. They get married all right to bitter death. But as to what you asked me about, I will not stray from the point or deceive you. No, I will tell you all that the infallible old man of the sea told me, and hide nothing. He said he saw him on an island, miserable in the halls of Calypso, who keeps him there against his will. He has no way to get home to his native land. He has no ships left, no crew to row him over the sea's broad back. Those were the words of Menelaus, Atreus' son, the great spearman. When I finished up there, I set out for home, and a fair wind from the gods brought me back quickly to my native land. So he spoke, and his words wrung her heart. Then Theoclymenus made his voice heard. Reverend Lady, wife of Laertes' son, Odysseus, Menelaus is in the dark about all this. But now hear what I have to say, for I will prophesy unerringly to you and conceal nothing. With Zeus above all gods as my witness, I swear by this table of hospitality and by Odysseus' hearth, to which I have come, that this same Odysseus, mark my words, is at this moment in his own native land, sitting still or on the move, learning of this evil. And he is sowing evil for all the suitors. Such is the bird of omen I saw. From the ship I cried it out to Telemachus and Penelope, calm and circumspect. Ah, stranger, may your words come true. Then you would know my kindness and my gifts. You would make you blessed in all men's eyes. While they spoke to each other in this way, the suitors were entertaining themselves in front of Odysseus' palace again, throwing the javelin and discus. On the level terrace, arrogant as ever, when it was time for dinner and the flocks were coming in from the fields, Merdorn, who was the suitors' favorite herald and was always at their feasts, called out, young men, now that you have enjoyed yourselves on the field, come inside so we can prepare a feast. Dinner at dinner time is not a bad thing at all. It didn't take much to persuade them. Up they rose and filed into the stately house. They laid their cloaks on the chairs, and some of them got busy, slaughtering great sheep and plump goats, fattened hogs too, and a heifer of the herd. While they were making their dinner, Odysseus and the noble swineherd were getting ready to go up from the fields to the city. The swineherd started off by saying, "Well, stranger, since you're eager to go to the city today, as my master ordered, although for my part I'd rather have you here to mind the farm. But I do respect him and fear him, and I certainly don't want a tongue or lashing from him, which could go hard. Anyway, we're better get going. It's late in the day, and it'll be colder toward evening." And Odysseus, his mind teeming. "No need to tell me that. I understand. Let's go. You lead the way, all the way. But if you have one cut, give me a staff to lean on. You said the trial was slippery." He spoke and threw around his shoulders his ratty pouch full of holes and slung by a twisted cord. By a twisted cord, Eurymachus gave him a staff that suited him, and the two of them set out. The dogs and the herdsmen stayed behind to guard the farmstead, and so the swineherd led his master to the city looking like an old broken down beggar, leaning on a staff and dressed in miserable rags. They were all well along the rugged path and near to the city when they came to a spring where the townspeople got their water. This beautiful fountain had been made by Ithacus and Nereus in Parthor. An old grove of poplars encircled it, and the water flowed from the rock above, on top of which was built an altar to the nymphs, where all wayfarers made offerings. There Menelaus, son of Dolius, met them as he was driving his she-goats, the best in the herds, into town for the suitors' dinner. Two herdsmen trailed along behind him when he saw Eumaeus and his companion. He greeted them with language so ugly it made Odysseus' blood boil to hear it. "Well, look at this trash dragging along trash, birds of a feather as usual. Where are you taking this walking pile of shit, you miserable hog tender, this diseased beggar, who will sobber all over our feasts? How many doorposts has he rubbed with his shoulders, begging for scraps? You think he's ever even gotten a proper present, a cauldron or a sword? Ha! Give him to me, and I'll have him sweep out the pins and carry loads of shoots for the goats to eat. Put some muscle on this thigh, and by drinking whey, I'll bet he's never done a hard day's work in his life. No, he prefers to beg his way through town for food to stuff into his bottomless belly. I'll tell you this, though, and you can count on it. If he comes to the palace of God like Odysseus, he'll be pelted with footstools aimed at his head. If he's lucky, they'll only splinter on his ribs. And as he passed Odysseus, the fool kicked him on the hip, trying to shove him off the path. Odysseus absorbed the blow without even quivering, only stood there and tried to decide whether to jump the man and knock him dead with his staff, or lift him by the ears and smash his head to the ground. In the end, he controlled himself and just took it. But the swineherd looked the man in the eye and told him off, and lifted his hands in prayer. Nymphs of the spring, daughters of Zeus, if Odysseus ever honored you by burning thigh bones of lambs and kids wrapped in rich fat, grant me this prayer. May my master come back. May some God guide me back. Then he would scatter all that puffery of yours, all the airs you put on strutting around town, while bad herdsmen destroy all the flocks. Menathius, the goatherd, came back with this. Listen to the dog talk with his big, bad notions. I'm going to take him off in a black ship someday, far from Ithaca, and sell him for a fortune. You want my prayer? May Apollo with his silver bow strike Telemachus dead today in his halls, or may the suitors kill him, as surely as Odysseus is lost for good in some faraway land. He left him with that. They walked on slowly, while the goatherd pushed ahead and came quickly to the palace. He went right in and sat down among the suitors opposite Eurymachus, whom he liked best of all. The servers sent out for him a helping of meat, and the grave housekeeper brought him bread. Odysseus and the swineherd came up to the house and halted. The sound of the hollow lyre drifted out to them, for Hermes was sweeping the strings as he began his song. Odysseus took the swineherd's hand and said, Hermes, this beautiful house must be Odysseus. It would stand out anywhere. Look, all the rooms and stories in the court built with wall and coping, and the well-fenced double gates. No one could scorn it. And I can tell there are many men feasting inside, from the savor of meat wafting out from it, and the sound of the lyre which rounds out a feast. And you answered him, Swineherd Hermes. You don't miss a thing, do you? Well, let's figure out what we should do here. Either you go in first and mingle with the suitors while I wait here, or you wait here. If you'd rather, and I'll go in before you. But don't wait long, or someone might see you and either throw something at you or smack you. Think it over, what you like to do. And Odysseus, the godlike survivor,
I understand you don't have to prompt me. You go in before me, and I'll wait here. I've had things thrown at me before, and I have an enduring heart. Eumaeus, God knows I've had my share of suffering at war and sea. I can take more if I have to, but no one can hide a hungry belly. It's our worst enemy. It's why we launch ships to bring war to men across the barren sea. And as they talked, a dog that was lying there had lifted his head and pricked up his ears. This was Orcus, whom Odysseus himself had patiently bred, but never got to enjoy before he left for Ilion. The young men used to set him after wild goats, deer, and hare. Now his master gone, he lay neglected in the dung of mules and cattle outside the doors, a deep pile where Odysseus' farm hands would go for manure to spread on his fields. There lay the hound Odysseus, infested with lice. And now, when he sensed Odysseus was near, he wagged his tail and dropped both ears, but could not drag himself nearer his master. Odysseus wiped away a tear, turning his head so that Eumaeus wouldn't notice, and asked him, Eumaeus, isn't it strange that this dog is lying in the dung? He's a beautiful animal, but I wonder if he has speed to match his looks, or if he's like a table dogs men keep for show. And you answered him, Eumaeus, my swineherd. Ah, yes, this dog belonged to the man who has died. Godlike Telemachus spotted the swineherd first, striding through the hall, and with a nod of his head signaled him to join him. Eumaeus looked around and took a stool that lay near, one that the carver ordinarily sat on when he sliced meat for the suitors. During in the hall, Eumaeus took his stool and placed it at Telemachus' table opposite him and sat down. A herald came and served him a portion of meat and bread from the basket. Soon after, Odysseus came in looking like an old, broken down beggar, leading staff and dressed in miserable rags. He sat down on the ashwood threshold just inside the doors, leaning back on the cypress doorpost, a post planned and shrewd by some skillful carpenter in days gone by. Telemachus called the swineherd over, and taking a whole loaf from the beautiful basket and all the meat his hands could hold, said to him, take this over to the stranger and tell him to go around and beg from the suitors. Shame is no good companion for a man in need. Thus Telemachus, the swineherd, nodded, and going over to Odysseus said to him, Telemachus gives you this, and he tells you to go around and beg from each of the suitors. Shame, he says, is not good for a beggar. And Odysseus, his mind teeming, Lord Zeus, may Telemachus be blessed among men, and may he have all that his heart desires. And he took the food in both his hands and set it down at his feet on the beggar's pouch. Odysseus ate as long as the bards sang in the hall. When the song came to an end, and the suitors began to be noisy and boisterous, Athena drew near to him and prompted him to go among the suitors and beg for crusts, and so learn which of them were decent men and which were scoundrels. Not that the goddess had the slightest intention of sparing any of them. Odysseus made his rounds from right to left, stretching his hands out to every side as if he had been a beggar all his life. They all pitied him and gave him something. They wondered out loud who he was and where he had come from, to which questions Laertes, the goatherd, volunteered. Hear me, suitors of our noble queen. As to this stranger, I have seen him before. The swineherd brought him here. Who he is, I have no idea, or where he claims he was born. At this, Antonius tore into the swineherd. Swineherd, why did you bring this man to town? Don't we have enough tramps around here without him? This nuance of a beggar who will foul our feast. I suppose you don't care that these men are eating away your master's wealth, or you wouldn't have invited him. The swineherd Eumaeus came back with this. You may be a fine gentleman, Antonius, but that's an ugly thing to say. Who indeed ever goes out of his way to invite a stranger from abroad unless it's a prophet, or a healer, or a builder, or a singer of tales, someone like that? A master of his craft who benefits everyone. Men like that get invited everywhere on earth. But who would burden himself with a beggar? You're just plain mean. The meanest of the suitors to Odysseus' servants, and especially to me. But I don't care as long as my lady Penelope lives in the hall and godlike Telemachus. To which Telemachus responded coolly, quiet. Don't waste your words on this man. Antonius is nasty like that, provoking people with harsh words and egging them on. And then he had these fletched words for Antonius. Why, Antonius, you're just like a father to me, kindly advising me to kick this stranger out. God forbid that should ever happen. Nah, go ahead and give him something. I want you to. Don't worry about my mother or anyone else in this house when it comes to giving things away. But the truth is that you're just being selfish and would rather eat more yourself and give any away. And Antonius answered him, what a high and mighty speech, Telemachus. Look now, if only everyone gave him what I will, it would be months before he darkened your door. And as he spoke, he grabbed the stool upon which he propped his shining feet whenever he dined and brandished it beneath the table. But all the rest gave the beggar something, and he filled his pouch with bread and meat, and Odysseus would have had his taste of the suitors free of charge. But on his way back to the threshold, he stopped by Antonius' place and said, give me something, friend. You don't look like you are a poorest man here. Far from it, but the most well off. You look like a king, so you should give me more than the others. If you did, I'd sing your praises all over the earth. I too once had a house of my own, a rich man in a wealthy house, and I gave freely and often to any and everyone who wandered by. I had slaves, too, more than I could count, and everything I needed to live the good life. But Zeus smashed it all to pieces one day. Who knows why? When he sent me out with roving pirates all the way to Egypt so I could meet my doom. I moored my ships in the river Nile, and you can be sure I ordered my trusty mates so to stand by and guard them while I sent out scouts to look around. Then the crews got cocky and overconfident and started pillaging the Egyptian countryside, carrying off the women and the children and killing the men. The cry came to the city, and at daybreak, troops answered the call. The whole plain was filled with infantry, war chariots, and the glint of bronze thundering. Zeus threw my men into a panic, and not one had the courage to stand and fight against all odds like that. It was bad. They killed many of us outright with bronze and led the rest to their city to work as slaves. But they gave me to a friend of theirs from Cyprus to take me back there and give me to Mertor, son of Asus, who ruled Cyprus with an iron hand. From there I came here with all my hard luck. Antonius had this to say in reply: "What god has brought this plague in here? Get off to the side, away from me, or I'll show you Egypt and Cyprus. You pushy panhandler, you don't know your place. You make your rounds and everyone hands things out recklessly. And why shouldn't they? It's easy to be generous with someone else's wealth." Odysseus took a step back and answered him: "It's too bad your mind doesn't match your good looks. You wouldn't give us a plane even a pinch of salt if you had to give it from your own cupboard. Here you sit at another man's table, and you can't bear to give me a piece of bread from the huge pile that's right by your hand." This made Antonius even angrier, and he shot back with a dark scowl: "That does it. I'm not going to let you just breeze out of here if you're going to insult me." As he spoke, he grabbed the footstool and threw it, hitting Odysseus under his right shoulder blade. Odysseus stood there as solid as a rock and didn't even blink. He only shook his head in silence and brooded darkly. Then he went back to the threshold and sat down with his pouch bulging and spoke to the suitors. "Hear me, suitors of our glorious queen, so I can speak my mind. No one regrets being hit while fighting for his possessions, his cattle or his sheep, but Antonius struck me because of my belly, that vile growling beast that gives us so much trouble. If there are gods for beggars or avenging spirits, may death come to Antonius before marriage does." Antonius, son of Laertes, answered: "Just sit still and eat, stranger, or get the hell out. Keep talking like this, and some of the young men here will haul you by the feet all through the house and strip the skin right off your back." Thus Antonius, but the other suitors turned on him, one of them saying: "That was foul, Antonius, hitting a poor beggar. You're done, for if he turns out to be a god, come down from heaven the way they do, disguised as strangers from abroad or whatever, going around to different cities and seeing who's lawless and who lives by the rules." Antonius paid no attention to this. Telemachus took it hard that his father was struck, but he kept it inside. Not a tear fell from his eye. He only shook his head in silence and brooded darkly. When Penelope, sitting with her maids, heard the stranger being struck, he said: "So may you be struck by the archer god." And Eurynorme, his housekeeper, said to her: "If our prayers were answered, none one of these men would live to see dawn take her seat in the sky." Penelope answered in her circumspect way: "They're all hateful, nurse, for their evil designs, but Antonius is like Black Death itself. Some poor stranger makes his rounds through the house, begging alms from the men because he is in need, and all the others fill his pouch with gifts, but Antonius throws a footstool at him and hits him in the back beneath his shoulder. Thus Penelope, sitting with her women, while noble Odysseus ate his dinner, then she called Swineherd to her and said: 'Noble Eumaeus, tell a stranger to come here so that I can greet him and ask him perhaps he has heard anything about Odysseus or seen him with his own eyes. By his looks, he is a man who has wandered the world.' And you, my swineherd, answered her: 'I wish the men would keep quiet, lady, for his speech could charm your very soul. 3 nights I had him with me, and 3 days I kept him in my hut, for it was to me he first came when he jumped ship. But he still did not finish the long story of all his hard times. It was just as when men gaze at a bard who sings to them songs learned from the gods.
bittersweet songs, and they could listen forever. That's how he charmed me when he sat in my house. He says he's an ancestral friend of Odysseus, and that he comes from Crete, the land of Minos. It was from Crete he came here on a hard journey. That gets ever harder as he wanders on like a rolling stone. He insists he has news that Odysseus is near, over in Thesprotia, alive and well, and bringing many treasures home. And Penelope, calm and circumspect, go call him here, so he can tell me face to face. As for these men, let them play their games outside or here in the house. They're in a good mood, as well as they might, their own possessions lying safe at home, their bread and sweet wine feeding only their servants, while they themselves mob our house day after day, slaughtering all our oxen and sheep and fat goats, partying and recklessly drinking our wine, ruining everything. For there is no man here like Odysseus to protect this house. But if Odysseus should ever come home, he and his son would make them pay for this outrage. Just as she finished, Telemachus sneezed, a loud sneeze that rang through the hall. Penelope laughed and said to Eumaeus, go ahead and call the stranger for me. Didn't you see my son sneeze at my words? That means death will surely come to the suitors. One and all, not a single man will escape. And one more thing. What do you think of this? If I find that he speaks everything truly, I'll clothe him in a handsome tunic and cloak. The swineherd took this all in. He went over to Odysseus, and his words flew fast. Penelope, Telemachus' mother, wants to see you. Her heart urges her, for all her pain, to ask you about her husband. If she finds that you speak everything truly, she will give you a handsome tunic and cloak, which you really do need. As for your belly, you'll still have to fill it begging public begging, and Odysseus, who had borne much. Eumaeus, I will soon be telling the whole truth to Penelope, Arcadius' wise daughter, for I know Odysseus very well, and he and I have been through much the same grief. But I'm leery of this mob of rough suitors whose arrogance grates on the sky's iron dome. Just now I was making my way through the hall, not doing any harm to anyone. This man struck me hard, and neither Telemachus nor anyone else did anything to stop him. So please ask Penelope, for all her eagerness, to wait in the hall until the sun goes down. Then she can ask me about her husband's return, and she can seat me near the fire. These clothes I have on are not very good, as you should know, for it was to you first I came as a suppliant. When he heard this, the swineherd went off, and when he crossed the threshold, Penelope said, you're not bringing him with you, Eumaeus. What does he mean by this? Does he fear someone more than he should? Or is there something else here that makes him hang back? A shy beggar, a poor one. And you answered her, Eumaeus, my swineherd. What he says is right, as anyone would agree, about avoiding the violence of arrogant men. He asks you to wait until the sun goes down, and it would be far seemlier for you too, lady, if you and the stranger had your talk in private. Penelope answered in her circumspect way, our guest is no fool. He sees what could happen. These men are bent on senseless violence, more than any mortal than I can imagine. Thus Penelope and the godlike swineherd, having said his piece to her, went off into the throng of suitors. He found Telemachus, and with his head close to him, so no one could hear, he spoke to him these feathered words.
I'm going off now, dear Telemachus, to guard the swine and all, your livelihood and mine. You take charge of everything here. Take care of yourself, first and foremost, and be on the lookout so you don't get hurt. Many of these men are up to no good. May Zeus destroy them utterly before any harm can come to us. And Telemachus, in his cool headed way, amen to that. Go after supper, but at dawn come back with your best boars for sacrifice. Everything here is up to me and the gods. So the swineherd sat down again on a polished chair when he had eaten and drunk to his heart's content. He went off to his swine, leaving the courts and hall full of banqueters. They were singing and dancing and having a good time, for it was evening now. I'm going to use the bathroom and we're going to pick up. I'm enjoying that, so unless I move differently, I'm just going to pick up on the next chapter. And now there came the town beggar, making his rounds known throughout Ithaca, for his greedy belly and endless bouts of eating and drinking. He had no real strength of or fighting power, just plenty of bulk. Orneus was the name his mother had given him, but the young men all called him Ilrus, because he was always running errands for someone. He had a mind to drive Odysseus out of his house, out of his own house,
and started in on him with words like this: "Out of the doorway, geezer, before I throw you out on your ear. Don't you see all these people winking at me to give you the bum's rush? I wouldn't want to stoop so low, but if you don't get out now, I may have to lay hands on you." Odysseus gave him a measured look and said, "What's wrong with you? I'm not doing or saying anything to bother you. I don't mind if someone gives you a handout, even a large one. The story is big enough for both of us. There's no need for you to be jealous of others. Now look, you're a vagrant just like I am. Prosperity is up to the gods, but if I were you, I'd be careful about challenging me with your fists. I might get angry, and old man though I am, I just might haul off and bust you in the mouth. I'd have more peace and quiet tomorrow, and I don't think you'd come back a second time to the hall of Laertes' son, Odysseus." This got Eros angry, and he answered, "Listen to the mangy glutton run on. Like an old kitchen woman, I'll fix him. Hit him with a left and then a right. I knock his teeth out onto the ground, the way we do a pig caught eating the crops. Put him up, and everybody will see how we fight. How are you going to stand up to a younger man?" That's how they goaded each other on. There on the great polished threshold, Antonius took this in and said with a laugh, "How about this, friends? We haven't had this much fun in a long time. Thank God for a little entertainment. The stranger the Eros are getting into a fight. Let's have them square off." They all jumped up, laughing and crowding around the two tattered beggars, and Antonius said, "Listen, proud suitors, to my proposal. We've got these goat paunches on the fire, stuffed with the fat and blood, ready for supper. Whichever of the two wins and proves himself the better man gets the stuffed paunch of his choice. Furthermore, he dines with us in perpetuity and to the exclusion of all other beggars." Everyone approved of Antonius' speech. Then Odysseus, who knew all the moves, said, "Friends, there's no way a broken down old man can fight with a younger. Still, my belly, that troublemaker urges me on, so I'll just have to get beat up. But all of you swear me an oath that no one favoring Eros will foul me and beat me for him." They all swore that they wouldn't hit him. And then Telemachus, feeling his power, said, "Stranger, if you have the heart for this fight, don't worry about the onlookers. If anyone strikes you, he will have to fight us all. I guarantee as your host, and I am joined by Antonius and Eurymarchus, lords and men of discernment, both." Everyone praised this speech. Then Odysseus tied his rags round his waist, revealing his sculpted thighs, his broad shoulders, his muscular chest and arms. Athena stood near the hero, magnifying his build. The suitors' jaws dropped open. They looked at each other and said things like, "Eros' history brought it on himself, too. Will you look at the thigh on that man?" So they spoke. Eros' heart was in his throat, but some servants tucked up his clothes anyway and dragged him out. His rolls of fat quivering, Antonius laid into him, saying, "You big slob, you'll be sorry you were ever born if you try to duck this water god, broken down old man. I'm going to give it to you straight now. If he gets the better of you and beats you, I'm going to throw you on a black ship and send you to the mainland of King Acertus.
the mariner who will slice off your nose and ears with cold bronze and tear your balls and give them raw to dogs to eat. This made Eros tremble even more. They shoved him out into the middle, and both men put up their fists. Odysseus, the wily veteran, thought it over. Should he knock the man stone cold dead or ease up on the punch and just lay him flat out? Better go easy and just flatten him out, he thought, so that the crowd won't get suspicious. The fighters stood tall, circling each other, and as Eros aimed a punch at his right shoulder, Odysseus caught him just beneath the ear, crushing his jawbone. Blood ran from his mouth, and he fell in the dust, snorting like an ox, and gnashing his teeth, his heels kicking the ground. The suitors lifted their hands and died with laughter. Odysseus took Eros by one fat foot and dragged him out through the doorway, all the way to the court, to the portico's gates. He propped him up against the courtyard's wall, stuck his staff in his hand, and said to him, "Sit here now and scare off the pigs and dogs and stop lording it over the other beggars. You sorry bastard, or things could get worse." And he slung his old pouch over one shoulder, walked back to the threshold, and sat down. The suitors went inside, laughing and joking, and one of them came up to Odysseus and said, "May Zeus and the other gods grant you, stranger, whatever your heart most dearly desires, since you have ended this glutton's begging career. We'll ship him off to Archertus the Marimer." Odysseus took heart at these auspicious words. Antonius set before him the huge paunch, stuffed with fat and blood, and Amphinomus served him a couple of loaves from the basket, toasted him with a golden cup, and said, "Hail to the reverend stranger, may good fortune come to you, though you have only bad luck now." And Odysseus, from his mind's teeming depths, "Amphidamus, you come across as a sensible man, just as your father was. I have heard of him. Musis and Churman, a good man and wealthy, known far and wide. They say you are his son, and you seem soft-spoken, a good man yourself, so I'll tell you something you should take to heart. Of all the things that breathe and move upon it, earth nurtures nothing feebler than man, while the gods favor him, and his step is quick. He thinks he will never have to suffer in life. Then, when the blessed ones bring evil his way, he bears it in sorrow with an enduring heart. Our outlook changes with the kind of day Zeus, our father, decides to give us. I too once got used to prosperity, and I did many foolish things in my pride, trusting my father and brothers would save me. So I know a man should never be an outlaw, but keep in peace the gifts heaven gives him. Just look at what the suitors are doing now, wasting the wealth and dishonoring the wife of a man who I tell you will not be gone long from his family and friends and his native land. He's very close. Better for you if some god leads you away from here and takes you home before you meet him upon his return. Once he's under his roof, I do not think the suitors will escape without blood being spilled." He spoke, poured a libation, drank the sweet wine, and then gave the cup back to Amphinomos, who went away through the hall with his head bowed and his heart heavy with a sense of foreboding. He would not escape death, though Pallas Athena had him pinned, and he would be killed outright by a spear from the hand of Telemachus. And now the great one put into the heart of Penelope, a courteous, wise daughter, a notion to show herself to the suitors. All of a sudden, she wanted to make their blood pound and to make herself more worthy than ever in the eyes of her son and of her husband. With a whimsical laugh, she said to the housekeeper, "You know me, my heart longs, though it never has before, to show myself to the suitors, hateful as they are. And I would like to say something to my son, something that might help him. He should not continually keep the company of the suitors, overbearing men who speak politely to his face and plan all the while to hurt him later." And to the housekeeper, Yarnome said, "Yes, indeed, child, everything you said is right. Go on then and speak your mind to your son, and don't hide anything. After you have bathed, that is, and dabbed your cheeks with ointment, don't go like this, blurry eyed from crying. All this grieving only makes you look worse. Your son is that age, you know. You prayed your heart out for the gods to let you see him as a bearded man." And Penelope, in her circumspect way, "You're no, don't try, even though you love me, to talk me into bathing and putting on makeup and beauty, and I had the Olympian gods destroyed on the day my husband left in the hollow ships. But go tell Artornor and Hypodermia to come stand by my side when I enter the hall. It would be shameful for me to go alone among men." She spoke, and the old housekeeper went off to tell the two women Penelope wanted them. Athena's eyes glinted, and she had another idea. First, she made Penelope so sweetly drowsy that she leaned back, her whole body limp, and went to sleep right there on her couch. Then the shimmering goddess went to work on her, so that all the men would gape in wonder. First, she cleansed her lovely face using the pure distilled beauty that Aphrodite anoints herself with when she goes garlanded into the beguiling dance of the graces. Then she made her look taller and filled out her figure and made her skin whiter than polished ivory. Her work done, the goddess glimmered away. Just then some of the women came by, talking noisily, and Penelope woke up. She rubbed her cheeks with her hands and said, "What a soft, sweet sleep! If only Artemis would send a death to me at once, so I would no longer waste away in sorrow, longing for my dear husband's winning ways. He was in all ways the very best of men." She spoke. Light from the upper rooms flooded the stairs as Penelope came down. Not alone, two maids trailed behind, and when she had come among the suitors, she stood in her glory beside a column that supported the roof of the great house, hiding her cheeks behind her silken veils. Grave handmaidens standing on either side, the suitors' knees grew weak when they saw her. They were spellbound in love, and each man prayed that he would lie beside her in bed. But it was to her son, Telemachus, that she spoke. "Telemachus, what can you be thinking of? You were intelligent even as a child, but now that you have reached manhood, so handsome and tall that any stranger you happen to see would be able to tell you're a rich man's son. You're not thinking straight, not anymore. Just look at what has happened here in these halls. How would you like it if your guest sitting is as here in our house were to be treated roughly and come to harm? It would be a disgrace, and the shame would be yours. And Telemachus, in his clear headed way, I don't blame you for being angry, mother, but I'm aware of all this myself. I know everything that is going on here, good and bad. I used to think as a child, but not anymore. But I can think clearly with all these men sitting around driving me into distraction. Then don't mean me any good, and I have no one to help me, but I can tell you this that the fight between the stranger and Eros did not go the way the suitors wanted. Our guest proved to be the better man. Oh, Father Zeus and Athena and Apollo, if only the suitors were beaten like that, their limbs unstrung, nodding their heads, some in the courtyard and some in the hall, just as Eros now sits by the gate, lolling his head as if he were drunk, unable to stand up or get himself home, wherever that is, because his limbs are like putty. Thus, mother and son. Then Eurymachus addressed Penelope, saying to her, daughter of Icarius, wise Penelope, if all the Greeks throughout the mainland could see you now, even more suitors would be here tomorrow, feasting in your hall, for you are far and away the most beautiful and most intelligent woman in the world. And wise Penelope answered him, Eurymachus, the gods destroyed my beauty on the day when the Argives sailed for Ilion, and with him went my husband Odysseus. If he were to come back and be part of my life, my fame would be greater and more resplendent. But now I grieve so many sorrows has some spirit visited me. And this much is true. When Odysseus left, he clasped my right hand with his and said to me, I do not think, my wife, that all the Greeks will return from Ilion safe and sound. Then say the Trojans they are real warriors, spearmen and bowmen, and they drive chariots which can turn the tide in any battle. So I do not know whether the god of war will send me back or if I'll go down there in Troy. So everything here is in your hands. Take care of my father and of my mother as you do now, or even more when I am gone. But when you see our son a bearded man, marry whom you will and leave this house. So he spoke, and it's all coming true. There will come a night when a hateful marriage will darken my bed. Cursed as I am, my happiness destroyed by Zeus, and I have more heartache. This isn't the way suitors usually behave when men compete for the hand of a lady, a woman of some worth, a rich man's daughter. They bring cattle and fat sheep to feast the bride's friends, and they give her glorious gifts. They do not devour another's livelihood without recompense. She spoke, and Odysseus, the godlike survivor, smiled inwardly to see how she extracted gifts from the suitors, weaving a spell upon them with her words while her mind was set elsewhere. Then Antonius, Euphrates' son, said to her, daughter of Icarius, wise Penelope, as far as gifts go, take whatever any man wishes to give. It's not good to refuse gifts. But as for us, we're not going back to our lands or anywhere else until you marry whoever proves to be the best of the Atticans. Everyone approved of what Antonius said, and each man sent a herald to fetch his gifts. Antonius' man brought a beautiful robe, all embroidered. It had 12 golden brooches, each of them fitted with hooked clasps. Eurymachus' man came back right away with an intricately crafted golden chain, strung with amber and bright as the sun. Eurydamas' attendants brought a pair of earrings, three elegant teardrops gleaming from each. From the house of Persander, Poliarctor's son, there came a necklace from exquisite beauty, and so it went, each man bringing one lovely gift after another. And Penelope, a moving silver grace, went up to her chamber, her woman behind her bearing the beautiful gifts. The suitors turned to amusing themselves with dance and song until evening fell. When twilight shaded their merrymaking, they set up 3 braziers in the great hall to give them light. They stoked these with kindling, seasoned and dry, and newly split with the axe. They set torches between the braziers. And the household women set about lighting them. Zeus brought Odysseus away, always thinking, went up to these women and had a word with them.
Maidservants of Odysseus, your long absent lord, go off now to where your reverend queen is sitting, and do your spinning or card wool by her side. Sit with her and keep her company. Cheer her up. I'll take care of keeping the torches lit. For these men, even if they stay up till until dawn, they won't outlast me. I can't put up with a lot. The women looked at each other and laughed, and then Melantho, fair-cheeked and sassy, had some ugly words for him. This Melantho was born to Dolius, but Penelope had reared her as her very own child, spoiling her with toys and whatever she wanted. Even so, she had no feeling for Penelope, but loved Eurymachus and slept with him. And now she lit into Odysseus. You must be out of your mind, you old wreck, unwilling to go to the blacksmith to sleep or anywhere else. You just blabber on here, bold as can be, with all these real men around, feeling no fear. Are you drunk, or are you always like this, with all your blather? Pleased with yourself, aren't you, because you beat that bum? Eros? Someone a lot better than Eros might stand up to you soon and pound you bloody with his fists as he drives you outside. Odysseus shot her a dark look and growled, just let me tell Telemachus what you were saying. You bitch, he'll cut you to ribbons on the spot. His words scattered the women, sending them flying through the hall in terror, convinced that he meant what he said. Odysseus took his stand by the torches, keeping them lit and watching all the men. But his heart seized with other business, soon to be finished. Now Athena was not about to let the suitors abstain from insults. She wanted pain to sink deeper into Odysseus' bones, and so Eurymachus began to jeer at him for his friend's entertainment. Hear me, suitors of our glorious queen, while I speak my mind. It is not without the will of the gods that this man has come to Odysseus' palace. We get a nice glow of torchlight from him, from his head, that is, since it doesn't have a hair on it. And then speaking directly to Odysseus, destroyer of cities, Eurymachus said, I wonder if you'd like to be a hired hand, stranger. Should I hire you to work on one of my outlying farms, gathering field stones and planting tall trees, or I'll pay you? I'll keep you fed the year round out there, give you some clothes and sandals to wear. But you've never done a hard day's work in your life, preferring to beg your way through town for food to stuff into your bottomless belly. And Odysseus, his mind teeming. Eurymachus, I wish we could have a contest of working in the fields during the summertime, when the days are long, just you and I out in the hayfield with a long curved scythes and plenty of grass so we could test our work, fasting until late evening. Or how about this? We could each drive oxen, the best there are, big and tawny, both well fed and grass, the same age, yoked the same way, tireless animals, and each with 4 acres of rich soil to plow. Then you'd see if I could cut a straight furrow clear to the end. And it would be even better if Zeus brought war upon us from somewhere today, right now, and I had a shield, 2 spears, and a bronze helmet that could fit close to my temples. Then you would see me out in the front ranks, and you wouldn't stand here jeering at me because of my belly. But you are insufferable, and you have a hard heart. No doubt you think you're some great man, a tough guy, because you hang out with puny weaklings. If Odysseus came back home, these doors, wide as they are, would be far too narrow for you to squeeze through as you made for daylight.
This made Eurymachus all the more furious. Scowling at Odysseus, he said to him, "You won't get away with this kind of talk. Bold as can be with all these real men around, feeling no fear. Are you drunk? Or are you always like this with all your blather? Are you all pumped up because you beat that bum Eros?" And he grabbed a footstool, but Odysseus, wary of the man, sat down at the knees of Amphiaramus, the suitor of Doricherium, and Eurymachus' missile struck a cupbearer on the right hand. The wine jug he had clattered to the ground, and the man groaned and fell backward into the dust. The suitors were in an uproar throughout the shadowy hall. One man would glance at his neighbor and say, "Better if the stranger had never made it here, then he could have brought us all this trouble. Here we are brawling about beggars. Our feast will be ruined if we let things turn ugly." Then Telemachus made his voice heard. "You're all raving now. Your drunken guzzling is beginning to show, or some god is stirring you up. But now that you have feasted, go home and get some rest whenever you're ready. Of course, I'm not driving anyone away." He spoke, and they all bit their lips and marveled at Telemachus for speaking so boldly. Then Amphiaramus addressed the suitors. "Friends, no man should be angry at a thing fairly spoken or respond by arguing. Do not mistreat this stranger any longer, or any of godlike Odysseus' household. Now let the cupbearer start us off, so we can pour libation and go home to rest. This stranger we will leave in Odysseus' halls, where he landed, and in Telemachus' keeping." And Philomus' words pleased everyone, and a bowl was mixed by his herald Mulius. He served a cup to each man in turn, and they poured libations to the blessed gods, and drank sweet wine to their hearts' content. Then they all went home and took their rest. So Odysseus was left alone in the hall, planning death for the suitors with Athena's aid. He spoke winged words to Telemachus. "Telemachus, get all the weapons out of the hall, and when the suitors miss them and ask you where they are, set their minds at ease, saying, 'Oh, I have stored them out of the smoke. They're nothing like they were when Odysseus went off to Troy, but are all grimed with soot. Also, a god put this thought into my head, that when you men are drinking, you might start quarreling and someone could get hurt, which would ruin your feasting and courting. Steel has a way of drawing a man to it." Thus Odysseus Telemachus nodded, and calling Eurystheia, he said to her, "Nurse, shut the women inside their rooms while I put my father's weapons away. The beautiful weapons left out in the hall and dulled by the smoke since he went off to war. I was just a child then, but now I want to store them away, safe from the smoke." And Eurycleia, his old nurse, said, "Yes, child, you are right to care for the house and guard its wealth. But who will fetch a light and carry it for you, since you won't let any of the women do it?" Telemachus coolly answered her, "This stranger here won't let anyone who gets rations be idle, even a traveler from a distant land." Telemachus' words sank in, and the nurse locked the doors of the great hall. Odysseus and his illustrious sons sprang up and began storing away the helmets, bossed shields, and honed spears, and forth in Pallas Athena, bearing a golden lamp made of burning beautiful light. Telemachus suddenly blurred out of his father, "Father, this is a miracle I'm seeing. The walls of the house, the lovely panels, the beams of fir, and the high columns are glowing like fire. Some god is inside, one of the gods from the open sky." Odysseus, his mind teeming, replied, "Hush, don't be too curious about this. This is the way of the gods who hold high heaven. Go get some rest. I'll remain behind here and draw out the maids, and your mother, who in her grief will ask many questions. And Telemachus went out through the hall by the light of blazing torches. He came to his room, lay down, and waited for dawn. Odysseus again was alone in the hall, planning death for the suitors with Athena's aid. Penelope, wary and thoughtful, now came from her bedroom, and she was like Artemis or golden Aphrodite. They set a chair for her by the fire where she always sat, a chair inlaid with spiraling ivory and silver, which the craftsman Hermes had made long ago. It had a footstool attached, covered now with a thick fleece. Penelope sat down, taking everything in. White armed maids came out from the women's quarters and started to take away all of the food, clearing the tables and picking up the cups from which the men had been drinking. They emptied the braziers, scattering the embers onto the floor, and then stocked them up with loads of fresh wood for warmth and light. Then Melantho started in on Odysseus again. Are we going to have to put up with you all night, roaming through the house and spying on the women? Go outside and be glad you have supper, or you'll soon stagger out struck with a torch. And Odysseus answered from his teeming mind, What's wrong with you, woman? Are you mean to me because I'm dirty and dressed in rags and beg through the land? I do it because I have to. That's how it is with beggars and vagabonds. You know, I too once lived in a house in a city, a rich man in a wealthy house. I often gave gifts to wanderers, whatever they needed. I had servants too, countless servants, and plenty of everything else a man needs to live the good life and be considered wealthy. But Zeus crushed me. Who knows why? So be careful, woman. Someday you may lose that glowing beauty that makes you stand out now, or your mistress may become fed up with you, or Odysseus may come. We can still hope for that. But even if, as seems likely, he is dead and will never turn, his son Telemachus is now very much like him by Apollo's grace. And if any of the women are behaving loosely, it won't get by him. He's no longer a child. None of this was lost on Penelope, and she scolded the main servant, saying, Your outrageous conduct does not escape me, shameless whore that you are, and it will be on your own head. You know very well, for you heard me say it, that I intended to question the stranger here in my halls about my husband, for I am sick with worry. Then Yorinorme, the housekeeper, she said, Bring here with a fleece upon it so that a stranger can sit down and tell his tale. And listen to me. I have many questions for him. So Yornome brought up a polished chair and threw a fleece over it, and upon it sat Odysseus, patient and godlike. Penelope, watchful, began with a question. First, stranger, let me ask you this. Who are you, and where are you from? Odysseus, his mind teeming, answered, Lady, no one on earth could find fault with you. For your fame reaches the heavens above, just like the fame of a blameless king, a God-fearing man who rules over thousands of valiant men, upholding justice, has rich, black land, bears barley and wheat. The trees are laden with fruit, the flocks are always with the young, and the sea teems with fish. Because he rules well, and so his people prosper. Ask me, therefore, about anything else, but not about my birth or my native land. that would fill my heart with painful memories. I have many sorrows, and it wouldn't be right to sit here weeping in another's house. Nor is it good to be constantly grieving. I don't want one of your maids or you yourself to be upset with me, and I say I'm awash with tears because the wine has gone to my head. And Penelope, watching, answered him, Stranger, the gods destroyed my beauty on the day when the Argives sailed for Ilion, and with them went my husband Odysseus. If he were to come back and be part of my life, my fame would be greater and more resplendent so. But now I ache so many sorrows. Has some spirit showered upon me? All of the nobles who rule the islands, Dorlitium, Sarme, Wooded Zarstus, and all those with power on rocky Ithaca, are courting me and ruining this house. So I pay no attention to strangers or to supplaints or public heralds. No, I just waste away with longing for Odysseus. My suitors press on, and I weave my wiles. First, some god breathed into me the thought of setting up a great loom in the main hall, and I started weaving a vast fabric with a very fine thread, and I said to them, Young men, my suitors, since Odysseus is dead, eager as you are to marry me, you must wait until I finish this robe. It would be a shame to waste my spinning a shroud for the hero, Laertes, when death's doom lays him low. I fear the Achaean women would reproach me if he should lie in death's shroudless for all his wealth. So I spoke, and their proud hearts consented. Every day I would weave at the great loom, and every night unweave the web by torchlight. I fooled them for 3 years with my craft. But in the fourth year, as the seasons rolled by and the moons waned and the days dragged on, my shameless and headstrong serving women betrayed me. The men barged in and caught me at it, and a howl went up. So I was forced to finish the shroud, and now I can't escape the marriage. I'm at my wit's end. My parents are pressing me to marry, and my son agonizes over the fact that these men are devouring his inheritance. He is a man now, and noble to preside over a household to which Zeus grants honor. But tell me of your birth, and for you are not sprung, as the saying goes, from stock or stone. And Odysseus, from his mind's teeming depths, honored wife of Laertes' son, Odysseus, will you never stop asking about my lineage? All right, I will tell you, but bear in mind, you're only adding to the sorrows I have. For so it is when a man has been away from home as long as I have, wandering from city to city and bearing hardships. Still, I'll tell you, Crete is an island that lies in the middle of the wine dark sea, a fine rich land with 90 cities swarming the people who speak many different languages. There the Achaeans there and native Cretans, Sidonians, Pelasgians, and 3 tribes of Dorians. One of the cities is great Knossos, where Minos ruled and every 9 years conversed with great Zeus. He was the father of my father, the great hero Deucalion. Deucalion had another son, Adonais, who sailed his beaked ships to Ilion, following the sons of Atreus. I was the younger, and he the better man. My name is Athul. It was in Crete that I saw Odysseus and gave him gifts of hospitality. He had been blown off course rounding Mala. On his way to Troy, he put in at Amnisus, where the cave of Elathia is found. That is a difficult harbor, and he barely escaped the teeth of the storm. He went up to the city and asked for Adolnus claiming to be an old and honored friend. But Adorno's ships had left for Troy 10 days before, so I took him in and entertained him well, drawing on the ample supplies in the house. I gathered his men and distributed to them barley, meal, wine, and bulls for sacrifice from the public supplies to keep them happy. They stayed for 12 days. A norther so strong you could barely stand upright in it. Had them corralled, some evil spirit had roused it. On the 13th day, the wind dropped, and they left. All lies, but he made them seem like the truth. And as she listened, her face melted with tears. Snow deposited high in the mountains by the wild west wind slowly melts under the east wind's breath, and as it melts, the rivers rise in their channels. So her lovely cheeks coursed with tears as she wept for her husband, who was sitting before her. Odysseus pitied her tears in his heart, but his eyes were steady between their lids, as if they were made of horn or iron, as he concealed his own tears through guile. When Penelope had cried herself out, she spoke to him again, saying, "Now I feel I must test you, stranger, to see if you really did entertain my husband and his godlike companions, as you say you did. Tell me what sort of clothes he wore, and tell me what he was like, and what his men were like." And Odysseus, from his mind's teeming depths, "Lady, it is difficult for me to speak after we've been apart for so long. It has been 20 years since he left my country, but I have an image of him in my mind." Odysseus wore a fleecy purple cloak folded over, and it had a brooch with a double clasp fashioned of gold, and on the front was an intricate design, a hound holding in his forepaws a dappled fawn that writhed to get free. Everyone marveled at how, though it was all made of gold, the hound had his eye fixed on the fawn as he was strangling it, and the fawn twisted and struggled to get to its feet. And I remember the tunic he wore, glistening like onion skin, soft and shiny, and with a sheen like sunlight. There were quite a few women who admired it, but remember now, I do not know whether Odysseus wore this at home, or whether one of his men gave it to him when he boarded the ship, or someone else, for Odysseus was a man with many friends. He had few equals among the Achaeans, and I too gave him gifts, a bronze sword, a beautiful purple cloak, and a fringed tunic, and I gave him a ceremonious send-off in his bent ship. And one more thing, he had a herald a little older than he was, and I will tell you what he looked like. He was slope-shouldered with dark skin, curly hair. His name was Eurybates, and Odysseus held him in high esteem than his other men because they thought alike. These words stirred up Penelope's grief. She recognized the unmistakable tokens Odysseus was giving her. She wept again, and then composed herself and said to him, "You may have been pitied before, stranger, but now you will be loved and honored here in my halls. I gave him those clothes. I folded them, brought them from the storeroom, and pinned on the gleaming brooch to delight him. But I will never welcome him home again." And so the fates were dark when Odysseus slept in his hollow ship, really on that curse of a city. And Odysseus, from his mind's teeming depths, revered wife of Laertes' son Odysseus, Do not mar your fair skin with tears any more, or melt your heart with weeping for your husband. Not that I blame you. Any woman weeps when she has lost her husband, a man with whom she has made love and whose children she has borne. And the husband you've lost is Odysseus, who they say is like the immortal gods. Stop weeping, though, and listen to my words, for I am about to tell you is true. I have lately heard of Odysseus' return, that is, he is near, in the rich land of Thesprotia, still alive, and he is bringing home treasures, seeking gifts, and getting them throughout the land. But he lost his trusty crew in his hollow ship on the wine dark sea, as he was sailing out from the island of Thrinacia. Zeus and Helios hit him hard. His companions had killed him, had killed the cattle of the sun. His men went under, but he rode his ship's keel until the waves washed him ashore in the land of the Vaetians, whose race is closely akin to the gods. They treated him as if he were a god, gave him many gifts, and were more than willing to escort him home. And he would have been here by now, but he thought it more profitable to gather wealth by roaming the land. No one as good as Odysseus at finding ways to gain an advantage. I had all this from Ferdon, the Throstratian king, and he swore to me as he poured libations there in his house that a ship was already launched and a crew standing by to take him home. He sent me off first, since a Thesprotian ship happened to be leaving for Dorsium. But before I left, Phaethon showed me all the treasure Odysseus had amassed, bronze, gold, and wrought iron, enough to feed his children's children for 10 generations, all stored there for him in the halls of the king. Odysseus, he said, had gone to Dodona to consult the oak tree oracle of Zeus and ask how he should return to Ithaca, openly or in secret, after being gone so long. So he is safe and will come soon. He is very near and will not be away long from his dear ones and his native land. I will swear to this. Now, Zeus on high, be my witness in this hospitable table, and the hearth of flawless Odysseus himself, that everything will happen just as I say. Before this month is out, Odysseus will come, and the dark of the moon before the new crescent, and Penelope watching him carefully. Ah, stranger, may your words come true. Then you would know my kindness and my gifts would make you blessed in all men's eyes. But I know in my heart that Odysseus will never come home, and that you will never find passage elsewhere, since there is not now any master in the house like Odysseus, if he ever existed, to send honored guests safely on their way or to welcome them. But still, wash our guest's feet, maidens, and prepare a bed for him. Set up a frame and cover it with cloaks and lustrous blankets to keep him cozy and warm when golden dawn shows her first light. Bathe him and anoint him so he can sit side by side with Telemachus and share in the feast here in the hall. And anyone who causes this man any pain will regret it sorely and will accomplish nothing here in this house, however angry he gets. For how would you ever find out, stranger, whether or not I surpass all other women in presence of mind, if you sit down to dinner, squalid and disheveled, here in my hall? Our lives are short. A hard-hearted man is cursed while he lives and reviled in death. but a good-hearted man has his fame spread far and wide by the guest he has honored, and men speak well of him all over the earth. And Odysseus, his mind teeming, answered her, Revered wife of Odysseus, Laertes' son, I lost all interest in cloaks and blankets on the day I left the snowy mountains of Crete. In my long oared ship I will lie down tonight, as I have through many a sleepless night, on a poor bed, waiting for golden throned dawn. Nor do I have any taste for foot baths, and none of the serving women here in your hall will touch my feet unless there is some old, trustworthy woman who has suffered as I have. I would not mind if she touched my feet. And Penelope, watching him carefully, of all the travelers who have come to my house, none, dear guest, have been as thoughtful as you, and none as welcome. So wise are your words. I do have an old and trustworthy woman here, who nursed and raised my ill-starred husband, taking him in her arms the day he was born. She will wash your feet, frail as she is. Yarseia, rise and wash your masters. That is, wash the feet of this man who is your master's age. Odysseus' feet and the hands are no doubt like his now, for men age quickly when life is hard. At this, the old woman hid her face in her hands, shedding warm tears. She spoke through her sobs. My lost child, I can do nothing for you. Zeus must hated you above all other men, although you were always God-fearing. None burned more offerings to the Lord of Lightning. So many fat thigh bones, bulls by the hundreds, with prayers that you reach a sleek old age and raise your glorious son. And now the God has deprived you alone of your day of return. And I suppose stranger women mocked him too when he came to some man's gloried house in a distant land, just as these cheeky bitches all mock you here. It is to avoid their insults that you will not allow them to wash your feet. But Penelope, Icarius' wise daughter, has asked me to do it, and I will, for her sake and for yours. For my heart is throbbing with sorrow. But listen now to what I have to say. Many road-weary strangers have come here, but I have never seen such a resemblance as that between you and Odysseus in looks, voice, even the shape of your feet. And Odysseus, from his mind's teeming depths, oh, everyone who has seen us both says that, old woman, that we are very much alike, just as you yourself have noticed. And the old woman took the shining basin she used for washing feet, poured cold water into it, and then added the hot. Odysseus, waiting suddenly, sat down at the hearth and turned away toward the shadows. The scar. It flashed through his mind that his old nurse would notice his scar as soon as she touched him. And then everything would be out in the open. She drew near and started to wash her master, and he knew at once the scar from the wound. He had gotten long ago from the boar's white tusk when he had gone to the Parnassus to visit Oriclus, his mother's father, who was the best man on earth. At thieving and lying, skills he had learned from Hermes, he had won the god's favor with choice burnt offerings of lambs and kids. Oriclus had visited Ithaca once when his grandson was still a newborn baby,
After he finished supper, Eurydice put the child in his lap and said to him, Odysseus, now name the child of your own dear child. He has been much prayed for. Then Odysseus made this response, Daughter and son-in-law of mine, give this child the name I now tell you. I come here as one who is odious, yes, hateful to many for the pain I have caused all over the land. Let this child therefore go by the name of Odysseus. For my part, when he is grown up and comes to the great house of his mother's kin, in Parnassus, where my possessions lie, I will give him a share and send him home happy. In due time, Odysseus came to get these gifts from Odysseus. His grandfather and his uncles all welcomed him warmly, and Amphitheia, his mother's mother, embraced Odysseus and kissed his head. And beautiful eyes, Odysseus told his sons to prepare a meal, and they obeyed at once. Leading in a bull 5 years old, which they flayed, dressed, and butchered, they skewered the meat, roasted it skillfully, and then served out portions to everyone. All day long, until the sun went down, they feasted to their heart's content. But when the sun set and darkness came on, they went to bed and slept through the night. When dawn brushed the early sky with rose, they went out to hunt, Orcus' sons running their hounds, and with them went godlike Odysseus. They climbed the steep wooded slopes of Mount Parnassus and soon reached the windy hollows. The sun was up now, rising from the damask waters of ocean and just striking the fields when the beaters came into a glade. The dogs were out in front, tracking the scent, and behind the dogs came Odysseus' son and noble Odysseus, his brandished spear casting a long shadow. Nearby a great boar was lying in his lair, a thicket that was proof against the wild boar wind, yet wet wind, and could not be pierced by the rays of the sun. So dense it was, dead leaves lay deep upon the ground there. The sound of men and dogs pressing on through the leaves reached the boar's ears, and he charged out in from his lair, back bristling in his eyes, spitting fire. He stood at bay right before him, and Odysseus rushed him, holding his spear high, eager to thrust. The boar was too quick, slashing in. He got Odysseus in the thigh, right above his knee, his white tusk tearing a long gash in the muscle just shy of the bone. Even so, Odysseus did not miss his mark, angling his spear into the boar's right shoulder. The gleaming point went all the way through, and with a loud grunt, the boar went down and grasped out his life. Odysseus' sons took care of the carcass and tended the wound of the flawless Odysseus, skillfully binding it and staunching the blood by chanting a spell. Then they quickly returned to their father's house. When Odysseus had regained his strength, Odysseus and his sons gave him glorious gifts and sent him home happy, home to Ithaca. His mother and father rejoiced at his return and asked him all about how he got his scar, and he told them the story of how a boar had gnashed him with his white tusk as he hunted the Parnassus with Odysseus' son. This was the scar the old woman recognized when the palm of her hand ran over it. As she held his leg, she let the leg fall, and his foot clanged against the bronze basin, tipping it over and spilling the water all over the floor. Eurydice's heart trembled with mingled joy and grief. Tears filled her eyes, and her voice was choked as she reached out and touched Odysseus' chin and said, You are Odysseus, dear child. I did not know you until I laid my hands on my master's body.
She spoke and turned her eyes toward Penelope, wanting to show her that her husband was home, but her gaze or understand her meaning, for Athena had diverted her mind. Odysseus reached for the old woman's throat, seized it in his right hand, and drawing her closer with his other, he said, "Do you want to destroy me? You yourself nursed me at your own breast, and now, after 20 years, I've come back home. Now that some god has let you in on the secret, you kept it to yourself. You keep it to yourself. You hear? If you don't, I'll tell you this, and I swear I'll do it. If with heaven's help I subdue the suitors, I will not spare you, even if you are my nurse. When I kill the other women in the hall, and your Eucrasia, the wise old woman, how can you say that, my child? You know what I'm made of you. You know I won't break. I'll be as steady as solid stone or iron. And I'll tell you this, and you remember it. If with heaven's help you subdue the proud suitors, I'll list you for all the women in the house, those who dishonor you, and those who are true. And Odysseus, his mind teeming, nurse, you don't have to tell me about them. I'll keep an eye out and get to know each one. Don't say a thing. Just leave it up to the gods. At this, the old woman went off for more water to wash his feet, since it had all been spilled. When she had washed him and rubbed on oil, Odysseus pulled his chair close to the fire again to keep warm and hid the scar with his rags. Penelope now resumed their talk. There's one more thing I want to ask you about, and then it will be time to get some sleep. At least for those to whom sweet sleep comes despite their cares. But some God has given me immeasurable sorrow. By day, I console myself with lamentation and see to my work and that of any women. But at night, when sleep takes hold of others, I lie in bed, smothered by my own anxiety, mourning restlessly, my heart racing, just as the daughter of Pandarus, the pale nightingale, sings sweetly in the greening of spring, perched in the leaves, and trills out her song of lament for her son, her beloved Ethius, whom she killed unwittingly, Itlus, son of Zerthus, her lord. So too my heart is torn with dismay. Should I stay here with my son and keep everything safe and just as it is? My goods, my slaves, my high gabled house, honoring my husband's bed in public opinion? Or should I go with whoever is best of all my suitors and gives me gifts past counting? And then there's my son, while he was young and not yet mature. He kept me from leaving my husband's house and marrying another. But now that he's grown and come into manhood, he begs me to leave, worried because these Achaean men are devouring his goods. But listen now to a dream I had and tell me what it means. If my dream I have 20 geese at home, I love to watch them come out of the water and eat grains of wheat, but a huge eagle with a hooked beak comes down from the mountain and breaks their necks, killing them all. They lie strewn through the hall while he rides the wind up to the bright sky. I weep and wail still in my tree, and Achaean ladies gather around me as I grieve because the eagle killed my geese. Then the eagle comes back and perches upon a jutting roof beam and speaks to me in a human voice, telling me not to cry. Take heart, daughter of famed Arcadius. This is no dream, but a true vision that you can trust. These geese are the suitors, and I, who was once an eagle, am now your husband come back, and I will deal out doom, a grisly death for all of the suitors. So he spoke, and I woke up refreshed. Looking around, I saw these geese in the house feeding on wheat by the trough as before. And Odysseus, his mind teeming, lady, there is no way to give this dream another slant. Odysseus himself has shown you how he will finish this business. The suitor's doom is clear. Not one will escape death. Black birds. And Penelope, in her circumspect way, stranger, you should know that dreams are hard to interpret and don't always come true. There are two gates for dreams to drift through, one made of horn and the other of ivory. Dreams that pass through the gate of ivory are deceptive dreams and will not come true. But when someone has a dream that has passed through the gate of polished horn, that dream will come true. My strange dream, though, did not come from there. If it had, it would have been welcome to me and my child. And one more thing, and please take it hard. Dawn is coming, the accursed dawn of the day, which will sever me from the house of Odysseus. I will announce a contest. Odysseus used to line up axes in his hall, 12 of them, like the curved chalks that prop up the ship when it's being built. And he would stand far off and send an arrow whizzing through them all. I will propose this contest to my suitors, and whoever can bend that bow and slip the string on its notch and shoot an arrow through all 12 axes, with him I will go, leaving behind this house. I was married in this beautiful, prosperous house, which I will remember always, even in my dreams. And Odysseus, from the depths of his teeming mind, revered wife of Laertes, son Odysseus, do not put off this contest any longer, for Odysseus will be here with all his cunning, handling that polished bow before these men could ever string it and shoot through the iron. Then Penelope, still watching him, if you were a willing stranger to sit here beside me in my halls and give me joy, sleep would never settle upon my eyes. But we cannot always be sleepless. For everything there is a season and a time for all we do on the life-giving earth. I will go now to my room upstairs and lie on my bed, which has become a sorrowful bed, wet with my tears since the day Odysseus left for Ilion, that accursed city. I will lie there, but you can lie here in the hall. Spread some blankets on the floor, or have the maids make up a bed for you. Saying this, Penelope went upstairs to her softly lit room, not alone, for her women went up with her. Once in her room, she wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband, wept until Athena let sweet sleep settle upon her eyelids. Odysseus lay down to sleep on the outer porch. He spread out an uncured ox hide, and on top of that he layered fleeces from the many sheep that were always being slaughtered there in his house. Yarno covered him with a cloak, and there he lay, sleepless, his mind racing with thoughts of how to punish the suitors. And then the women came from house to house on their way as usual to sleep with the suitors, laughing with each other and giggling. Odysseus felt his chest tighten. He brooded for a long time over what he should do: rush out and kill every last one of them, or let them sleep with the arrogant bastards this one last time. He growled under his breath. The way a dog standing over her pups growls when she sees a stranger and digs in to fight. So Odysseus growled at their iniquity, but he slapped his chest hard and scolded his heart. Endure, my heart. You endured worse than this.
Oh, that day when the invincible Cyclops ate our comrades you bored until your cunning got you out of the cave where you thought you would die. In this way, Odysseus scolded his heart, and his heart in obedience beat steady and strong, but the great hero himself tossed and turned. It was like a man roasting a paunch stuffed with fat and blood over a fire. He can't wait for it to be done, and so keeps turning it over and over. Odysseus tossing and turning as he pondered how to get his hands on the shameless suitors, one man against many. And then Athena came down from the sky and stood above his head in the form of a woman and spoke to him. And why are you sleepless, most ill-fated of men? This is your house, and in this house are your wife and child, a son any farther would hope for. And Odysseus, his mind teeming, said, Yes, goddess, all that you say is true, but my heart is brooding over this. How to get my hands on the shameless suitors, alone as I am against the whole pack of them, and worse, even if I were to kill them by your will and the will of Zeus, how would I get out of it? Think about that. And Athena's eyes flashing in the dark. Let it go, Odysseus. Some people trust their puny human friends more than you trust me. And here I am, a goddess protecting you in all your trials? To put it plainly, even if there were 50 squadrons of armed men all around us doing their mortal best to kill us, you would still be able to run off their cattle. Now get some sleep. Stay up all night will only sap your strength. All your troubles, Odysseus, will soon be over. Athena spoke and shed sleep on his eyelids. And when she was off to Olympus, a being of light, while Odysseus slept, his cares melting away under the spell of sleep, his wife awoke, and she wept as she sat upon her soft bed. When her heart had its fill of weeping, the godlike woman prayed to Artemis. Artemis, mighty daughter of Zeus, please shoot an arrow into my breast and take my life this very moment. This is my wish. Oh, that a storm would snatch me away and bear me over the gloomy passes and cast me down at the mouth of the ocean, as winds once bore off Pandaru's daughters. And the gods had slain their parents, and they were left orphans in their halls. Aphrodite fed them cheese, sweet honey, and mellow wine. Hera made them wise and beautiful beyond all women. Holy Artemis made them tall, and Athena taught them glorious handiwork. But while Aphrodite was off to high Olympus to arrange their marriages on her way to Zeus, the high lord of thunder, who knows all the good and bad fortune of mortal men, the storm spirit snatched the girls away and gave them as slaves to hateful furies. So may the Olympians blot me out, or Artemis in her tall headdress shoot me, that I may pass beneath the hateful earth with Odysseus in my mind's eye, never to gratify the heart of a lesser man. Grief is endurable when one weeps day by day, but can sleep at night. Sleep makes us forget all things, but the good and the bad. Once it enshrouds our eyelids, but some spirit keeps sending me bad dreams. This very night, there slept with me again someone who looked just like Odysseus when he left with the army, and my heart was glad because I did not think it was a dream, but the waking truth at last. She spoke, and dawn came, seated on gold. Odysseus heard Penelope's voice as she wept, And in that moment, between sleep and waking, he felt in his heart that she knew him already and was standing beside his head. He picked up the cloak and fleeces on which he had slept and put them on a chair in the hall. Then he took the ox hide outside and set it down. And lifting his palms to the sky, he prayed to Zeus. Father Zeus, if it was the god's will to bring me home over land and sea after afflicting me, show me a sign. Let some one of those stirring inside the house speak for me a word of good omen, and send me a sign also from the open sky. Zeus in his wisdom heard this prayer and thundered from snow-capped Olympus high above the clouds. Odysseus was glad, and a woman uttered a word of omen as she ground at a mill nearby in the house. 12 women in all worked the mills there, grinding barley and wheat into flour, the marrow of men, the other women. Their wheat ground were sleeping now, but she, the weakest of them, was still at it, stopping her mill. She spoke these words: Father Zeus, Lord of gods and men. That was a loud thunderclap. Out of a clear sky. You must be showing someone a sign. Will you answer an old woman's prayer? Let this be the last and final day the suitors feast in Odysseus' hall. I've broken my back grinding their grain. Let this meal be their last. Odysseus smiled at this omen, and at the thunder from Zeus he would have his vengeance. The other women were up now, huddled together as they kindled the day's fire of the hearth. Telemachus rose from bed, a godlike man, and got dressed. He slung his sharp sword around one shoulder, tying fine leather sandals onto his supple feet. Spear in hand, went to the threshold and spoke to Yosleia. Dear nurse, have you looked after our guest, given him a bed and food, or is he lying uncared for? That's my mother's style, wise as she is, honoring one man outrageously and sending a better man away neglected. And Yosea, with all her wits about her. Don't blame her, child, when she is blameless. He sat and drank wine as long as he wanted, but he said he wasn't hungry. She asked him when he got tired and wanted to sleep, and she told the women to make up a bed. But he, like many who are down on their luck, wouldn't sleep on a bed or under blankets. He lay on an undressed oxhide and some fleeces out on the porch, and we threw a cloak over it. Thus Yosleia and Telemachus went out, spear in hand and 2 hounds at his heels, to join the other men in the public square. Then Yosleia, Pesnor's granddaughter, and a noble woman called to her maids. Some of you get busy and sweep the hall, sprinkle it and put purple coverlets on the good chairs, and We'll need some others to sponge down the tables and wash the bowls and goblets. Then the rest of you go down and fetch water from the spring. Quickly, the Suitors will be here early today. It's a feast, a holiday for everyone. She spoke, and they did as she said. 20 went down to the spring with its dark water, and the rest did their housework skillfully. Then in came the town's serving men. They started splitting logs, doing a good job of it. The woman came back from the spring, and behind them came the swineherd driving 3 prime boars, the herd's finest. He let them feed in the courtyard and then turned to Odysseus with a pleasant manner. Stranger, are you getting any more respect yet, or are they still insulting you in the hall? And Odysseus, his mind teeming. Hermes is an outrageous the way these men carry on in another man's house. May the gods punish them. May they have no sense of shame. After this exchange, Malatheus came up, the goat herd, leading the best she goats from all the herds for the suitors' feast. 2 herdsmen followed him. He tethered the goats in the echoing portico and then taunted Odysseus. Are you still here, pestering everyone? Why don't you get the hell outside? You and I are going to have to settle this with our fists. I don't like your way of begging. There are other feasts you can go to, you know. Odysseus made no response, but sat shaking his head and brooding darkly. And then a 3rd herdsman came, Philotheus, driving for the suitors a barren heifer and fat she goats. This livestock had been brought over, along with Philotheus, by ferrymen who ply the straits with all sorts of passengers. He tethered the animals in the echoing portico and then went up to the swineherd and asked, Who's the new arrival, swineherd? Where does he say he comes from, and who are his parents and kinsmen? Poor guy, he looks like some kind of a king, but the gods can make it tough for wanderers, even if they're royalty. He spoke, then came up to Odysseus, stretched out his right hand, and said, Welcome, stranger, and may good luck come your way, hard as things are for you now. Father Zeus, no god curses us worse than you. You have no pity for men. You beget them, then plunge them into misery and pain. Stranger, I broke into a sweat, then I saw you, and my eyes are full of tears. You remind me of Odysseus. He too is clothed in rags like this, I suppose, and is a wanderer like you. If he is still alive, that is, and still sees the sunlight, but if he is already dead and has gone to Hades, then I weep for noble Odysseus. He put me in charge of his cattle. Then I was a boy in the land of the Cephallenians, and now those cattle are past counting. No breed ever flourished like that for an immortal man, but now other men order me to drive them, so they can eat them with no regard at all for the sun in the house or the god's wrath. No, they're hot to divide among themselves all the property of our long absent master. As for myself, I go around and around in my heart, trying to decide it would be very bad for me, while my master's son still loves on, to go off to some other place with my cattle to a foreign land, but it is still worse to stay here and suffer in charge of herds handed over to others. I would have fled long ago, believe me, in some powerful lord, because things here are no longer bearable, except that I still imagine, still have some hope, that my unfortunate master will some day return and scatter the suitors out of his house. And Odysseus, his great mind teeming. You're a good man, cowherd, and smart, and I see that you understand things, so I will say something and seal it with an oath, with Zeus and all the gods above as witnesses.
and by Odysseus' hearth, and this table of hospitality on which I have come, I swear that while you are here, Odysseus will come home, and you will see, if you wish, the death of the suitor who lorded over this hall. To which the cowherd responded, May Zeus bring what you say to pass, stranger, then you would see what these hands can do. And Hermes too prayed to all the gods that wise Odysseus might return to his home. So went their talk. The suitors, meanwhile, were laying plans for Telemachus' death. But as they talked, a bird appeared on their left, a a high-flying eagle with a dove in its talons. Then prompted Amphinomus to say to them, This plan of ours is going to work, friends. Killing Telemachus might as well just eat. The suitors all agreed with Amphinomus. Going into the house of godlike Odysseus, they laid their cloaks on chairs and got busy, slaughtering big sheep and plump goats and fatted swine and the herd's prize heifer. They roasted the entrails, served them, and mixed wine in the bowls. The swineherd passed out the cups, and Philotas handed out bread from a beautiful basket, and Melanthius poured for them. They reached out to all the tasty dishes spread before them. Telemachus, pressing his advantage, showed Odysseus to a seat inside the great hall by the stone threshold, giving him a shabby stool beside a little table. He served him a portion of the entrails and a cup of wine, and said to him, Sit here among these heroes and sip your wine. I myself will protect you from their insults and keep their hands from you. This house is not a public inn, but the palace of Odysseus, who inherited to pass on to me. So all you suitors control yourselves. I don't want any fights breaking out here. They bit their lips at this and wondered at Telemachus. It had been a bold speech. Then Antonius, Euphrates' son, said, As it is, we'd better listen to him, men. Telemachus really means business now. If Zeus had allowed it, we'd have shut his mouth by now, here in these halls. Fine speaker or not. But Telemachus paid no attention to Antonius. Meanwhile, down in the town, heralds were leading a sacrifice of 100 bulls through the streets of Attican. Men, their long hair flowing, were gathering in a shady grove sacred to Apollo, the god whose arrows strike from afar. In Odysseus' palace, they were now drawing the roasted meat from the spits and dividing it up for a glorious feast. The servers set out a portion for Odysseus equal to the others. This at the command of Telemachus, godlike Odysseus' own true son. But Athena was not about to let the suitors abstain from insults. She wanted the pain to sink deeper into Odysseus' bones. There was a particularly arrogant suitor from the island of Sodome, Cercippus by name. This man, relying on his enormous wealth, courted the wife of the long absent Odysseus. He spoke now among the insolent crowd. Hear me, suitors, I have something to say. The stranger here has been served a portion equal to ours. This is all as it should be. It would not be right to deprive any guest Telemachus entertains here in these halls, so I'd like to give him a gift myself, a little gratuity he might want to pass on to the bath woman or one of the other slaves who live in the house of godlike Odysseus. So saying, he picked up an ox hoof from a basket and threw it hard. Odysseus snapped his head aside and dodged it, smiling to himself, a grim and bitter smile. The ox's hoof crashed into the solid wall, and Telemachus tore into Thespius. "You're damned lucky you missed him, Thespius, or rather that he dodged your throw, or I would have rammed my spear into your gut, and your father would have been busy with your funeral instead of making plans for a wedding. No more of this ugliness in my house from anyone. I understand now what's going on here. The good and the bad. I was a child before, but we still have to put up with all this. Seeing the sheep slaughtered, the wine drunk, the bread. One man can't stop many. You don't have to be hostile to me. But if you are determined to cut me down, well, I'd rather be killed in cold blood than have to watch this disgusting behavior. Guests mistreated and men dragging the women shamefully through these beautiful halls. Dead silence reigned in those beautiful halls until Argalius, son of Damastor, said, "No one should get angry at a speech justly spoken or respond to it harshly. We should stop mistreating this stranger and all of the servants in Odysseus' house. But I would like to offer to Telemachus and to his mother some friendly advice, and I hope that it gets through to both of them. As long as you still held hope in your hearts that Odysseus would find his way back home, no one could blame you for wanting for him to restrain the suitors. Clearly, the better course had he ever come back and returned to his home. But now it is clear he never returned. Sit down with your mother and tell her this. Tell her to marry the best of her suitors, whoever that is, whoever gives her the most, and then you can enjoy what your father has left you. And she can keep another man's house." Telemachus answered in his cool-headed way, "I swear by Zeus, by my poor father, who has either perished far from Ithaca or is wandering still, that I do not, Aglaus, delay my mother's marriage. On the contrary, I encourage her to marry the man of her choice, and I offer a dowry of gifts past counting. But it would be shameful for me to order her to leave. May the gods forbid it against her own will." Thus Telemachus and Pallas Athena touched the suitors' minds with hysteria, and they couldn't stop laughing. And as they laughed, it seemed to them their jaws were not theirs, and the meat that they ate was dabbled with blood. Tears filled their eyes and their hearts raced. Then the seer, Telemachus, spoke among them. "Wretches, what wicked thing is this that you suffer? You are shrouded in night from top to toe. Lamentation flares, your cheeks melt with tears, and the walls of the house are spattered with blood. The porch and the court are crowded with ghosts streaming down to the undergloom. The sun is gone from heaven, and an evil mist spreads over the land." Thus the seer and they just giggled out him. Eurymachus was the first to actually speak. "This newly arrived stranger has lost his mind. Quick, get him outside since he thinks it's night in here." To which the seer, Theoslamnus, replied, "I don't need any escorts, Eurymachus. I have eyes, ears, and my own 2 feet, and a mind in a good working order. I'll leave under my own power, for I can see evil coming upon you." inescapable evil. For every last one of you in your blind pride do violence to the house of Odysseus. With that, he left the great hall and went to Piraeus, who took him in gladly. The suitors stood there smirking at each other and tried to provoke Telemachus by ridiculing his guest with comments like these. Hey, Telemachus, you don't have much luck with that kind of guest you keep around. You've got this filthy vagabond here who always wants a handout of bread and wine and can't help you out with anything. A useless load. Then this other one posing as a prophet. If you ask me, we ought to throw him on the ship and send them off to Sicilians. At least then you would turn a little profit. So went their talk, but Telemachus ignored them, watching his father in silence, waiting for the moment when he would lay his hands on the shameless suitor. Now Penelope, Cotty's wise daughter, set her chair across from the suitors and heard the words of each man in the hall. During all their laughter, they had been busy preparing their dinner, a tasty meal for which they had slaughtered many animals. But no meal could be more graceless than the one a goddess, a hero would serve to them soon. And after all, they started the whole ugly business. Owl-eyed Athena now prompted Penelope to set before the suitors Odysseus' bow and the gray iron, implements of the contest and of their death. Penelope climbed the steep stairs to her battered bronze key with an ivory handle and went with her maids to a remote storeroom where her husband's treasures lay, bronze, gold, and wrought iron, and there lay the curved bow and the quiver still loaded with arrows, gifts which a friend of Odysseus had given him. When they met in Lacedaemon long ago, this was Iphictus, Oriutus' son, a godlike man. They had met in Mycerne, in the house of Ortholocus. Odysseus had come to collect a debt. The Messenians owed him 300 sheep they had taken from Ithaca in a sea raid, and the shepherds with them. Odysseus had come to get them back, a long journey for a young man sent by his father and elders. Ephialtes had come to search for 12 mares he had lost, along with the mules they were nursing. These mares turned out to be the death of Iphitus. When he came to the house of Heracles, Zeus' tough-hearted son who killed him, guest though he was, without any regard for the god's wrath or the table they had shared, killed the man and kept a strong hoofed mares. It was while looking for these mares that Ephialtes met Odysseus and gave him the bow, which old Laertes had carried and left to his son. Odysseus gave him a sword and spear to mark the beginning of their friendship. But before they had a chance to entertain each other, Zeus' son killed Ephialtes, son of Laertes, a man like the gods. Odysseus did not take the bow with him on his black ship to Troy. It lay at home as a memento of his friend, and Odysseus carried it only on Ithaca. Penelope came to the storeroom and stepped onto the oak threshold which a carpenter in the old days had planned, leveled, and then fitted with doorposts and polished doors. Lovely in the half light, she quickly loosened the thong from the hook, drove home the key, and shot back the bolts. The doors bellowed like a bull in a meadow and flew open before her. Stepping through, she climbed onto a high platform and held chests filled with fragrant clothes. She reached up and took the bow, case and all, from its peg, then sat down and laid the gleaming case on her knees. her eyes welling with tears. Then she opened the case and took out her husband's bow. When she had filled of weeping, she went back to the hall, and the lordly suitors, bearing in her hands the curved bow and the quiver loaded with winding arrows. Two maidservants walked beside her, carrying a wicker chest filled with the bronze and iron gear her husband once used for this contest. When the beautiful woman reached the crowded hall, she stood in the doorway, flanked by her maidservants. Then, covering her face with her shining veil, Penelope spoke to her suitors. Hear me, proud suitors. You have used this house for an eternity now to eat and drink in its master's absence, nor could you offer any excuse except your lust to marry me. Well, your prize is here, and this is the contest. I set before you the great bow of godlike Odysseus. Whoever bends this bow and slips the string on its notch and shoots an arrow through all 12 axes, with him will I go, leaving behind this house I was married in, this beautiful, prosperous house, which I will remember always, even in my dreams. Penelope said this, and then ordered Eumaeus to set out for the suitors the bow and gray iron. All in tears, Eumaeus took them and laid them down, and the cowherd wept too when he saw his master's bow. Antonius scoffed at them both. You stupid yokels, you can't see farther than your noses. What a pair! Disturbing the lady with your bawling. She's sad enough already because she's lost her husband. Either sit here in silence or go outside to weep and leave the bow behind for the suitors. This contest will separate the men from the boys. It won't be easy to string that polished bow, but is no man here such as Odysseus was. I know I saw him myself and remember him well, though I was still a child. So Antonius said, hoping in his heart that he would string the bow first and shoot an arrow through the iron. But the only arrow he would touch first would be the one shot into his throat from the hands of Odysseus, the man he himself was dishonoring while inciting his comrades to do the same. And then Telemachus, with a sigh of disgust, look at me, Zeus must have robbed me of my wits. My dear mother declares for all her good senses that she will marry another and abandon this house. And all I do is laugh and think it is funny. Well, come on, you suitors, here's your prize. A woman, the likes of whom does not exist in all Achaia or in sacred Pylos, nowhere in Argos or in Marseille, or on Ithaca itself, or on the dark mainland. You know all this. Why should I praise my mother? Let's get going. Don't start making excuses to put off stringing the bow. We'll see what happens. And I might give that bow a try myself. If I string it and shoot an arrow through the axe heads, it won't bother me so much that my honored mother is leaving this house and going off with another, because I would at least be left here as someone capable of matching prowess. With that, he took off his scarlet cloak, stood up, and unstrapped his sword from his shoulders. Then he went to work setting up the axe heads, first digging a long trench true to the line to hold them in a row. Then he trampled the earth around each one. Everyone was amazed that he made such a neat job of it, when he had never seen it done before. Then he went and took his stance on the threshold and began to try the bow. 3 times he made a quiver as he strained to string it, and 3 times he eased off, although in his heart he yearned to draw that bow and shoot an arrow through the iron accents. And on his 4th try, he would have succeeded in muscling the string onto its notch, but Odysseus reined him in, signaling him to stop with an upward nod. So Telemachus said for all to hear, I guess I'm going to be a weakling forever, or else I'm still too young and don't have the strength to defend myself against an enemy. But come on, all of you who are stronger than me, give the bow a try and let's settle this contest. And he set the bow aside, propping it against the polished jointed door and leaning the arrow against the beautiful latch. Then Telemachus sat down on the chair from which he had risen. Antonius, Euphrates' son, then said, all right, we go in order from left to right, starting from where the wine gets poured. Everyone agreed with Antonius' idea. First up was their soothsayer, Laertes, Yornap's son. He always sat in the corner by the wine bowl, and he was the only one who loathed the way the suitors behaved. He now carried the bow and the arrow onto the threshold, onto his stance. He tried to bend the bow and string it, but his tender, unworn hands gave out. And he said for all the suitors to hear, friends, I am not the man to string this bow. Someone else can take it, for I foresee it will rob many a young hero of the breath of life. And that will be just as well, since it is far better to die than live on and fall short of the goal. We gather here for with high hopes day after day. You might hope in your heart, you might yearn to marry Penelope, the wife of Odysseus. But after you've tried this bow and seen what it's like, go woo some other Aegean woman and try to win her with your gifts. And Penelope should just marry the highest bidder, the man who is fated to be her husband. And he set the bow aside, propping it against the polished jointed door, and leaning the arrow against the beautiful latch. Then he sat down on the chair from which he had risen, and Antonius heaped contempt about upon him. What kind of thing is that to say, Laertes? I'm not going to stand here and listen to this. You think this bow is going to rob some young heroes of life just because you can't string it? The truth is your mother didn't bear a son strong enough to shoot arrows from bows, but here are others who will string it soon enough. Then Antonius called to Malartius, the goatherd, get over here and start a fire. Malartius, and set by it a bench with a fleece over it, and bring out a tub of lard from the pantry so we can grease the bow and warm it up, and then maybe we can finish this contest. He spoke, and Malartius quickly rekindled the fire and placed by it a bench covered with a fleece, and brought out from the pantry a tub of lard with which the young men limbered up the bow. But they still didn't have the strength to string it. And Antonius and godlike Eurymachus, the suitor ringleaders and their strongest, were still left in the contest. Meanwhile, 2 other men had risen and left the hall. The cowherd and swineherd, and Odysseus himself went out too. When the 3 of them were outside the gates, Odysseus said softly, Cowherd and swineherd, I've been wondering if I should tell you what I'm about to tell you now. Let me ask you this. What would you do if Odysseus suddenly showed up here out of the blue, just like that? Would you side with the suitors of Odysseus? Would you side with the suitors or Odysseus? Tell me how you stand. And the cattle herder answered him, Father Zeus, if only this would come true, let him come back. Let some god guide him. Then you would see what these hands could do. And Eurymeus prayed likewise to all the gods that Odysseus would return. When Odysseus was sure of both these men, he spoke of them again. I am back right here in front of you. After 20 hard years, I have returned to my home. I know that you too, of all my slaves, truly want me back. I have heard none of the brothers pray for my return. So this is my promise to you. If a god beats these proud suitors down before me, I will give you each a wife, property, and a house built near mine. You two will be friends to me and brothers to Telemachus. And look, so you can be sure of who I am. Here's a clear sign, that scar from the wound I got from the boar's tusk when I went long ago to Parnassus with the son of Oriclus. And he pulled his rags aside from the scar when the two men had examined it carefully, and threw their arms round Odysseus and wept, and kept kissing his head and shoulders in welcome. Odysseus kissed their heads and hands, and the sun would have gone down on their weeping, had not Odysseus stopped them, saying, No more weeping and wailing now. Someone might come out of the hall and see us and tell those inside we'll go back in now, not together, one at a time. I'll go first, and then you. Here's what's to watch for. None of the suitors will allow the bow and quiver to be given to me. It'll be up to you, Eurymeus, to bring the bow over the place, to bring the bow over and place it in my hands. Then tell the women to lock the doors to their hall, and if they hear sound of men groaning or being struck, tell them not to rush out, but to sit still and do their work in silence. Philotheus, I want you to bar the courtyard gate and secure it quickly with a piece of rope. With this, Odysseus entered his great hall, sat down on the chair from which he had risen. Then the two herdsmen entered separately. Eurymachus was turning the bow over and over in his hands, warming it on this side and that by the fire. But even so, he was unable to string it. His pride hurt, shoulders sagging. He groaned and then swore. Damn it! It's not just myself I'm sorry for, but for all of us. And not for the marriage either. That hurts. But there's plenty of other women. Some here in Ithaca, some in other cities. No, it's that we fall so short of Odysseus' godlike strength. We can't even string his bow. We'll be laughed at for generations to come. Antonius, son of Euphrates, answered him. That'll never happen, Eurymachus, and know it. Now look, today is a holiday throughout the land, a sacred feast in honor of Apollo, the archer god. There is no bending bows, so just set it quietly aside for now. As for the axes, why don't we leave them just as they are? No one's going to come into Odysseus' hall and steal those axes. Now let's have a cupbearer start us off so we can forget about how and pour libations. Come morning, so we can forget about the bow and pour libations. Come morning, we'll have Menathios bring along the best she goats in all the herds, so we can lay prime thigh pieces on the altar of Apollo, the archer god. and then finish this business with a bow. Antonius' proposal carried the day. The heralds poured water over everyone's hands, and boys filled the mixing bowls up to the brim and served out the wine, first pouring a few drops into each cup for libation. When they had poured out their libations and drunk as they wanted, Odysseus spoke among them, his heart full of cunning. Hear me, suitors of the glorious queen, and I address Eurymachus most of all. And godlike Antonius, since his speech was right on the mark when he said that for now you should stop the contest and leave everything up to the gods. Tomorrow the archer god will give the victory to whomever he chooses. But come, let me have the polished bow. I want to see here in this hall with you if my grip is still strong, and if I still have any power left in these gnarled arms of mine, or if my hard traveling has sapped all my strength. They seized with anger when they heard this, afraid that he would string the polished bow, and Antonius addressed him contemptuously. You don't have an ounce of sense in you, you miserable tramp. Isn't it enough that we let you hang around with us, undisturbed with a full share of the feast? You even get to listen to what we say, which no other stranger, much less beggar, can do. It's wine that's screwing you up, as it does anyone who guzzles it down. It was wine that deluded the great centaur Eurytion in the hall of Perithous, the Lafitte hero. Eurytion got blind drunk and in his madness did a terrible thing in Perithous' house. The enraged Lapius sliced off his nose and ears and dragged him outside, and Euryton went off in a stupor, mutilated and muddled. Men and centaurs have been at odds ever since. Euryton hurt himself because he got drunk, and you're going to get hurt too, I predict, hurt badly if you string the bow. No one in all the land will show you any kindness. Will send you off in a black ship to Achatus, who maims them all. You'll never get out alive, so just be quiet and keep on drinking, and don't challenge men who are younger than you. If Penelope who answered, it was Penelope who answered Antonius. It is not good or just, Antonius, to cheat any of Telemachus' guests who come to this house. Do you think that if this stranger proves strong enough to string Odysseus' bow, he will then lead me to this home and make me his wife? I can't imagine that he harbors this hope. So do not ruin your feast on that account. The very idea is preposterous. Eurymachus responded to this. Daughter of Arcadius, wise Penelope, of course, it's preposterous that this man would marry you. That's not what we're worried about. But we are embarrassed at what men and women will say. A bunch of weaklings were wooing the wife of a man they couldn't touch. They couldn't even string his polished bow, and then along came a vagrant who strung it easily and shot through the iron. That's what they'll say, to our lasting shame. And Penelope, her eyes narrowing, Eurymachus, men who gobble up the house of a prince cannot expect to have a good reputation anywhere. So there isn't any point in bringing up honor. This stranger is a very well-built man and says he is the son of a noble father. So give him the bow and let us see what happens. And here is my promise to all of you. If Apollo gives this man the glory and he strings the bow, I will clothe him in a fine cloak and tunic, and give him a javelin to ward off dogs and men, and a double-edged sword and sandals for his feet, and I will give him passage to wherever his heart desires. This time it was Telemachus who answered. As for the bow, mother, no man alive has a stronger claim than I do to give it to whomever I want, or to deny it. No, none of the lords on rocky Ithaca, nor on the islands over towards Elis, none of them could force this will upon me, not even if I wanted to give this bow outright, case and arrows and all as a gift to the stranger. Go to your rooms, mother, and take care of your work, spinning and weaving, and have the maids do theirs. This bow is men's business, and my business especially, since I am the master of this house. Penelope was stunned and turned to go, her son's masterful words pressed to her heart. She went up the stairs to her room, and with her woman, and wept for Odysseus, her beloved husband, until gray-eyed Athena cast sleep on her eyelids. Downstairs, the noble swineherd was carrying the curved bow across the hall. The suitors were in an uproar, and one of them called out, "Where do you think you're going with that bow, you miserable swineherd? You're out of line. Go back to your pigsties where your own dogs will wolf you down a nice, lonely death, if Apollo and the other gods smile upon us." Afraid, the swineherd stopped in his tracks and set the bow down. Men were yelling at him all through the hall, and now Telemachus weighed in. "Keep going with the bow. You'll regret it if you try to obey everyone. I may be younger than you, but I will chase you back into the country with a shower of stones. I am stronger than you. I wish I were as strong when it came to the suitors. I'd throw more than one out of here in a sorry state. They're all up to no good." This got the suitors laughing hilariously as Telemachus, the tension in the room eased, and the swineherd carried the bow across to Odysseus and put it in his hands. Then he called Eurycleia aside and said, "Telemachus says to you should lock the doors to the hall, and if the women hear the sound of men groaning or being struck, tell them not to rush out, but to sit still and do their work in silence." Eurycleia's words sank in, and Eurycleia locked the doors of the crowded hall. Meanwhile, Laertes left without a word and barred the gates to the fenced courtyard. Besides the portico, there lay a ship's hawser made of papyrus. Laertes used this to secure the gates, and then he went back in, sat down on the chair from which he had arisen, and kept his eyes on Odysseus. He was handling the bow, turning it over and over and testing its flex to make sure that the worms had not eaten the horn in its master's absence. The suitors glanced at each other and started to make sarcastic remarks. "Ha! A real connoisseur and expert in bows. He must have one just like it in a case at home, or plans one just like it, to judge by the way the masterful tramp keeps turning it in his hands. May he have as much success in life as he'll have in trying to string that bow." Thus the suitors, while Odysseus, deep in thought, was looking over his bow. Then, effortlessly, like a musician stretching a string over a new peg on his lyre and making the twisted sheep gut fast at either end, Odysseus strung the great bow, lifting it up. He plucked the string and it sang beautifully under his touch. With a note like a swallow's, the suitors were aghast. The color drained from their faces, and Zeus thundered loud, showing his portents and cheering the heart of the long-enduring godlike Odysseus. One arrow lay bare on the table. The rest, which the suitors were about to taste, were still in the quiver. Odysseus picked up the arrow from the table and laid it upon the bridge of the bow, and still in his chair drew the bowstring and the knot and notched the arrow back. Notched the arrow back. He took aim and let fly the bronze-tipped arrow pass clean through the holes in all 12 axe heads, from first to last. And he said to Telemachus, "Well, Telemachus, the guest in your hall has not disgraced you. I did not miss my target, nor did I take all day in stringing the bow. I still have my strength, and I'm not as the suitors make me out to be in their taunts and jeers. But now it is time to cook these men's supper while it is still light outside. And after that, we'll need some entertainment, music, and song, the finishing touches for a perfect banquet." He spoke and lowered his brows. Telemachus, the true son of godlike Odysseus, slung on his sharp sword, seized his spear, and gleaming in bronze took his place by his father's side. And now Odysseus' cunning was revealed. He stripped off his rags and leapt with his bow to the great threshold, spreading the arrows out before his feet. He spoke to the suitors. "Now that we've separated the men from the boys, I'll see if I can hit a mark that no man has ever hit. Apollo, grant me glory." He spoke. As he spoke, he took aim at Antonius, who at that moment was lifting to his lips a golden cup, a fine 2-eared golden goblet, and was just about to sip the wine. Bloodshed was the farthest thing from his mind. They were at a banquet. Who would think that one man, however strong, would take them all on, and so ensure his own death? Odysseus took dead aim at Antonius' throat and shot. The soft neck tissue, Antonius fell to one side. The cup dropped from his hands, and a jet of dark blood spurted from his nostrils. He kicked the table as he went down, spilling the food and water, and the bread and roast meat were fouled in the dust. The crowd burst in an uproar when they saw Antonius go down. They jumped from their seats and ran in panic through the hall, scanning the walls for weapons, a spear, a shield, but there were none to be had. Odysseus listened to their angry jeers. "You think you can shoot at men, you tramp? That's your last contest. You were as good as dead. You've killed the best young man in Ithaca. Vultures will eat you on this very spot." They all assumed he had not shot to kill, and had no idea how tightly the net had been drawn around them. Odysseus scowled at the whole lot of them and said, "You dogs! You thought I would never come home from Troy, so you wasted my house, forced the women to sleep with you, and while I was still alive, you courted my wife without any fear of the gods in high heaven or of any retribution from the world of men. Now the net has been drawn tight around you." These words, the color drained their faces, and they all looked around for a way to escape. Only Eurymachus had anything to say. "If you are really Odysseus of Ithaca, then what you say is just. The citizens have done many foolish things in this house, and many in the fields, but the man to blame lies here dead, Antonius. He started it all, not so much because he wanted a marriage or needed one, but for another purpose, which Zeus did not fulfill. He wanted to be king in Ithaca and to kill your son in ambush. Now he's been killed, and he deserved it. But spare your people. We will pay you back for all we have eaten and drunk in your house. We will make a collection. Each man will put in the worth of 20 oxen. We will make restitution in bronze and gold until your heart is soothed. Until then, no one could blame you for being angry. Odysseus fixed him with a stare and said, Eurymachus, not even if all you gave me your entire family fortunes, all that you have and ever will have, would I stay my hands from killing. You courted my wife. You will pay in full. Your only choice now is to fight like men or run for it. Who knows, one of you might live to see another day, but I doubt it. Their blood turned milky white when they heard this. Eurymachus now turned to them and said, Friends, this man is not going to stop at anything. He's got his arrows and bow, and he'll shoot us from the threshold until he's killed us all. We've got to fight back. Draw your swords and use the tables as shields. If we charge him in a mass and push him from the doorway, we can get reinforcements from town in no time. Then this man will have shot his last shot. With that, he drew his own bronze sword and charged Odysseus with an ear-splitting cry. Ah! Odysseus, in the same instant, let loose an arrow that entered his chest just beside the nipple and spiked down to his liver. The sword fell from Eurymachus' hand. He spun around and fell on a table, knocking off dishes and cups, and rolled to the ground, his forehead banging up and down against it as his feet kicking a chair. In his death throes until the world went dark, Thermos went for Odysseus next, rushing at him with his sword drawn, hoping to drive him away from the door. Telemachus got the jump on him, though driving a bronze-tipped spear into his back, square between his shoulder blades, and though to his chest he fell with a thud, his forehead hammering into the ground. Telemachus sprang back, leaving the spear right where it was, stuck in Amphitryon, fearing that if he tried to pull it out, someone would rush him and cut him down as he bent over the corpse. So he ran over to his father's side, and his words flew fast. I'll bring you a shield, father, 2 spears and a bronze helmet. I'll find one that fits. When I come back, I'll arm myself and the cow horde's flying herd, better armed than not. And Odysseus, the great tactician, bring me what you can while I have arrows, or these men might drive me away from the door. And Telemachus was off to the room where the weapons were stored. He took 4 shields, 8 spears, and 4 bronze helmets with thick horsehair plumes, and brought them quickly to his father. Telemachus armed himself with 2 servants and did likewise, and the 3 of them took their stand alongside the cunning warrior Odysseus. As long as the arrows held out, he kept picking off the suitors one by one, and they fell thick as flies. But when the master archer ran out of arrows, he leaned the bow against the doorpost of the entrance hall, and slung a 4-ply shield over his shoulder, put on his head a wild wrought helmet, and with a plume that made his very nod a threat, and took 2 spears tipped with heavy bronze. Built into the higher wall of the main hall was a back door reached by a short flight of stairs and leading to a passage closed by double doors. Odysseus posted the swineherd at this doorway, which could be attacked by only 1 man at a time. It was just then that Aglaios called to the suitors, Let's one of us get up to the back door and get the word to the town. Act quickly, as this man will have shot his last. But the goatherd Laertes answered him, That won't work, Aglaios. The door outside is too near the courtyard, an easy shot from where he is standing, and the passageway is dangerously narrow. One good man could hold up against all of us. Look, let me bring you weapons and armor from the storeroom. There has to be where Odysseus and his son have laid them away. So saying, Melanthius clambered up to Odysseus' storerooms. There he picked out 12 shields and as many spears and helmets, and brought them out quickly to give to the suitors. Odysseus' heart sank. and his knees grew weak when he saw the suitors putting on armor and brandishing spears. This wasn't going to be easy. His words flew out to Telemachus. One of the women in the halls must be waging war against us, unless it's Melanthius. And Telemachus, cool-headed under fire. No, it's my fault, father, and no one else's. I must have left the storeroom door open, and one of them spotted it. Hermes, go close the door to the storeroom and see whether one of the women is behind us, or Melanthius, son of Dolius, as I suspect. As they were speaking, Melanthius, the goat herd, was making another trip to the storeroom for more weapons. The swineherd spotted him and was quick to point him out to Odysseus. There he goes, my lord Odysseus, the snake, just as we thought, on his way to the storeroom. Tell me what to do. Kill him if I prove to be the better man, or bring him to you, so he can pay in full for all the wrongs he has done here in your house. Odysseus brought him his mind to bear on this. Telemachus and I will keep the suitors busy in the hall here. Don't worry about that. Tie him up, bend his arms and legs behind him, and lash them to a board strapped onto his back. Then hoist him up to the rafters in the storeroom and leave him there to twist the wind. This was just that Hermes and the cowherd wanted to hear. Off they went to the storeroom, unseen by Melanthius, who was inside, rooting around for armor and weapons. They lay in wait on either side of the door, and when Melanthius crossed the threshold, carrying a beautiful helmet in one hand and in the other a broad shield flecked with rust, a shield the hero Laertes had carried in his youth, but that had long since been laid aside with its straps unstitched. Hermes and the cowherd Philotheus jumped him and dragged him by the hair back into the storeroom. They threw him hard to the ground, knocking the wind out of him, and tied his hands and feet about his back, making it hurt as Odysseus had ordered. Then they attached a rope to his body and hoisted him up along the tall pillar until he was up by the rafters. And you, swineherd Eumaeus, you mocked him. Now you'll really be on a watch. Melanthius would the whole night through, lying on a feather bed, just your style, and you're sure to see the early dawn come up from the ocean streams, couched in gold, at the hour when you drive your goats up to the hall to make a feast for the suitors. So Melanthius was left there racked with pain, while Eurymaeus and the cowherd put on their armor, closed the polished door, and rejoined Odysseus, the cunning warrior. So they took their stand there on the threshold, breathing fury, four of them against the many who stood in the hall. And then Athena was with them, Zeus's daughter, looking just like Mentor and assuming his voice. Odysseus, glad to see her, spoke these words. Mentor, old friend, help me out here. Remember all the favors I've done for you. We go back a long way, you and I. He figured it was Athena, the soldier's goddess. On the other side, the suitors yelled and shouted, and Aglaeus' voice rising to rebuke Athena. You there, Mentor, don't let Odysseus talk you into helping him and fighting us. This is the way I see it turning out. Then we have killed these men, father and son. We'll kill you next for what you mean to do. In this hall you'll pay with your life, and when we've taken care of all five of you, we'll take everything you have. Mentor, everything in your house and in your fields, and it to the Odysseus property. We won't let your sons stay in your house, or let your daughters or even your wife go about freely in the town of Ithaca. This made Athena all the more angry, and she turned to Odysseus and snapped at him. I can't believe, Odysseus, that you, of all people, have lost the guts you had when you fought the Trojans for 9 long years to go to get Helen back, killing so many in combat and coming up with a plan that took Why, Troy? How is it that now, when you've come home, you get all teary-eyed about showing your strength to this pack of suitors? Get over here next to me and see what I can do. I'll show you what sort of man Mentor, a son of Alcimos, is, and how he repays favors of the heat of battle. Athena spoke these words, but she did not yet give Odysseus the strength to turn the tide. She was still testing him and his glorious son, to see what they were made of. As for herself, the goddess flew up to the roof beam of the smoky hall, just like a swallow. The suitors were now rallied by Aglaeus and by Damastor, Eurynomus, and Amphimedon, as well as by Demophomus and Pisander, son of Palactor, and the warrior Probus. These were the best of the suitors lucky enough to still be fighting for their lives. The rest had been laid low by the shower of arrows. Aglaeus now made this speech to them. He's had it now. Mentors abandoned him after all that hot air, and the four of them are left alone at the outer doors. All right, now, don't throw your spears all at once. You six go first and hope that Zeus allows Odysseus to be hit and gives us the glory. The others won't matter once he goes down. They took his advice and gave it their best, but Athena made their shots all come to nothing. One man hitting the doorpost, another the door, another's bronze-tipped ash spear sticking into the wall. Odysseus and his men weren't even nicked, and the great hero said to them, "It's our turn now. I say we throw our spears right into the crowd. These bastards mean to kill us. On top of everything else, they've done to wrong me." He spoke, and they all threw their sharp spears with deadly aim. Odysseus hit Dermodopolmus, Telemachus got Laertes, the swineherd, Laertes, and the cattle herd took out Pisander. They all bit the dirt at the same time, at the same moment, and the suitors retarded to the back of the hall, allowing Odysseus and his men to run out and pull their spears from the dead man's bodies. The suitors rallied for another volley, throwing their sharp spears with all they had. This time Athena made most of them miss. One man hitting the doorpost, another the door, another spear sticking into the wall. Phemeron's spear grazed Telemachus' wrist, breaking the skin, and Stephios' spear clipped Yarmeri's shoulder as it sailed over his shield and kept on going until it hit the ground. Then Odysseus and his men got off another round into the throng. Odysseus, sacker of cities, hitting Eurymardamus, Telemachus, getting Amphimedon, the swineherd Polybus, and lastly the cattle herder striking Stephios square in the chest, and he crowed over him. "Always picking a fight? Just like your father. Well, you can stop all your big talk now. We'll let the gods have the last word this time. Take this spear as your host's gift, fair exchange for the hoof you threw at godlike Odysseus when he made his rounds begging in the hall." Thus the herder of the spiral horned cattle. Odysseus meanwhile had skewered Damastor's son with a hard spear thrust in hand-to-hand fighting, and Telemachus killed Laertes, Avanor's son, piercing him in the groin and driving his spear all the way through. Laertes pitched forward, his forehead slamming onto the ground. Only then did Athena hold up her overpowered aegis from her high perched and minds on the suitors shriveled with fear, and they fled through the hall like a herd of cattle that an iridescent gadfly gouts along on a warm spring afternoon, with Odysseus and his men after them, like vultures with crooked talons and hooked beaks descending from the mountains upon a flock of smaller birds who fly under the clouds and over the plain. The vultures swoop down to pick them off. The smaller birds cannot escape, and men thrill to see the chase in the sky. Odysseus and his cohorts were clubbing the suitors right and left through the hall. Horrible groans rose from their lips as their heads were smashed in, and the floor of the great hall smoked with blood. It was then that Laertes the soothsayer rushed forward, clasped Odysseus' knees, and begged for his life. By your knees, Odysseus, respect me and pity me. I swear I've never said or done anything wrong to any woman in your house. I tried to stop the Suitors when they did such things, but they wouldn't listen, wouldn't keep their hands clean, and now they've paid a cruel price for their sins, and I, their soothsayer, who have done nothing, no wrong, will be laid low with them. That's the gratitude I get. Odysseus scowled down at the man and said, if you are really their soothsayer as you boast you are, how many times must you have prayed in the halls that my sweet homecoming would never come, and that you would be the one my wife would go off with and bear children to? You're a dead man. As he spoke, his strong hand reached for a sword that lay nearby. A sword Aglaeus had dropped when he was killed. The soothsayer struck full in his neck. His lips were still forming words, and his lopped off his rolled head in the dust. All this while the bard Hermes was busy trying not to be killed. This man, Taurus' son, sang for the suitors under compulsion. He stood now with his pure-toned lyre near the high back door, trying to decide whether he should slip out from the hall and crouch at the altar of Zeus of the courtyard, the great altar on which Laertes and Odysseus had burned many an ox's thigh, or whether he should rush forward and supplicate Odysseus by his knees. Better to fall at the man's knees, he thought. So he laid the hollow lyre on the ground between the wine bowl and silver-studded chair, and ran up to Odysseus and clasped his knees. His words flew up to Odysseus like birds. But your knees, Odysseus, respect me and pity me. You will regret it some day if you kill a bard. Me who sings for gods and men. I am self-taught, and a god who's planted in my heart all sorts of songs and stories that I can sing to you as to a god. Don't be too eager to slit my throat. Telemachus will tell you that I didn't come to your house by choice to entertain the suitors at their feast. There were too many of them. They made me come. Telemachus heard him and said to his father, he's innocent. Don't kill him. And let's spare the herald Mardon, who used to take care of me when I was a child. If Laertes hasn't already killed him, or the swineherd, if he didn't run into you as you were charging through the house. Mardon heard what Telemachus said. He was under a chair, wrapped in an oxhide, cowering from death. Now he jumped up, stripped off the oxhide, ran to Telemachus, and fell on his knees. His words rose on wings. I'm here, Telemachus. Hold back and ask your father to hold back too, or he might kill me with cold bronze. Strong as he is, and as mad as he is at the suitors who ate away his house and paid you no honor. Odysseus smiled at this and said to him, don't worry, he saved you. Now you know, and you can tell the world how much better good deeds are than evil. Go outside, you and the singer, and sit in the yard, away from the slaughter until I finish everything I have to do inside the house. So he spoke, and the two went out the hall and sat down by the altar of the great Zeus. Wide-eyed and expecting death in any moment, Odysseus too had his eyes wide open, looking all through his house to see if anyone was still alive and hiding from death. But everyone's soul lay in blood and dust, the whole lot of them. Like fish that fishermen have drawn up in the nets from the gray sea onto the curved shore, They lie all in heaps on the sand beach, longing for the salt waves, and the blazing sun drains their life away. So too the suitors lying in heaps. Then Odysseus called to Telemachus, "Go, call the nurse Eurysthea for me. I want to tell her something." So Telemachus went to Eurysthea's room, rattled the door, and called, "Get up, come out, old woman, you who are in charge of all our women servants. Come, my father has something to say to you." Eurysthea's response died on her lips. She opened the doors to the great hall, came out, and followed Telemachus to where Odysseus, spattered them with blood and grime, stood among the bodies of the slain. A lion that has just fed upon an ox in a field has his chest and cheeks smeared with blood, and his face is terrible to look upon. So too Odysseus smeared with gore from head to foot. When Eurycleia saw all the corpses and the pools of blood, she lifted her head to cry out in triumph, but Odysseus stopped her cold, reining her in with these words: "Rejoice in your heart, do not cry aloud. It is unholy to gloat over the slain. These men have been destroyed by divine destiny and their own recklessness. They honored no one, high or low, who came to them, and so by their folly they have brought upon themselves an ugly fate. Now let me of the women dis- now tell me which of the women dishonor me and which are innocent." And Eurycleia, the loyal nurse: "Yes, indeed, child, I will tell you all. There are 50 women in your house, servants we have taught to do their work, to card wool and bear all the drudgery. Of these 12 have shamed this house, and respect neither me nor Penelope herself. Telemachus has only now become a man, and his mother has not allowed him to direct the women servants. May I go now to the upstairs room and tell your wife? Some god has wrapped her up in sleep." Odysseus, his mind teeming, answered her, "Don't wake her yet. First bring those women who have acted so disgracefully." While the old woman went out through the hall to tell the women the news and summoned the 12, Odysseus called Telemachus and to the 2 herdsmen, and spoke to them words fletched like arrows: "Start carrying out the bodies and have the women help you. Then smudge down all of the beautiful tables and chairs when you have set the whole house in order. Take the women outside between the round house and the courtyard fence. Slash them with your swords until they have forgotten their secret lovemaking with suitors. Then finish them off." Then Odysseus and the women came in. Huddled together and shedding salt tears. First they carried out the dead bodies and set them down under the courtyard's portico, propping them against each other. Odysseus himself kept them at it. Then he had them sponge down all of the beautiful tables and chairs. Telemachus, the swineherd, and the cowherd scraped the floor with hoes, and the women carried out the scrapings and threw them away. Then, when they had set the whole house in order, they took the women out between the round house and the courtyard fence, pinning them in with no way to escape. And Telemachus, in his cool-headed way, said to the others, "I won't allow a clean death for these women, the suitors' sluts who have heaped reproaches upon my own head and upon my mother's. He spoke and tied the cable of a dark, proud ship to a great pillar and pulled it about the round house. He spoke and tied the cable of a dark, proud ship to a great pillar and pulled it about the round house, stretching it high so their feet couldn't touch the ground. Long winged thrushes or doves making their way to their roosts fall into a snare set in a thicket, and the bed that receives them is far from welcome. So too these women, their heads hanging in a row, the cable looped around each of their necks. It was most piteous death. Their feet fluttered for a little while, but not for long. Then they brought Melanthius outside, and in their fury they sliced off his nose and ears with cold bronze, and pulled his genitals out by the root, raw meat for the dogs, and chopped off his hands and feet. Thus done, they washed their own hands and feet, and went back into their master's great hall. Then Odysseus said to Eurycleia, "Bring me sulphur, old woman, and fire, so I can fumigate the hole, and go tell Penelope to come down here, and all the women in the house as well. And Eurycleia, the faithful nurse, as you say, child. But first let me bring you a tunic and a cloak for you to put on. You should not be standing here like this with rags on your body. It's not right." Odysseus, his mind teeming, answered her, "First make a fire for me in the hall." He spoke, and Eurycleia did as she was told. She brought fire and sulphur, and Odysseus purified his house, the halls, and all courtyard. Then the old nurse went through Odysseus' beautiful house, telling the woman the news. They came from their hall with torches in their hands and thronged around Odysseus and embraced him. And as they kissed his head and shoulders and hands, he felt a sudden sweet urge to weep, for in his heart he knew them all. The old woman laughed as she went upstairs to tell her mistress that her husband was home. She ran up the steps, lifting her knees high, and bending over Penelope, she said, "Wake up, dear child, so you can see for yourself what you have yearned for day in and day out. Odysseus has come home after all this time and has killed those men who tried to marry you and who ravaged your house and bullied your son. And Penelope, alert now and weary. Dear nurse, the gods have driven you crazy. The gods can make even the wise mad, just as they often make the foolish wise. Now they have wrecked your usually sound mind. Why do you mock me at my sorrowful heart, waking me from sleep to tell me this nonsense, and such a sweet sleep? It sealed my eyelids. I haven't slept like that since the days of Odysseus left for Ilion, that accursed city. Now go back down the hall. If any of the others had told me this and wakened me from sleep, I would have sent her back with something to be sorry about. You can thank your old age for this, at least." And Eurycleia, the loyal nurse, "I am not mocking you, child. Odysseus really is here. He's come home, just as I say. He's the stranger they all insulted in the great hall. Telemachus is known all along, but had the self-control to hide his father's plans until he could pay the arrogant bastards back." Penelope felt a strong pang of joy. She leapt from her bed and flung her arms around the old woman, and with tears in her eyes she said to her, Dear nurse, if it is true, if he really has come back to this house, tell me how he laid his hands on this shameless suitors, one man alone, against all that mob. Your slayers answered her, I didn't see it and didn't ask. I only heard the groaning of men being killed. The women sat in the far quarters of quarters, trembling, with the good solid doors bolted shut, until your son came from the hall to call me. Telemachus, his father had sent him to call me, and there he was, Odysseus, standing in a sea of dead bodies, all piled on top of each other on the hard packed floor. It would have warmed your heart to see him, spattered with blood and filth like a lion. Now the bodies are all gathered together at the gates, and he's purifying the house with sulfur. He's built a great fire, and he's sent me to call you. Come with me now, so that both your hearts can be happy again. You've suffered so much, but now your long desire has been fulfilled. He's come home himself, alive to his own hearth, and has found you and his son in the hall. As his suitors who did him wrong, he's taken his revenge on every last man. And Penelope, ever cautious, dear nurse, don't gloat over them yet. You know how welcome the sight of him would be to us all, and especially to me, and the son he and I bore. But the story can't be true. No, the way you tell it, one of the immortals must have killed the suitors, angry at their arrogance and evil deeds. They respected no man, good or bad, so their blind folly has killed them. But Odysseus, he's lost to us here, and he's gone forever. And Euslalia, the faithful nurse, child, how can you say this? Your husband is here at his own fireside, and yet you are sure he will never come home. Always on guard, but here's something close, clear proof. The scar he got from the tusk of that boar. I noticed it when I was washing his feet and wanted to tell you, but he shrewdly clamped his hand on my mouth and wouldn't let me speak. Just come with me, and I will stake my life on it. If I am lying to you, you can torture me to death. Still wary, Penelope replied, Dear nurse, it is hard for you to comprehend the ways of eternal gods, wise as you are. Still, let us go to my son, so that I may see the suitors dead, and that man who killed them. And Penelope descended the stairs, her heart in turmoil. Should she hold back and question her husband, or should she go up to him, embrace him, and kiss his hands and head? She entered the hall, crossing the stone threshold, and sat opposite Odysseus in the firelight, beside the farther wall. He sat by a column, looking down, waiting to see if his incomparable wife would say anything to him when she saw him. She sat a long time in silence, wondering. She would look at his face and see her husband, but then failed to know him in his dirty rags. Telemachus couldn't take it anymore. Mother, how can you be so hard, holding back like that? Why don't you sit next to father and talk to him? Ask him things. No other woman would have the heart to stand off from her husband who has come back after 20 hard years to his country and home. But your heart is always colder than stone. And Penelope, cautious as ever, my child, I'm lost in wonder and unable to speak or ask a question. I look him in the eyes. If he really is Odysseus come home, the two of us will be sure of each other, very sure. There are secrets between us no one else knows. Odysseus, who had borne much, smiled, and his words flew to his son on wings. Telemachus, let your mother test me in our hall. She will soon see more clearly now because I am dirty and wearing rags. She is not ready to acknowledge who I am, but you and I have to devise a plan when someone kills just one man, even a man who has few to avenge him. He goes into exile, leaving country and kin. Well, we've killed a city of young men, the flower of Ithaca. Think about that. And Telemachus in his clear-headed way. You should think about it, father. They say no man alive can match you for your cunning. We'll follow you for all we are worth, and I don't think we'll fail for lack of courage. And Odysseus, the master strategist, well, this is what I think we should do. First, bathe yourselves and put on clean tunics, and tell the women to choose their clothes well. Then have the singer pick up his lyre and lead everyone in a lively dance tune. Loud and clear, anyone who bears the sound, a passerby or neighbor will think it's a wedding, and so word of the suitors' killing won't spread down through the town before we can reach our woodland farm. Once there, we'll see what kind of luck the Olympian gives us. They did as he said. The men bathed and put on tunics, and the women dressed up, and the godlike singer, sweeping his hollow lyre, put a song in their hearts and made their feet move. And the great hall resounded under the tread of men and silken-waisted women dancing, and people outside would hear it and say, well, someone has finally married the queen. Fickle woman couldn't bear to keep the house for her true husband until he came back. But they had no idea how things actually stood. Odysseus, meanwhile, was being bathed by the housekeeper Jornome. She rubbed him with olive oil and threw about him a beautiful cloak and tunic, and Athena shed beauty upon him, and made him look taller and more muscled, and made his hair tumble down his head like hyacinth flowers. Imagine a craftsman overlaying a silver with pure gold. He has learned his art from Pallas Athena and Lord Hephaestus, and creates works of breathtaking beauty. So Athena herself made his head and shoulders shimmer with grace. He came from the bath like a god and sat down on the chair again opposite his wife and spoke to her and said, you're a mysterious woman. The gods have given you more than to any other woman an unyielding heart. No other woman would be able to endure standing off from her husband, come back after 20 hard years to his country and home. Nurse, make up a bed for me so I can lie down alone, since her heart is a cold lump of iron. And Penelope, cautious and wary, you're a mysterious man. I am not being proud or scornful, nor am I bewildered, not at all. I know very well what you look like. When you left Ithaca on your long-oared ship, nurse, bring the bed out from the master bedroom, the bedstead he made himself, and spread it for him with fleeces and blankets and silky coverlets. She was tasting her husband. Odysseus could bear no more, and he cried out to his wife, by God, woman, you've cut deep. Who moved my bed? I would be hard for anyone, no matter how skilled, to move it. A god could come down and move it easily, but not a man alive, however young and strong, could ever pry it up. There's something telling about how that bed's built, and no one else built it but me. There was an olive tree growing on the site, long-leaved and full, its trunk thick as a post. I built my bedroom around that tree, and when I had finished the masonry walls and done the roofing and set in the jointed, close-fitting doors, I lopped off all of the olive's branches, trimmed that trunk from root on up and rounded it and turned it with an Oz until I had myself a bedpost. I boarded with an auger, and starting from this frame up the whole bed, and laying it with gold and silver and ivory, and stretching across it oxhide thongs dyed purple. So there's our secret. But I don't know, woman, whether my bed is still firmly in place or if some other man has cut through the olive's trunk. At this, Penelope finally let go. Odysseus had shown he knew their old secret. In tears, she ran straight to him, threw her arms around him, kissed his face, and said, "Don't be angry with me, Odysseus. You of all men know how the world goes. It is the gods who gave us sorrow, the gods who begrudged us a life together, enjoying our youth and arriving side by side to the threshold of old age. Don't hold it against me that when I first saw you, I didn't welcome you as I do now. My heart has been cold with fear that an impostor would come and deceive me. There are many who scheme for ill-gotten gains. Not even Helen, daughter of Zeus, would have slept with a foreigner had she known the Greeks would go to war and bring back home. It was a god who drove her to that dreadful act. She never would have thought of doing what she did. The horror that brought suffering to us as well. But now, since you have confirmed the secret of our marriage bed, which no one ever has seen, only you and I, a single servant, actor's daughter, whom my father gave me before I ever came here, and who kept the doors of our bridal chamber. You have persuaded even my stubborn heart." And this brought tears from deep within him, and as he wept, he clung to his beloved wife. Land is a welcome sight to men swimming for their lives. After Poseidon has smashed their ship in heavy seas, only a few of them escape and make it to shore. They come out of the gray water crusted with brine, glad to be alive and set foot on dry land. So welcome a sight was her husband to her. She would not loosen her white arms from his neck, and rose-fingered dawn would have risen on their weeping, had not Athena stepped in and held back the long night at the end of its course, and stopped gold-stitch dawn at ocean shores from yoking the horses that bring light to men. Lampus and Parthion, the colts of dawn, that Odysseus said to his wife, "We have not yet come to an end of our trials. There is still a long, hard task for me to complete, as the spirit of Tiresias foretold for me on the day I went down to the house of Hades to ask him about my companion's return and my own. But come to bed now, and we will close our eyes with the pleasure of sleep." And Penelope calmly answered him, "Our bed is ready for you whenever you want it, now that the gods have brought you home to your family and native land. But since you've brought it up, tell me about this trial. I'll learn about it soon enough, and it won't be any worse to hear it now." And Odysseus, his mind teeming, "You're a mystery to me. Why do you insist I tell you now?" Well, here's the whole story. It's not a tale you will enjoy, and I have no joy in telling it. Tiresias told me that I must go to city after city carrying a broad-bladed oar until I come to men who know nothing of the sea, who eat their food unsalted and have never seen red-prowed ships or the oars that wing them along. And he told me that I would know when I had found them when I met another traveler who thought the oar I was carrying was a winnowing fan. Then I must fix my oar in the earth and offer sacrifice to Lord Poseidon, a ram, a bull, and a boar in its prime. And then at last I am to come home and offer grand sacrifice to the immortal gods, who hold high heaven to each in turn, and death shall come to me from the sea, as gentle as this touch, and take me off when I am worn out in sleek old age, with my people prosperous around me. All this Tiresias would said would come true. Then Penelope, watching him, answered, if the gods are going to grant you a happy old age, there is hope your troubles will some day be over. While they spoke to one another, Yarnome and the nurse made the bed by torchlight, spreading it with soft coverlets. Then the old nurse went to her room to lie down, and Yarnome, who kept the bedroom, led the couple to their bed, lighting them away. When she had led them in, she withdrew, and they went with joy to their bed and to their rituals of old. Telemachus and his men stopped dancing, stopped the women's dance, and lay down and sleep in the shadowy halls. After Odysseus and Penelope had made sweet love, they took turns telling stories to each other. She told him all that she had to endure as the fair lady in the palace, looking upon the loathsome throng of suitors who used her as an excuse to kill many cattle, whole flocks of sheep, and to empty the cellar of much of its wine. Odysseus told her of all the suffering he had brought upon others, and of all the pain he endured himself. She loved listening to him, and did not fall asleep until he had told the whole tale. He began with how he overcame the Cisornes, and then came to the island of the Lotus Eaters, and all the Cyclops did, and how he paid him back for eating his comrades, and how he came to Aulus, who welcomed him and sent him on his way. But since it was not his destiny to return home then, the storm winds grabbed him and swept him off, groaning deeply over the teeming salt water. Then how he came to the Lastragornians, who destroyed his ships and all their crews, leaving him with only one black tarred hull. Then all of Circe's tricks and wiles, and how he sailed to the dank house of Hades to consult the spirit of Theopan Tarasius, and saw his old comrades there, and his aged mother who nursed him as a child. And then how he heard the siren's eternal song, and came to the clashing rocks, and dread Trabdis and Scylla, whom no man had ever escaped before. Then how his crew killed the cattle of the sun, and how Zeus, the high lord of thunder, slivered his ship with lightning, and all his men went down, and he alone survived. He told her of how he came to old Sharia, who kept him there in her scalloped cave, and the island of the nymph Calypso, who kept him there in her scalloped caves, yearning for him to be her husband, and how she took care of him and promised to make him immortal and ageless all his days, but did not persuade the heart in his breast. Then how he crawled out of the sea in Persia, and how the Persians honored him like a god, and sent him on a ship to his own native land with gifts of bronze and clothing and gold. He told the story all the way through, and then sleep, which slackens our bodies, fell upon him and released him from care. The Grey One knew what to do next. When she felt that Odysseus was satisfied with sleep and with lying next to his wife, she roused the slumbering golden dawn, who climbed from ocean with the light of the world. Odysseus got up from his rose-shadowed bed and turned to Penelope with these instructions. My wife, we've had our fill of trials now. You're here, weeping over all the troubles my absence caused, and I, bound by Zeus, to suffer far from the home I yearn for. Now that we have both come to bed we have long desired, you must take charge of all that is mine in the house. while I see to replenishing the flocks and herds. The insolent suitors have depleted. I'll get some back on raids, some as tribute until the pens are full again. And now I want you to know I am going to our farm to see my father, who has suffered terribly on my account. You don't need me to tell you that when the sun rises, the news will spread that I have killed the suitors in our hall. So go upstairs with your women and sit quietly. Don't look outside or speak to anyone. Odysseus spoke and put on his beautiful armor. He woke Telemachus with the cowherd and swineherd and had them arm also. They strapped on the bronze, opened the doors, and went out, Odysseus leading the way. It was light by now, but Athena hid them in darkness and spirited them out of the city. Hermes, meanwhile, was calling forth the ghosts of the suitors. He held the wand. He used to charm mortal eyes to sleep and make sleepers awake. And with his beautiful golden wand, he marshaled the ghosts who followed along, squeaking and gibbering. Bats deep inside an airy cave, fit in Gerber when one of them falls from the cluster clinging to the rock overhead. So to these ghosts his Hermes led them down the cold dank ways, past the streams of the ocean, past the white rock, past the gates of the sun and the land of dreams, until they came to the meadow of Asphodel, where the spirits of the dead dwell, phantoms of men outworn. There was the ghost of Achilles, and those of Patroclus, of flawless Antiglos, and of Ajax, the best of Achans. After Achilles, Peleus' incapable son, these ghosts gathered around Achilles and were joined by the ghost of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, grieving he himself surrounded by the ghost of those who had died with him, and met their fate in the house of Augustus, the son of Peleus, was the first to greet him. Son of Atreus, we believe that you of all heroes were dear to thundering Zeus your whole life through, for you were the lord in great army at Troy, where we Greeks endured a bitter campaign, but you too had an early rendezvous with death, which no man can escape once he is born. How much better to have died at Troy, with all the honor you command there. The entire Greek army would have raised you a tomb, and you would have won glory for your son as well. As it was, pitiable death. The ghost of Agamemnon answered, and the godlike Achilles, you did have the good fortune to die in Troy, far from Argos. Around you fell some of the best Greeks and Trojans of their time, fighting for your body as you lay there. In the howling dust of war, one of the great, your horsemanship, forgotten, we fought all day and would never have stopped, had not Zeus halted us with a great storm. Then we bore your body back to the ships and laid it on a bier and cleansed your beautiful flesh with warm water and ointments. And the men shed many hot tears and cut their hair. Then your mother heard, and she came from the sea with her saltwater women, and an eerie cry rose over the deep. The troops panicked, and they would have run for the ships had not a man who was the wise in the old ways stopped them. Nestor, whose counsel had prevailed before, full of concern, He called out the troops. Argives and Argians, halt! This is no time to flee. It is his mother with her immortal nymphs. Come the sea to mourn her dead son. When he said that, the troops settled down. Then the daughters of the old man of the sea stood all round you and wailed piteously. And they dressed you in the immortal clothing, and the muses, all nine, chanted the dirge, singing responsively in beautiful voices. You couldn't have seen a dry eye in the army, so fortunate was the song of the muses. For 17 days we mourned you like that, men and gods together. On the 18th day we gave you to the fire, slaughtering sheep and horned cattle around you. You were burned in the clothing of the gods with rich unguents and sweet honey, and many Greek heroes paraded in armies around your burning pyre, both infantry and charioteers, and the sound of their marching rose to heaven. When the fire had consumed you, we gathered your white bones at dawn, Achilles, and laid them in unmixed wine and oranges. Your mother had given us a golden urn, a gift of Dionysus, she said, made by Hephaestus. In this urn lie your white bones, Achilles, mingled with those of the dead Patroclus. Just apart lie the bones of Antilochus, whom you honored most after Patroclus died. Over them all we spearmen of the great army heaped an immense and perfect barrow on a headline beside the broad Hellespont, so that it might be seen far out at sea by men now and men to come. Your mother Thetis had collected beautiful prizes from the gods and now set them down in the middle of the field to honor the best of the Achaean athletes. You have been to many heroes' funeral games where young men contend for prizes, but you would have marveled at the sight of the beautiful prizes silver-footed Thetis set out for you. You were very dear to the gods. Not even in death have you lost your name, Achilles, nor your honor among men. But what did I get for winding up the war? Zeus worked out for me a ghastly death at the hands of Aegisthus and my mother's wife. As these two heroes talked with each other, Quicksilver Hermes was leading down the ghosts of the suitors killed by Odysseus when Hermes and these ghosts drew near. The two heroes were amazed and went up to see who they were. The ghost of Agamemnon recognized one of them, Amphimeryon, who had been his host in Ithaca, and called out, Amphimeryon, why have you come down beneath the dark earth? You and your company, all men of rank, all of the same age. It's as if someone had handpicked the city's best men. Did Poseidon sink your ships and drown you in the wind-whipped waves? Was it that, or did an enemy destroy you on land, as you cut off their cattle and flocks of sheep, or as they fought for their city and women? Tell me, remember who is asking, an old friend of your house. I came there with godlike Menelaus to urge Odysseus to sail the fleet to Ilion. A full month, then journey to Ithaca took us. Hard work persuading Odysseus, destroyer of cities. The ghost of Amphimeryon responded, Son of Atreus, most glorious Agamemnon, I remember all that, just as you tell it, and I will tell you exactly what happened to us, and how it ended in our bitter death. And we were courting the wife of Odysseus, long gone by then. She loathed the thought of remarrying, but she wouldn't give us a yes or a no. Her mind was bent on death and darkness for us. Here is one of the tricks she dreamed up. She set up a loom in the hall and started weaving a huge fine threaded piece, and then came out and said, Young men, my suitors, since Odysseus is dead, eager as you are to marry me, you must wait until I finish this robe. It would be a shame to waste my spinning a shroud for the hero when Laertes, the death's doom lays him low. I fear the Aeacian women would reproach me if he should lie shroudless for all his wealth. We went along with this appeal to her honor. Every day she would weave at the great loom, and every night she would unweave by torchlight. She fooled us for 3 years with her craft, but in the fourth year, as the seasons rolled by and the moons waned and the days dragged on, one of the women who knew all about it told us, and we caught her unweaving the gloried shroud. Then we forced her to finish it. When it was done, she washed it and showed it to us, and it shone like the sun or the moon. It was then that some evil spirit brought Odysseus from who knows where to border of his land, where the swineherd lived. Odysseus' son put in from Pylos in his black ship and joined him. These two, after they had plotted an ugly death for the suitors, came up to the town, first Telemachus, and then later Odysseus, led by the swineherd, who brought his master wearing tattered clothes, looking for all the world like a miserable old beggar, leaning on a staff, his rags hanging off him. None of us could know who he was, not even the older men. When he showed up like that, he threw things at we threw things at him and gave him a hard time. He just took it, pelted and taunted in his own house, until prompted by Zeus, he and Telemachus removed all the weapons from the hall and locked them away in a storeroom. Then he showed all his cunning, he and his wife, to the set before the suitors, his bow of gray iron implements for contest and for our ill-fated death. None of us were able to string that bow. We couldn't even come close. When it came around to Odysseus, he cried out and objected. Don't give the bow to that beggar. We cried out and objected. Don't give that bow to the beggar, no matter what he says. Telemachus alone urged him on and encouraged him to take it, and he did. The great Odysseus took the bow, strung it easily, and shot an arrow straight through the iron. Then he stood on the threshold, poured the arrows out, and glaring around him, he shot Lord Antonius, and then he shot others with perfect aim. And when we fell thick and fast, you could see that one god was helping them. The way they raged through the hall, cutting us down right and left, and you could hear the hideous groans of men as their heads were bashed in. The floor smoked with blood. That's how we died. Agamemnon, our bodies still lie uncared for in Odysseus' halls. Word has not yet reached our friends and family who could wash the black blood from our wounds and lay us out with wailing, as is due the dead. And the ghost of Agamemnon responded, well done, Odysseus, Laertes' wily son. You won a wife of great character in Arcadius' daughter. What mind she has, a woman beyond reproach. How well Penelope kept in her heart her husband, Odysseus. And so her virtue fame will never perish, and the gods will make among men and earth a song of praise for steadfast Penelope. But Tyndareus' daughter was evil to the core, killing her own husband, and her song will be a song of scorn, bringing ill repute to all women, even the virtuous. That was the drift of their talk, as they stood in the dark lord's halls, deep under the earth. Odysseus and the others went from the town and made good timing down to Laertes' well-kept fields. The man had worked hard reclaiming the land from the wilderness. His farmhouse was there with a row of huts around it, where the field's hands ate and rested and slept. These were his slaves, and they did as he wished. This was an old Sicilian woman, too, who took good care of the old man out in the country. Odysseus had a word with the herdsman and his son. Go into the farmhouse and make yourself busy. Sacrifice the best pig and roast it for dinner. I'm going to test my father. Will he recognize me? Will he know who I am after all these years? He disarmed and gave his weapons to the herdsmen. They hurried off indoors, leaving Odysseus to search through the rows of fruit trees and vines. He did not find Dolius or any of his sons anywhere in the orchard. Old Dolius had taken them to gather field stones for a garden well, but he found his father alone on a well-banked plot, spading a plant. He had on an old dirty shirt, mended and patched, and leather leggings pieced together as protection from scratches. He wore gloves because of the bushes, and on his head he had a goatskin cap. Crowning his sorrow, Odysseus, who had borne much, saw him like this, worn with the age and a grieving heart, and wept as he watched from a pear tree's shade. He thought it over. Should he just throw his arms around his father, kiss him, and tell him all he had done, and how he'd return to his homeland again? Or should he question him and feel him out first? Better that way, he thought, to feel him out first with a few pointed remarks. With this in mind, godlike Odysseus walked up to his father, who kept his head down and went on digging. His illustrious son stood close by him and said, "Well, old timer, you certainly know how to garden. There's not a plant, a fig tree, a vine, or an olive, not a pear tree or leek in this whole garden untended. But if I may say without getting you angry, you don't take such good care of yourself. Old age is hard, yes? But unwashed, scruffy, and dressed in rags? It can't be that your lord has too lax to care for you. And anyway, there's nothing in your build or looks to suggest you're a slave. You look more like a king, the sort of man who, after he has bathed and eaten, sleeps on a soft bed, as is only right for elders. Come on now and give me a straight answer. Whose slave are you? Whose orchid is this? And tell me this, too, so that I can be sure. Is this really Ithaca I've come to, as I was told by that man I ran into my way over here? He wasn't very polite. I couldn't be bothered to tell me what I wanted, or even to hear me out. I've been trying to find out about an old friend I entertained at my house once, whether he's still alive or is dead by now and gone down to Hades. So I'll ask you if you give me your attention. I was host to a man once back in my own country, a man who means more to me than anyone else, who has ever visited my home from abroad. He claimed his family was from Ithaca and said his father was Laertes, son of Arceus. I took him into my home and entered him in a style befitting the wealth in my house. I gave him suitable gifts to seal our friendship: 7 ingots of fine gold, a silver mixing bowl embossed with flowers, 12 cloaks, as many carpets, mantles, and tunics, and his choice of 4 beautiful women, superbly trained in handicrafts. A tear wet his father's cheek as he answered, "You've come to the land you're looking for, stranger, but it's in the hands of haughty and violent men. You've given all those generous gifts in vain. If you were to find him alive here in Ithaca, he would send you off with the beautiful gifts and fine hospitality you deserve as his friend. But tell me this now, and tell me the truth. How many years has it been since you hosted your ill-fated guest, my son, if I ever had a son? Born for sorrow he was, and now far from home, far from his loved ones. His bones are picked clean by fish under sea, or on some wild shore. His body is feeding the scavenging birds, unburied, unmourned by his mother and me, who brought him into this world, nor has his wife, Penelope, patient and wise, who brought him so much, lamented her husband on a funeral bier, or closed his eyelids as is due the dead. And tell me this too, so that I will know, who are you? What city are you from? Who are your parents? And where have you moored the sailing ship that brought you to your crew of heroes here? Or did you come as a passenger on another ship that put you ashore and went on its way? And Odysseus, his great mind teeming, I'll tell you everything point by point. I come from Albos, and I have my home there. I'm the son of Aphrodite and Perthpolm's grandson. My name is Eportheus. Some storm spirit drove me off course from Sicily, and as luck had it, here. My ship stands off wild country far off from the town. As for Odysseus, it's been 5 years now since he left my land, ill-fated maybe, but the birds were good when he sailed out. On the right, this cheered me as I sent him off, and he was cheered too. Our hearts full of hope. We would meet again and exchange splendid gifts. A black mist of pain shrouded Laertes. He scooped up fistfuls of shimmering dust and groaned as he poured it upon his gray beard. This wrung Odysseus' heart, and bitter longing stung his nostrils as he watched his father. With a bound, he embraced him, kissed him, and said, I'm the one that you miss, Father, right here, back in my homeland after 20 years. But don't cry now. Hold back your tears, I'm telling you. We really have to hurry. I've killed the suitors in our house and avenged all of the wrongs that have grieved your heart. But Laertes' voice rang out in answer. If you are really Odysseus and my son, come back, give me a sign, a clear sign I can trust. And Odysseus, the master strategist. First, here's the scar I got on Parnassus from that boar bright tusk. Mother and you had sent me to my grandfather Odysseus to collect some presents he had promised me when he had visited here, and let me count off all the trees in the orchid rows you gave me one day when I was still a boy. You gave me 13 pear trees, 10 apple trees, 40 fig trees, and 50 vine rows that ripened one by one as the season went on with heavy clusters of all sorts of grapes. He spoke, and the old man's knees went slack as he recognized the signs Odysseus showed him. He threw his arms round his beloved son and gasped for breath, and godly Odysseus, who had borne much, embraced him. When he had caught his breath and his spirit returned, Laertes' voice rang out to the sky. Father Zeus, there are still gods on high Olympus, if the suitors have really paid the price. But now I have a terrible fear that all of Ithaca will be upon us soon, and the world will have gone out to Cephalonia too, and Odysseus, his mind teeming. We don't have to worry about that right now. Let's go to the cottage near the orchid. I sent Telemachus there, and the cowherd and swineherd to prepare a meal for us. And they went together to the house with its comfortable rooms, and found Telemachus and the two herdsmen there, carving huge roasts and mixing wine while they were busy with these tasks. The old Sicilian woman bathed great Laertes in his old house, rubbed him down with olive oil, and threw about his shoulders a handsome cloak. And Athena came and made the shepherd of the people taller than before, and added muscle to his frame. Then, when he came from the bath, his son marveled at his deathless, godlike appearance, and his words rose to his father on wings. Father, surely one of the gods eternal has made you larger, and more handsome too. And Laertes, feeling the magic, answered him, I wish by Zeus and Athena and Apollo that I could have stood at your side yesterday in our house, armor on my shoulders, as the man I was when I took Nereukis, the mainland town commanding the Cephalonians. I would have beaten the daylights out of them there in your hall and made your heart proud. While they were talking, the others had finished preparing the meal. They all sat down on benches and chairs and were just serving themselves food when old Dorius came in with his sons. Weary from their work in the fields, their mother, the old Sicilian woman, had gone out to call them. It was she who made their meals and took care of Dorius. Now that old age had set in, when they saw Odysseus and realized who he was, they stood there dumbfounded. Odysseus spoke to them gently and said, "Old man, sit down to dinner, and all of you can stop being amazed. Hungry as we are, we've been waiting a long time for you." He spoke, and Dorius ran up to him with arms outstretched and clasped Odysseus' hand and kissed him on his wrist. Trembling with excitement, the old man said, "My dear Odysseus, you have come back home. We missed you so much, but never hoped to see you again. The gods themselves have brought you back. Welcome, and may the gods grant you happiness. But tell me this. I have to know, does Penelope know that you have returned? Or should we send her a messenger?" And Odysseus, his mind teeming, "She knows, old man. You don't have to worry." And he spoke, and Dolius sat down in a polished chair. His sons then gathered around glorious Odysseus and greeted him and clasped his hands, and then sat down in order next to their father. While they were busy with their meal, rumor, that swift messenger, flew all through the city, telling everyone about the grim fate the suitors had met. Before long, a crowd had gathered outside Odysseus' palace, and the sound of their lamentation hung in the air. They carried their dead out of the hall and buried them. Those from other cities they put aboard ships and to be brought home by the sea. Then they all went to the meeting place, sad at heart. When they were assembled, Laertes rose and spoke among them. Upon his heart an unbearable grief for his son Antonius, the first man whom Odysseus killed. Weeping for him, he addressed the assembly and said, "My friends, it is truly monstrous what this man has done to our city. First, he sailed off with many our finest men and lost the ships and every man aboard. Now he has come back and killed many others, by, by far the best of the Cephalonians. We must act now before he runs off to Pylos or takes refuge with the Oedipal lords of Laertes. We must be disgraced forever if we don't avenge our sons and brothers' deaths. And if we don't, I see no point in living. I'd rather be dead. Let's move now before they cross the sea." He wept as he spoke, and they all pitied him. Then up came Merdor, the godlike bard from Odysseus' halls. They had just woken up from a long sleep and stood now in the midst of the wondering crowd. Medon had this to say: "Hear me, men of Ithaca. It was not without the will of the deathless gods that Odysseus managed this. I myself saw one of the immortals close to Odysseus. He looked just like Mentor, but was a god, now appearing in front of Odysseus, urging him on, then raging through the hall, terrifying the suitors who fell thick and fast. He spoke, and they all turned pale with fear. Then the old hero Halitherses, son of Monstor, rose to speak. He alone looked ahead and behind and spoke with him the best of intentions to them. "Now hear what I have to say, men of Ithaca. You have only yourselves to blame, my friend, for what has happened. You would not obey me, not mentor, shepherd of the people, when we told you to make your sons stop their foolishness. It was what your sons did that was truly monstrous, washing the wealth and dishonoring the wife of a great man, who they said would never return. Now listen to me and keep your peace. Some of you are asking for trouble, and you just might find it. Less than half of them took his advice and stayed in their seats. Most of them jumped up with a whoop and bent with Euphrates. They rushed to get weapons, and when the mob had armed themselves in glowing bronze, they put the city behind him, following Euphrates, who in his folly thought he would avenge his son's death, but met his own fate instead. Euphrates would never return home again. Athena, meanwhile, was having a word with Zeus. Father of us all, son of Cronos most high, tell me what is hidden in that mind of yours. Will you let this grim struggle go on, or will you establish peace on Ithaca? And Zeus in his thunder hand responded, Why question me, daughter? Wasn't this your plan to have Odysseus pay them back with a vengeance? Do as you will, but I will tell you what would be fitting now that Odysseus has paid the suitors back. Let all parties swear a solemn oath that he will be king on Ithaca all his days. We, for our part, will have them forget the killing of their sons and brothers. Let them live in friendship as before, and let peace and prosperity abound. This was all Athena needed to hear, and she streaked down from Olympus' peaks. The meal was over. Seeing that his company had satisfied their hunger, Odysseus said, Someone should go out to see if they're coming. One of Dolius' sons went to the doorway, looked out, and saw the mob closing in. His words flew fast to Odysseus. They're almost here. We'd better arm quickly. They jumped up and put on their gear. Odysseus and his 3 men and Dolius' 6 sons. Laertes and Dolius armed themselves too, warriors in a pinch despite their white hair. When they had strapped on their bronze, they opened the doors and headed out behind Odysseus. Athena joined them, looking for all the world like Mentor, and Odysseus was glad to see her. He turned to his son Telemachus and said, Telemachus, now you will see firsthand what it means to distinguish yourself in war. Don't shame your ancestors. We have been strong and brave in every generation. And Telemachus coolly answered him, The way I feel now, I don't think you'll see me shaming my ancestors as you put it, father. Laertes was delighted with this and exclaimed, What a day, dear gods! My son and grandson going head to head to see who is best. The gray-eyed one stood next to him and said, Son of Arceus, my dearest comrade, say a prayer to Zeus and his gray-eyed daughter, and then cast your long-shadowed spear. Pallas Athena breathed great strength into him, and with a prayer to Zeus' gray-eyed daughter, Laertes cast his long-shadowed spear and hit Euphrates square in the helmet. Bronze bored through bronze, and Euphrates thudded to the ground. His armor clattering, Odysseus and his glorious son charged the front lines, thrusting hard with their swords and spears. They would have killed every last man. Not one would have gone home, had not Athena, daughter of the storm cloud, given voice to a cry that stopped them all cold. Ithacans, lay down your arrows now, and go your ways with no more bloodshed. Thus Athena, and they turned pale with fear. The weapons dropped from their trembling hands and fell to the ground as the goddess' voice sent shock waves through them. They turned back toward the city and ran for their lives. With a roar, the great long-suffering Odysseus gathered himself and swept after them like a soaring raptor. At that moment, Zeus, son of Cronus, hurled down a flaming thunderbolt that landed at the feet of his owl-eyed daughter, who said, son of Laertes, in the line of Zeus, cunning Odysseus, restrain yourself in this quarrel and cease from fighting, lest broad-browed Zeus frown upon you. Thus Athena, the man, obeyed and was glad, and the goddess made both sides swear binding oaths. Pallas Athena, daughter of the storm cloud, who looked like Mentor, and with his voice. Well, look at that. We went an hour plus over, hour and 4 minutes over. I'm going to say Donna de Guay. That was the end of the book, and I hope you enjoyed. I enjoyed, and if you don't know it, Donna de Guay. Till I see you next time.